the despicable spiritual practitioner Han Dao. Damn it! Oh! The tiger shark roared angrily at the sight of Lu Ming charging at it. It was a little flustered. Senior, let's kill this tiger shark together. Lu Ming waved his long spear. The huge spear's radiance was thousands of meters long, and it was aimed at the tiger shark. Haha, let's kill this beast. The blue-robed man's eyes flickered with an ominous glint. He held a combat sword that was wider than his palm and slashed out a shocking sword radiance toward the tiger shark. Lu Ming and the blue-robed burly man joined forces. The tiger shark was immediately at a disadvantage and was completely suppressed. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming took 4 consecutive steps. The violent force was like an ancient divine mountain smashing on the tiger shark's body. The tiger shark's body trembled. Below, the blue-robed man's sword light rushed up and left a wound that was more than 10 meters long on the tiger shark's body. One of its fins was cut off and it was sent flying far away. The tiger shark roared angrily. In its fear, it did not dare to fight anymore and wanted to escape. You can't escape. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and blocked the tiger shark's path of retreat. He punched more than 100 times in a row. More than 100 explosive fist gleams blocked the tiger shark's path and tore open wounds on the tiger shark's body. Although the wounds were not big, they made the tiger shark bleed. There were even some fist auras that were aimed at the tiger shark's wounds, which made the tiger shark's injuries worse. Sky-piercing sword kill. The blue-robed man arrived with a terrifying sword radiance that could tear everything apart. It slashed at the tiger shark's wound and directly cut its body into 2. The tiger shark at the spirit sea level was dead. Haha. Little brother, thank you. The blue-robed man grinned, but his eyes still flickered with a fierce light. This was a vicious person. If it was not for Lu Ming's powerful combat strength that had gained his recognition, he would not even care about Lu Ming. If he did not like the look of Lu Ming, he would have killed him. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was already at the same level as him. Naturally, he restrained his ferocious aura. Let's go and kill the other great demons of the spirit sea, Lu Ming said. Haha. None of these bastards will leave today. The blue-robed man's face revealed a ferocious expression. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the other side, King Yama and another Sea of Soul Realm warrior had also killed a Sea of Soul Realm beast. This way, other than the Flood Dragon, there were only 7 spiritual ocean tier beasts left. On the human side, other than the spiritual practitioner Han Dao, there were 9 other Sea of Soul Realm experts. Lu Ming and the King of Hell were also at Sea of Soul Realm. Of course, there was also Xian Yanqing. The high-end combat power of the human side had already gained the upper hand. But at this moment, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky and a figure descended rapidly. It was the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. Spiritualist Han Dao spat out a mouthful of blood and fell rapidly. Above him, the flood dragon roared and its huge body slithered down, chasing after him. Whoosh! A blue divine light shot towards the spiritual being Han Dao. He slashed out a blade light and barely blocked the attack. However, the remaining divine light still fell on his body, causing him to spit out a large amount of blood. Bang! The spiritual practitioner Han Dao fell into the sea. The next moment he rushed out from the other side of the sea. Old man, die! The flood dragon pounced at the spiritual practitioner. Everyone's heart sank. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao was actually no match for him and was completely suppressed. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao was at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm, but he was still no match for the flood dragon. The flood dragon's combat power was simply too strong. This flood dragon should be at the early stage of the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier, but its battle power couldn't be calculated according to normal levels. Flood dragons contain the bloodline of true dragons. Whether it was its physical body or demonic power, it was extremely powerful. It also had some powerful combat skills. Although this flood dragon was only at the early 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier, the spiritual practitioner Han Dao was no match for it. The flood dragon pounced at the spiritual being Han Dao. He didn't dare to take it head-on, so he turned around and ran away. You can't escape. The flood dragon twisted its huge body and passed through the void, chasing after the spiritual practitioner Han Dao at an extreme speed. A blue godly light like a godly sword pierced towards the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. The spiritual being Han Dao was shocked. He quickly moved his body to avoid the blue light. At this moment, he changed his direction and headed toward Lu Ming and the blue-robed burly man. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao rushed toward Lu Ming and the blue-robed burly man. "You guys help me block this flood dragon. Hurry!" The spiritual practitioner Han Dao shouted at Lu Ming and the blue-robed man in a commanding tone. Lu Ming frowned. His and the blue-robed man's battle prowess was only at the first level of the spiritual ocean realm, which was far from the flood dragons. That would be suicide. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao's goal was simple. He wanted the two of them to die so that he would have time to escape. Would Lu Ming be so stupid? He would do his best to participate in this battle, but the premise was that he wouldn't be in any danger. If there was a fatal danger, he and Xian Yanqing would turn and leave. To put it bluntly, he was not related to the people on the Golden Sand Island. What did their life and death have to do with Lu Ming? I believe that many of the people present think so. Now the spiritual practitioner Han Dao was asking him to die. How could that be possible? Lu Ming turned around and flew far away, avoiding the spiritual practitioner and the flood dragon. The blue-robed man did the same and flew far away. You two dare to escape in the face of battle and disregard the safety of the human race. You deserve to die. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao bellowed and looked at Lu Ming and the blue-robed spiritual practitioner with eyes full of killing intent. Lu Ming sneered and could not be bothered with the frost saber spiritual practitioner. Then spiritual practitioner Han Dao rushed towards Hell King. Without a doubt, Hell King and the other expert also turned around and left. Spiritual practitioner Han Dao roared again and again as he was almost hit by the flood dragon's divine light. His eyes turned cold, and he suddenly rushed toward another battlefield. That battlefield was a battle between a human at the spiritual ocean tier and a great demon. "Cold Saber, old freak, what are you doing?" That Sea of Soul Realm expert yelled in fear. Since the spiritual practitioner Han Dao had rushed over, it was obvious that he wanted to use him as a shield. Spiritual practitioner Han Dao's face was cold. He didn't say a word and tried his best to rush forward. "Retreat, retreat." That spiritual ocean tier cultivator wanted to leave this place. "Stay here." That Sea of Soul Realm beast would not let his opponent escape so easily. It launched a crazy attack trying to hold him back. The spiritual being Han Dao rushed past the human expert. And behind them was the flood dragon. "Human ants, go to hell." The flood dragon's huge claws clawed towards the human spiritual ocean tier expert. Damn it. Eccentric Cold Saber, you're despicable." The spiritual ocean tier warrior roared and madly exploded, using all of his power, hoping to block the flood dragon's attack and then escape. However, the difference between him and the flood dragon was too great. Under the claw of the flood dragon, all his attacks collapsed, and all his defenses were in vain. Bang! He was grabbed by the flood dragon's claw, and his bones all over his body made cracking sounds. Old ghost Cold Saber, I curse you to die without a burial place." That person roared, and then his aura rapidly declined. The flood dragon opened its big mouth and swallowed the human expert in one gulp, then continued to chase after the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. Chaotic battle reinforcements. After that, the spiritual practitioner Han Dao ran further away and rushed to another battlefield. Oh, not good, damn it. When the other spiritual ocean tier elites of the human race saw this scene, they had no desire to continue fighting. They launched a frenzied attack and then turned to run. However, there were also one or two people who were firmly held back by the great demon opposite them. They couldn't escape at all for a while and could only roar repeatedly. "Han Dao, don't come over!" Someone shouted, but the spiritual practitioner with the cold saber continued to fly toward that person with a dark face. Although these spiritual ocean tier elites couldn't completely stop the flood dragon, as long as they could stop it for a short while, he would be able to escape. "Ah, Han Dao, you're despicable!" The man cursed. However, the result was the same. When the spiritual practitioner Han Dao rushed over, the flood dragon followed closely behind. The human expert was not the flood dragon's opponent at all, and was killed in a few moves. Even his body was swallowed by the flood dragon. Let's go. The other spiritual ocean tier warriors who had escaped didn't dare to stay in the air, and directly flew down to join the battle. Ha ha ha, kill all these humans. Those spiritual ocean tier demons also rushed down to the battlefield while laughing wildly. The battlefield below was in chaos. The addition of spiritual ocean tier warriors caused the battlefield to become a chaotic battle. Miserable shrieks rang out continuously as a large number of martial artists were killed by Sea of Soul Realm beasts. There were also a large number of sea beasts that were killed by Sea of Soul Realm martial artists. Lu Ming also rushed into the battlefield below. Run, run! This area was wreaked havoc by a giant octopus, which was a Sea of Soul Realm beast. The body of the octopus was like a small mountain. Its 8 tentacles danced around, and there were suction cups on each tentacle, which had a powerful attractive force. With a wave of its 8 tentacles, a large number of human warriors were sucked by the suction cups. Then the suction cups were like huge mouths, revealing their fangs and swallowing the human warriors. The screams rose and fell. Yes, Luo Exine. Lu Ming saw Luo Exine in the crowd. At this moment she was fleeing frantically with a group of people. Behind them, a huge tentacle was sweeping towards them. Help! The few people who ran to the back were sucked directly by the suction cups of the tentacles, letting out mournful screams. What do we do? What to do? Am I going to die here? Luo Exine's little face was pale, without a trace of blood. She knew that she was in danger today and she might die here. It was a pity that her dream of expanding the Flame Chamber of Commerce had not been realized. She was going to die here and she was not willing to die. However, in the face of such a huge gap in strength, what was the use of being unwilling? A huge tentacle was waving at her. She couldn't escape, so she closed her eyes in despair. However, the next moment she heard a violent boom. Immediately after, she felt her waist tighten as she was hugged by a strong arm. There was also a hot aura that kept surging towards her. She opened her eyes in panic and saw a mask, a Shura mask. It's him. Luo Exine's eyes lit up. She realized that Lu Ming was holding her by the waist and her body was tightly pressed against Lu Ming's strong body. Her heart could not help but beat faster and her face turned hot. However, Lu Ming did not care about them. His eyes were fixed on the huge octopus in front of him. So strong. This octopus demon should be at the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and retreated rapidly. Just now, he had exchanged a blow with one of the octopus's tentacles and was no match for it at all. The other party's strength was too strong. Help, help! Lu Ming, save me! A loud cry was heard. Lu Ming looked over and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. The person who was shouting for help was Chan Zhao. He fled frantically, but behind him, a huge octopus tentacle was waving at him. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him and retreated rapidly. Lu Ming, you left me in the lurch. I curse you. I curse you to die without an intact corpse. Seeing that Lu Ming had no intention of helping him, Chan Zhao started cursing. Luo Exine's gaze was also very calm. Chan Zhao had brought this upon himself. He had offended Lu Ming previously. Why would Lu Ming save him? The tentacle sucked and held Chan Zhao in place. Chan Zhao screamed in fear and struggled desperately, but it was to no avail. The suction cup opened and swallowed Chan Zhao. Buzz! Lu Ming retreated dozens of miles in an instant before he let Luo Exine go. Miss Luo Exine, your cultivation level is not high, so you should stay behind. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, he moved and rushed in another direction. There Xian Yanqing was fighting a huge eel. This eel was also one of the great demons of the spiritual sea. Its entire body was suffused with lightning, and it was extremely powerful. Its cultivation should be at the middle stage of the 1st level spiritual sea. However, Xian Yanqing's combat power was also extremely strong. He actually had the upper hand. Lu Ming walked in the air and arrived at the area in no time. A bright spear ray shot toward the eel. "It's you." The eel was shocked to see Lu Ming and retreated hurriedly. It had just seen Lu Ming kill a giant deep-sea snake. It felt that it was no match for Xian Yanqing. Now that Lu Ming was added to the mix, it would be a disaster. It was no wonder it ran away. Roar! In the sky, dragon roars could be heard. After killing the 2 Sea of Soul Realm experts, the flood dragon continued to chase after the spirit warrior Han Dao. "Old man, I will kill you today. You can't escape." The flood dragon roared, its voice shaking the heavens and earth. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao was running for his life. He was actually flying toward the battlefield below. "Run!" The martial artists below were scared out of their wits as they scattered and fled. "This old man is too despicable." A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He retreated quickly with Xian Yanqing. Whoosh! At this moment, a crimson sword light pierced through the sky and shot toward the flood dragon. The flood dragon grabbed it with its claw and collided with the sword light. With a loud bang, the sword light disappeared, but the flood dragon's body was also blocked for a moment. Seeing this sword light, the spiritual practitioner Han Dao was overjoyed and laughed. "Ready, you're finally here. You're too slow." Whoosh! Another crimson sword light slashed toward the flood dragon. With the appearance of the sword light, 6 or 7 figures appeared in the distance. The person in the lead was an old man in a red robe. His aura was extremely powerful. Bang! A beam of divine light shot out from one of the flood dragon's horns and blocked the sword light. Buzz! An NBSP whoosh! Oh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as 7 figures appeared in the sky above the battlefield. Each of the 7 figures exuded a powerful and terrifying aura. They were actually all powerful existences in the spiritual ocean tier. Han Dao, old monster. I went to find the old monster Lu Xian for help, so I was a little late. The red-robed old man grinned. The old monster Lu Xian has also come. Spiritual practitioner Han Dao's eyes flashed and fell on an old man in a green robe beside Hong Qi. He immediately became overjoyed and said, "Good, good. The 3 of us will join forces and kill this flood dragon." Victory, shocking change. Of course, do it. Oh! The red-haired old monster shouted in a low voice. Beside him, 5 Sea of Soul Realm experts flew toward the battlefield below, while he and the green mysterious old monster flew toward the flood dragon. Together with the spiritual practitioner Han Dao, they surrounded the flood dragon. The cultivation of the red-haired old monster and the green-faced old monster was the same as the cold saber spirit warrior. They were both at the peak 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm. A flood dragon's entire body is full of treasures. If we kill it, we'll split it equally among the 3 of us. The red-haired old monster's eyes were filled with greed. "All right, let's do it." The spiritual practitioner Han Dao shouted. Boom! 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 3 terrifying auras shot up into the sky. At the same time, 2 sword lights and a green pearl attacked the flood dragon. The flood dragon roared and charged forward. "Haha, our reinforcements are here. Kill these bastards." Many human warriors shouted. This time 7 spiritual ocean tier elites from the human race came all at once. 2 were against the flood dragon, and the other 5 joined the battle, instantly turning the situation around. The human race had a complete advantage in terms of high-end battle power. Not only were all the Sea of Souls realm beasts blocked, but there were also extra Sea of Souls realm experts on the human side who were constantly hunting those sea beasts. On the ocean, there were countless corpses of humans and sea beasts. So much blood essence. This time Lu Ming had devoured a lot of blood essence. Most of them were peak-tier kings' blood essence. After the battle began, Lu Ming had devoured more than 50 peak-tier kings' blood essence. He felt that his 9-dragon bloodline was almost full. He really wanted to find a place to refine it. But now, he could only slowly refine it while fighting. Up until now, the human race had suffered countless losses, but they had finally gained the upper hand. With the addition of spiritual ocean tier elites, they were like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, and a large number of sea beasts were killed. Retreat, retreat! Finally, the sea beasts were scared. One of the great demons of the spirit sea shouted and gathered the sea beasts to retreat into the sea. In terms of high-end combat power, the humans had already gained the upper hand. If the battle continued, the sea beasts would be completely annihilated sooner or later. Lord Flood Dragon. This is all we can help you with. A giant octopus spoke. It then gathered the sea beasts and retreated into the ocean. Walala! The ocean waves surged and turned into a 1,000-meter-tall wave. Countless sea beasts hid in the waves and disappeared. Once a sea beast entered the sea and focused on escaping, it would be difficult for martial artists to pursue it. Roar! In the sky, the flood dragon roared repeatedly. It was besieged by 3 experts at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier, and was completely at a disadvantage. In just a short while, a few wounds appeared on the flood dragon's body. Its scales were torn apart and blood flowed out. Kill this flood dragon! Some martial artists shouted. However, the flood dragon was clearly no match for him, but it refused to retreat. The blue divine light kept bursting out from the flood dragon's body, attacking the 3 spiritual practitioner Han Dao. At the same time, the flood dragon's body continued to shrink. In a few breaths, a middle-aged man in blue armor appeared in the air. He held a halberd in his hand. With a wave of the halberd, the spirit warrior Han Dao was forced back. In human form, this burly man in battle armor was a flood dragon. Whoosh! The flood dragon forced back the spiritual practitioner Han Dao and turned into a rainbow light, shooting toward the depths of the Golden Sand Island. Chase! The spiritual practitioner Han Dao, the red monster and the green monster all chased after the flood dragon and disappeared into the sky. At this time, countless sea beasts had retreated into the ocean and escaped, leaving countless corpses on the surface of the sea. Ah, that tiger shark is mine. That's mine. Countless warriors were flying above the ocean, putting the dead bodies of the sea beasts into their storage rings. Many parts of these sea beasts' bodies were precious materials that could be used to refine weapons, elixirs, and so on. They were very valuable, so of course these warriors were tempted. Get lost. This is mine. Some people roared, and a great battle even broke out. Lu Ming moved and appeared in front of a huge deep-sea giant snake. Get lost. One of the peak-tier kings did not even look and slashed at Lu Ming. However, when he saw Lu Ming's appearance, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He hurriedly retracted his knife. Shura! He screamed. You want to die? Lu Ming said coldly. No, it's a misunderstanding. This deep-sea giant snake is yours. The peak-tier king laughed as he hurriedly turned around and left. Brat, get lost. The corpse of a Sea of Soul realm beast. You can take it if it's not dead. A man in his 30s with a tall nose flew over at high speed. This was a powerful warrior of the spiritual ocean tier, a group of powerful warriors who had arrived later to help. He did not see Lu Ming kill the great demon of the spiritual ocean, and only thought that Lu Ming was an ordinary peak-tier king. Before he even arrived, his powerful aura was already pressing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned and appeared on the body of the giant deep-sea snake. He placed his palm on the snake's wound and sucked, swallowing the 9 drops of blood essence. Then, his figure flashed and he left the place. His target was the blood essence of the giant deep-sea snake. As for the corpse of the giant deep-sea snake, although it was precious, he didn't care much about it. And now, he needed to refine the blood essence and didn't want to get into a conflict with others. Seeing that Lu Ming did not touch the giant deep-sea snake, the tall-nosed man cast a cold glance at Lu Ming, then waved his hand and kept the huge body of the giant deep-sea snake into his storage ring. Boom! Boom! The blood essence of a Sea of Soul realm beast was too terrifying. Once it was swallowed into the 9-dragon bloodline, it was like a volcano erupting, constantly impacting the 9-dragon bloodline and making rumbling sounds. He had wanted to devour more blood essence, but it seemed that he could not do it. Little Qing, let's go. I need you to protect me. Lu Ming shouted. He had to find a place to refine the blood essence. Xian Yanqing nodded and flew towards the city with Lu Ming. Boom! However, at this moment, An earth-shaking sound suddenly came from the depths of the golden sand island. Then, everyone saw a beam of 7-colored divine light shooting into the sky. Although it was far away, they could still feel the magnificence of the divine light. Boom! 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 The entire golden sand island started to shake. Boom! The 7-colored divine light was even more dazzling. It broke through the clouds and rushed into the sky. Then what's going on? What is this 7-colored light pillar? Could it be related to the flood dragon? Possible. The beast tide this time is very abnormal. I suspect that it's organized by that flood dragon. There must be a purpose. The martial artists present looked at the rainbow divine light in a daze, and some of them whispered among themselves ears. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were also shocked as they stood in the void to watch. The 7-colored divine light became more and more dazzling, and its light completely outshined the sun in the sky. All of a sudden, after a violent boom, the 7-colored divine light disappeared. Instead, an island appeared. A floating island. 9th level King Bloodline Martial Skill. A floating island was emitting a brilliant 7-colored light. It was bright and resplendent as it floated in the air. Oh! Roar! A dragon's roar resounded, and then it went silent. It was obvious that the dragon's roar had come from the flood dragon. 7-colored island? Is that the legendary 7-colored island? An old man with white hair suddenly exclaimed. What? The 7-colored island? You mean the 7-colored Taoist 7-colored island? Some people widened their eyes in disbelief. That's right. This looks like the 7-colored Taoist 7-colored island. Heavens, it can't be true, right? The 7-colored Taoist is a legendary 7th grade Taoist. He's an inscription master, and a peerless expert of the spirit embryo realm at that. Legend has it that the 7-colored Taoist died 800 years ago, and his 7-colored island disappeared without a trace. If this really is the 7-colored Taoist 7-colored island, how many treasures are there? The scene was in an uproar. Countless people's eyes were burning with passion. Only when one's cultivation reached the spirit embryo realm could one be called a perfected being. Normally, spiritual ocean tier warriors were called spiritualists, just like the frost saber spiritualist, but less people used them. As for those at the spirit embryo realm, they were revered as perfected beings. Spiritual God realm was known as Supreme Realm. The 7-colored Taoist was a spirit embryo realm expert, but this was not his most famous achievement. He was most famous for being a 7th grade true inscription alchemist. This identity was terrifying. True Ming refinement masters were extremely rare. Be it their identity or status, they were not to be underestimated. A 7th grade true inscription alchemist was comparable to a peerless master in the spiritual God realm. Back then, the 7-colored Taoist practically dominated the chaotic astral ocean. Even some super large domains knew of his name. The 7-colored Taoist's most famous treasure was the 7-colored island. It was an island, a plane, and a treasure that could escape into the void and wander around. When the 7-colored Taoist fell, everyone thought that the 7-colored island would disappear into the void and never appear again. And now it had appeared. Buzz! An NBSP whoosh! Oh! The Sea of Souls realm warriors were the first to react. They turned into rainbow lights and flew toward the 7-colored island. 7-colored island, it's definitely a 7-colored island. Let's go! Countless warriors turned into beams of light and flew toward the rainbow island. The figures on the shore disappeared. It seems like a treasure has appeared. Lu Ming muttered. He had never heard of the 7-colored Taoist's name before. However, he knew that he was extraordinary from how excited the others were. However, refining the blood essence was more important now. As for the treasures, he could only wait. Let's return to the city first. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing flew back to the city. They randomly found a room and rushed in. Xian Yanqing stood outside the room to protect Lu Ming. With a single thought, he appeared in the Supreme Shrine. He sat cross-legged and began to refine the blood essence with all his might. The blood essence of more than 50 peak-tier kings, as well as the blood essence of a Sea of Soul realm giant snake, The power of this blood essence was too strong. Lu Ming put all his effort into refining it. The power of everyone's blood essence surged towards the second bloodline. The second blood meridian appeared above Lu Ming's head. It had 8 acylavira meridian cycles. 7 of them were extremely bright, while the 8th one was dimmer. On the stone tablet, clouds and mist lingered. However, at the very front, the clouds and mist were already very faint. 2 words could be clearly seen. One was suppress, and the other was tablet. There was another word in the middle, but it was blocked and could not be seen clearly. As Lu Ming continued to refine his blood essence, the power of the blood essence surged into his second blood meridian. The 8th meridian cycle of the second blood meridian also continued to shine brightly. 2 hours later, his 8th chakra was as brilliant as the other chakras. Lu Ming continued to refine the blood essence. In the sky 10,000 miles away from the city, a brilliant ball was floating in the air. This ball had a diameter of about 100 miles. This was the 7-colored island. It was completely wrapped in a layer of light, and the situation inside could not be seen clearly. More than 100,000 martial artists were surrounding the round ball. The 7-colored island is protected by the inscription battle. Only peak-tier kings can break through this barrier. We can't get in at all. Fuck, the treasure mountain is right in front of us, but we can only stare at it. How unlucky. There's nothing we can do. We're too weak. Peak-tier kings and Sea of Soul Realm experts have all rushed in. Someone's coming again. A ray of light cut through the void and appeared on the edge of the 7-colored island. It was a burly man in a red robe. If Lu Ming was here, he would have recognized the red-robed man as the patriarch of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. He didn't appear in the battle just now, but he did now. Haha, that battle actually led to the 7-colored island. I can't miss such an opportunity. The Sea Cloud Alchemy Division's patriarch chuckled. With a wave of his palm, he pierced through the light curtain. His body moved and he rushed in. Then the light curtain closed. Who's that person? He didn't appear during the battle just now, but now that he's seen a treasure, he's here. How shameless. Someone coldly snorted. I don't know. I don't recognize him. He's probably a new almighty. Someone shook his head. Time flew by and soon more than 10 hours had passed. Lu Ming had been refining the blood essence and more than half of the blood essence had been devoured. On his second bloodline, 8 acylavira chakra were extremely dazzling. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours had passed. Buzz! All of a sudden, a acylavira meridian cycle emerged above the 8 meridian cycles. The 9th chakra. The 9th level of the king level. Lu Ming's second bloodline had been promoted to the 9th level of the king level, becoming the highest level of the king level bloodline. The next step would be the divine bloodline. However, it would be too difficult to advance to the divine bloodline at the 9th level of the king tier. Lu Ming was not confident. Buzz! When the second bloodline advanced to the 9th level of the king class, the stone tablet began to shake slightly. The mist surrounding the stone tablet slowly became lighter, and the word in the middle became clearer and clearer. Finally he saw it clearly. Prison. The word in the middle was prison. The prison guarding steel. Just as Lu Ming could see the 3 words clearly, they suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance. Lu Ming seemed to have arrived at an endless land. The land was desolate, without the sun, moon, stars, flowers, trees, or any living creature. It was deathly silent. On the deathly silent land a stone tablet stood tall. It was infinitely tall, reaching the heavens and the earth. Lu Ming saw 3 big words on the stone tablet. The prison guarding steel. Boom! Lu Ming suddenly felt an explosion in his mind. A message rushed into his mind. At this moment the scene changed. Lu Ming was still in the Supreme Shrine, and the 3 words, prison suppressing steel on the stone tablet had calmed down and no longer emitted light. It was as if nothing had happened. However, Lu Ming discovered that there was indeed a new piece of information in his mind. The prison suppressing heaven art. A martial technique appeared in his mind, a martial technique related to the prison suppressing steel. Is this a bloodline martial technique? Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he revealed a look of joy. entering the Rainbow Island. He had always envied others for being able to comprehend their own bloodline martial skills. He did not expect that a martial skill would appear in his mind as soon as the prison-suppressing steel bloodline advanced to the 9th level of the king stage. However, now was not the time to observe and comprehend the martial technique. There was still a part of blood essence in the 9-dragon bloodline that had not been refined. The 9th chakra of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline had appeared. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to continue upgrading the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Instead, he gave the remaining blood essence energy to the 9 dragons bloodline. All in all, he had spent a day refining everyone's blood essence. However, the 9-dragon bloodline had not been raised to the 9th level of the king tier. The energy was still not enough. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He got up and left the supreme shrine, walking out of his room. Lu Ming, you're too slow. It's already been a day, and I can feel a strong aura of spirit herbs on the Rainbow Island. There must be a large number of spirit herbs on the island. If we don't go now, they'll all be picked by others. The moment Lu Ming left the room, Dandan, who was lying on Xian Yanqing's shoulder, screamed. A large amount of spiritual medicine. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had too many uses for the spiritual medicine and would not let it go. There's definitely no mistake. There are definitely a lot of spirit herbs. Dandan jumped onto Lu Ming's shoulder, her eyes glowing. Let's go, we'll go over now. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing rose into the air and flew toward the Rainbow Island. The 10,000-mile distance was quickly covered. Now there were a lot fewer people around the 7-colored island. Many martial artists left when they saw that they couldn't enter. But there were still a few who remained, hoping for a miracle. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's arrival did not attract much attention. Now, the two of them had returned to their original appearances and removed their masks. No one knew that they were the famous Azura and Yaksha. The island, with a diameter of more than 100 miles, was floating in the air, covered by a light shield. This brother, why aren't you guys going in? Lu Ming pulled a young man and asked curiously. Did you just come from outside? This place is protected by an inscription formation, and only those with the battle power of a peak-tier king would be able to break through this barrier and enter. The young man cast a casual glance at Lu Ming and said casually. He was not too bothered. Lu Ming looked 5 to 6 years younger than him. He did not think that Lu Ming would be able to barge in. Oh, so those peak-tier king tiers and above have all barged in? However, the Rainbow Island only had a diameter of about 100 miles. With so many experts entering, they should have already dug 3 feet deep into the Rainbow Island. It's been a day, why hasn't he come out yet? Lu Ming was a little curious. This was also something that he found strange. I don't know. If you have the ability, go in and see for yourself. The young man looked at Lu Ming with a mocking expression. However, Lu Ming nodded and said, yes, we can only go in and take a look. An NBSP. Then Lu Ming casually punched out and the light screen was penetrated. Lu Ming took a step and walked in. Xian Yanqing reached out his hand and pressed down. The light screen was also penetrated, and Xian Yanqing's figure disappeared. This. The young man was dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. The world spun and Lu Ming realized that he was in the air and was falling rapidly. He quickly circulated his vital essence to stay suspended in the air. Xian Yanqing appeared not far from him. Lu Ming stood in mid-air, looking into the distance in a daze. The world was vast with mountains and dangerous peaks. Lu Ming could see at least a few hundred miles away. There was no end to the world. It was more than 100 miles, it was boundless. Lu Ming, the 7-colored island looks like it's only 100 miles from the outside. But there's something else inside. I guess it's a small plain with a huge area. Xian Yanqing said. Lu Ming nodded. This Rainbow Island was really amazing. Moreover, the mountains here were also very strange. They were divided into different colors and had distinct layers. Some of the mountains had red plants, some had golden plants, some were blue, and some were purple. There were a total of 7 colors. No wonder it was called the Rainbow Island. Moreover, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was extremely rich. There's spirit herbs. I can smell spirit herbs. Dandan raised her 2 short legs and ran forward wildly. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing followed. Dandan stopped on a mountain peak, only to see that the mountain peak was full of potholes, and there was still a residual medicinal fragrance. Obviously, there were indeed spiritual herbs, but they had been dug out. They came to a few nearby mountain peaks, and there were traces of excavation everywhere. The 7-color Taoist used to be a rank 7 true inscription master. He was probably an expert in alchemy, so it was normal for him to plant a lot of spirit herbs. Look, didn't I say we were late? All the spiritual herbs have been dug up. Dandan said unhappily. Let's go, stop mumbling. This island is very large, and no one has gone out yet. This means that this island has not been completely mined. If we rush over now, we'll still be in a hurry. Lu Ming grabbed Dandan and placed her on his shoulder. He then transformed into a stream of light and sped forward. They did not see anyone along the way, so Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing did not stop and continued flying. Before long, the 2 of them had flown a distance of 100,000 miles. It was unknown how many mountains and rivers they had flown over. Towards the end, the 2 of them saw the figure of a person, but it was already a corpse. It was obvious that a great battle had broken out as they were fighting over the spirit herbs. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of a battle came from ahead. Then he saw a few streams of light flying toward a mountain range. Let's go. We've found a level 6 spiritual herb in the valley ahead. Let's join hands and snatch the spiritual medicine. We'll split it evenly. The 3 figures disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the mountain range ahead, the rumbles were getting more and more intense. Level 6 spiritual medicine. Kill. Lu Ming charge. When she heard about level 6 spirit herbs, Dandan's eyes lit up and her little claws kept waving. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Level 6 spiritual herbs were rare. Together with Xian Yanqing they flew forward. In front of him there was a huge canyon in the mountains. Inside, there were flashes of light and violent rumbles, as well as the angry roars of people. The 2 of them rushed in without hesitation. There were more than a dozen people fighting, and they were all peak tier king tiers. On a cliff in the valley, there were 3 purple spirit herbs. Ziying grass was a level 6 spiritual herb. After consuming it, it could increase one's true essence and increase one's cultivation. More than a dozen peak tier kings were engaged in a chaotic battle. Lu Ming took a step forward and walked toward the Ziying grass. Brat, get lost. The Ziying grass is mine. One of the burly men's eyes flickered with a menacing glint and he clawed at Lu Ming. You're the one who should get lost. Lu Ming turned his hand around and threw a punch. An explosive fist radiance shot out. The strong man's claw made a cracking sound and his bones broke. He screamed in pain and his body flew out like a cannonball. He crashed heavily into the stone wall at the side of the canyon, creating a huge pit. The brawny man was stuck in the deep pit. He was already exhaling more than he was inhaling. The dozen peak tier kings who were fighting instantly stopped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Berating a spiritual ocean tier warrior. They were well aware of the brawny man's strength. In the battle earlier, the brawny man was the strongest among them. However, a casual punch from Lu Ming was enough to beat the brawny man to a pulp. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. Oh, Shura. He's a Shura. I've seen that fist technique before. Suddenly, an old man exclaimed and looked at Lu Ming in fear. What? Shura, it's him? It should be him. He's so young and has such combat power. It's very likely that he's a Shura. He's just taking off his mask. The other peak tier kings exclaimed in shock and looked at Lu Ming in shock. If it was really an Ashura, they knew that they could forget about this spirit herb. The Shura had single-handedly killed a deep-sea giant snake in the battle with the sea beasts. His combat strength was simply terrifying to the extreme. Killing them would not take much effort. I'm taking this Ziying grass. Lu Ming swept his gaze across these people and said calmly. It doesn't matter. Since little brother has taken a fancy to it, you can just take it. The old man said with a smile. Lu Ming's expression was calm as he strode toward the Ziying grass. Whoosh! Just as Lu Ming was about to approach the zhiying grass, a blade of light cut through the void and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming furrowed his brows and retreated quickly, avoiding the saber gleam. A brawny man in his 30s walked over step by step with his hands behind his back. An aura as deep as the ocean emanated from his body. Spiritual Ocean Tier. This was a spiritual ocean tier martial artist. It's him. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lu Ming recognized the brawny man. He was one of the experts who had rushed over to help. He was also the one who had taken away the corpse of the deep-sea giant snake that Lu Ming had killed. Do you think a mere martial king like you can lay your hands on a level 6 spiritual herb? What a whimsical idea. The brawny man stood high in the sky with his hands behind his back, looking down at Lu Ming and the rest with an arrogant look. The dozen peak-tier kings had ugly expressions. Since Senior has taken a liking to it, we naturally don't dare to compete with Senior. We'll take our leave now. The old man cupped his hands towards Zhang Tai respectfully before turning around and leaving. Whoosh! The brawny man waved his hand, and a saber light slashed toward the old man. The old man's expression changed drastically and he hurriedly dodged to the side, barely avoiding the saber ray. Of course, this was also because the burly man had held back. Otherwise, with the old man's cultivation, he would definitely not be able to avoid it. Senior, what do you mean by this? The old man's face was extremely ugly. Although he looked older than the brawny man, in the world of martial Dao, the strong were respected. Cultivation was the only thing that mattered, not age. Furthermore, the other party was an almighty being of the spirit sea. Who knew how old he was on the surface? What do you mean? Hand over your storage rings. I've already said that level 6 spiritual herbs are not for you to take. The burly man said indifferently. What? You want us to hand over our storage rings? The expressions of the peak-tier kings changed dramatically. They were not fools. If they handed over their storage rings, how could they take them back? What's wrong? You don't want to pay? If you don't hand it over, then you can stay here forever. The brawny man's face darkened, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The expressions of the peak-tier kings changed drastically. All of their belongings were in their storage rings. If they handed them over, how could they cultivate in the future? A few people could not help but look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's expressions were calm from the beginning to the end. What? The burly man shifted his gaze to Lu Ming, then to Xian Yanqing. A sinister fire flashed in his eyes. Kid, you're pretty calm. Let's start with you. Hurry up and hand over your storage ring. The burly man shouted. Get lost. Lu Ming only replied with one word. The strong man was stunned. He stared at Lu Ming with wide eyes. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. Lu Ming actually told him to get lost? A martial king ant was telling him to get lost. He thought he was hallucinating. Kid, what did you say? What did you just say? The burly man could not help but ask twice. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get lost. If you don't want to leave, then stay here forever. Lu Ming said indifferently. Ha ha ha, little brat, you're telling me to get lost? Are you crazy? The burly man laughed madly as if he had never encountered such a funny thing in his life. 3. Lu Ming started to count coldly. You're looking for death, you know? However, I'll make you wish you were dead. The brawny man emitted a strong killing intent. 2. Lu Ming continued. The brawny man's face darkened completely. He realized that Lu Ming did not seem to be joking at all. He was serious. However, what right did a young kid in his 20s, a warrior at the peak of the martial king realm, have to ask him, a Sea of Soul realm expert, to get lost? What was his confidence? The dozen peak-tier kings were also dumbfounded. Even though they had guessed that Lu Ming might be an Azura, they felt as if they were dreaming when they saw a peak-tier king threatening a Sea of Soul realm expert. 1. Lu Ming counted to 1. In a flash, Xian Yanqing appeared behind the brawny man, one in front and one behind Lu Ming, blocking his way out. You 2 little brats, I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to be so arrogant in front of me. Today, I'll make you face a life and death dilemma. The burly man revealed a ferocious expression, and his killing intent became even stronger. Nonsense! Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he suddenly threw a punch. This punch almost pierced through the space and let out a deafening roar. The brawny man's expression changed. He realized that this punch could pose a threat to him. A saber appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to swing the saber to disperse Lu Ming's fist radiance, his body suddenly sank as if a 10,000-foot mountain was pressing on him. He almost fell to the ground. Behind them, Xian Yanqing used the Sky Demon force field. Damn it! The brawny man found that his body was as heavy as a mountain. Not only did his movements slow down, but even the circulation of his true essence in his body slowed down. It was as if every muscle on his body was pressed down by a mountain. Exploding Star Fist. Boom! Boom! At this moment Lu Ming threw hundreds of punches. Hundreds of terrifying fist gleams were aimed at the burly man. That aura was too terrifying. Destruction cut. Xian Yanqing muttered as the power of destruction suddenly erupted. The burly man's body trembled violently. The destructive cutting force almost cut him into two. Lu Ming's exploding star fist had already arrived. No, spare my life. At this moment the brawny man was afraid. He was truly afraid. With his cultivation at the mid-stage of the first level of the spiritual ocean realm, it was almost impossible for him to resist the joint attack of Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. He could feel death approaching. However, before he could finish his sentence, hundreds of fist radiance drowned him. Again, Lu Ming threw over 100 punches, followed by another 100 punches. Another 100 fist gleams headed for the burly man. That area was completely submerged by the intense light, and only the sound of explosions could be heard. Chapter 672 Instant Kill. The other peak tier kings all stared at the area with wide eyes. Oh! Very quickly the light completely dissipated. There was nothing there. No, to be more precise, there was only a cloud of blood floating in the air, and a storage ring. Hiss hiss hiss. The dozen peak tier kings all took in cold breaths. He was dead. A first-level spiritual ocean tier mighty figure had died just like that. Under the combined efforts of Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, not even his bones were left behind. His body had been crushed into pieces. They already knew that the Shura and the Yaksha were powerful, but seeing this, the hearts of the peak tier kings were still in turmoil. Too strong, a peak tier king tier was actually this strong? When the two of them joined hands, they simply complemented each other. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and sucked the burly man's storage ring into his hand. However, he still felt a little depressed. The attack just now was too ferocious. The brawny man's blood essence was directly annihilated, leaving nothing behind. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. This was the blood essence of a Sea of Soul Realm expert. After Lu Ming refined it, he estimated that his 9-dragon bloodline could be raised to the 9th level of the king level. Lu Ming secretly warned himself that he would try not to attack so fiercely in the future. You guys can leave. Then Lu Ming swept his gaze across the dozen peak tier kings. All right, thank you young master, thank you young lady. The dozen peak tier king tiers hurriedly nodded and bowed to express their gratitude before leaving. If not for Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, they would have lost all their assets. After the dozen peak tier kings left, Lu Ming dug out the 3 Ziying grass. Little Qing, how about we split the things we got from the Rainbow Island equally? Lu Ming took the burly man's storage ring and shook it. I'm fine with anything, Xian Yanqing said. Anything is fine? Why are you so easy to talk to now? You've already made clear plans with me in the past, could it be? Don't tell me? Lu Ming pretended to be surprised. He touched his chin and looked at Xian Yanqing carefully. What are you looking at? Pervert, what are you thinking? Xian Yanqing's face turned red and he glared at Lu Ming. Yeah, I understand. We're a family, so there's no need to distinguish between us. Lu Ming chuckled. Who's the same family as you? You wish. No, that guy's storage ring is mine. Xian Yanqing's eyes widened as he sucked in his vital essence, sucking the storage ring from Lu Ming's hand. No way, I also contributed, I also have a share. Lu Ming wailed. Who told you to offend me? You deserve it. Xian Yanqing glared at Lu Ming again. He turned around, but there was a smile in his eyes. Lu Ming was speechless. This was the storage ring of a spiritual ocean realm expert. It was gone just like that. Lu Ming's heart ached to death. He quickly put away the 3 herbs, or they would fall into Xian Yanqing's poisonous hands again. Hey, you guys broke up, but what about me? What about me? Don't you guys forget about me? Dandan shouted. Go to the side and cool off. Lu Ming cast a glance at Dandan unhappily. Kid, what's with your attitude? I'm not done with you. Give me the spirit herbs. Give me the spirit herbs or I'll bite you. As Dandan bared her teeth, the 2 men and the turtle left the canyon and continued to head deeper into the Rainbow Island. From here on out, he would encounter other martial artists from time to time, and the spiritual herbs slowly increased. The 7-colored Taoist had turned the 7-colored island into an herb farm, planting spirit herbs everywhere. The 7-colored Taoist had died 800 years ago, and the 7-colored island had also disappeared for 800 years. Naturally, there were many spirit herbs here. Spirit herbs could be seen on every mountain. They were basically level 4, level 5, and even level 6. Level 6 spirit herbs were extremely useful even for Sea of Soul realm experts. How precious were they? Naturally, it triggered a series of fights and wars. However, with Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's cultivation, they were unstoppable. No one was their match. Along the way, there were also some who wanted to rob them. In the end, their blood essence fell into the mouth of the 9 dragon bloodlines. A day later, they had a great harvest. They each got more than 300 pieces of level 5 spiritual herbs, and more than a dozen pieces of level 6 spiritual herbs. Even Dandan's harvest was not small, and she put all of it into her mouth. Quickly run. All of a sudden, a few peak-tier kings flew out of a mountain peak in horror. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following that, Lu Ming saw the mountain peak glow. Streams of sword chi burst out and killed several peak-tier kings in the air. Great inscription formation. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. On the mountain peak, Lu Ming saw a large inscription formation operating. Little brat, I can sense that there are inscription formations everywhere ahead. It's quite dangerous. Dandan looked ahead and whispered. Lu Ming stared ahead. The mental fire in his sea of consciousness was jumping. He had the same feeling. He felt that there were inscription arrays everywhere in front of him and there was killing intent everywhere. I think we're almost at the core. Otherwise, why would they set up such a large inscription formation? Xian Yanqing said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and said, let's be careful when we go down. Then the 2 of them slowed down a lot and focused on sensing carefully. Lu Ming's mental energy fire was dancing. He could sense the inscription formation very accurately, and would not step into a place with an inscription formation rashly. Buzz! In a valley, a blazing fire suddenly burst out. A few martial artists screamed in pain and turned into ashes. The 2 of them traveled for thousands of miles and saw that 5 groups of people had died under the inscription formation. Danger was accompanied by opportunities. There were more spiritual herbs here than anywhere else, especially spiritual herbs of the 6th level. The proportion was very high. What? Suddenly, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing stopped and looked ahead. In front of them, a large mountain range had collapsed, and the ground was full of potholes. It was obvious that a great battle had taken place here, and the area within 100 miles was in a state of chaos. To be able to create such a mark, their combat strength must be terrifying. Could it be that the Flood Dragon and a few experts at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier did it? Lu Ming pondered. The 2 of them patrolled the sky above the land. There's a corpse, no, it's half a corpse. Xian Yanqing looked down. The 2 of them descended and saw half of the corpse. Only the lower half was left. The upper half was missing. It's that green mystic old freak. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. It seems like this place is really the battlefield between the Flood Dragon and the old monsters, Xian Yanqing said in a low voice. The green profound old monster, the cold saber spiritual practitioner, and the red profound old monster were chasing after the flood dragon. They must have caught up with it and had a big fight. However, it seemed that the green profound old monster had died in the battle, leaving only half of his corpse. They might have gone to the front. The flood dragon led the army of sea beasts to attack the Golden Sand Island, most likely for this Rainbow Island. He charged over without a care for his own safety. Lu Ming frowned and guessed. Lu Ming, look. There seems to be a palace up ahead. Xian Yanqing suddenly pointed to the front. Lu Ming looked over as well. He saw a palace on a tall mountain peak. However, it was too far away and it was barely visible. The unreliable little turtle. Could that be the place where the seven-colored Taoist is cultivating in seclusion? Oh! Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. The seven-colored Taoist was a spirit embryo realm expert and a 7th-rank true inscription refiner. How terrifying was that? How many treasures would he have in his closed-door cultivation? Lu Ming's heart palpitated. Let's go, brat. I've already felt the treasure calling. Let's go. Dandan cried out, her eyes wide open and sparkling with a crystal-like luster. Let's go. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing did not stop and continued to move forward. After a few hundred miles, their speed gradually slowed down. Although the palace was clearer from here, the inscription arrays here were getting more and more dense. If he was not careful, he would step into the inscription array. Along the way they saw many more corpses. It was even more dangerous if they continued forward, as there were formations everywhere. It's fine. With me here, what's a mere 7th-rank inscription master's inscription formation to me? Just you guys wait. Dandan leaped down from Lu Ming's shoulder, spread out her short legs and sprinted wildly in the air. She looked left and right, sometimes deep in thought, sometimes looking at the mountains and rivers. After a while, Dandan flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder and said, "Fly 3 miles to the right and land on that mound. After that, fly 5 miles forward and continue." Dandan began to give pointers. Hey Dandan, is it reliable? This is a human life. Lu Ming looked at Dandan with some worry. Nonsense, who am I? The head of the top 10 war beasts, who had read through thousands of great arrays. What was this great array? If this lord wasn't injured, this child's play would be broken with a wave of my hand. Dandan said with a smug face. Lu Ming was speechless. He did not really believe Dandan. This guy often dropped the ball at critical moments. However, he was only a 3rd-rank alchemist, and the inscriptions he had mastered were only at the 3rd rank. His study of the inscription formation was not mature enough. He could not see through the formation that was set up by a 7th-rank alchemist master. I can only trust this guy now. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and followed Xian Yanqing's instructions. They flew 3 miles to the right and then 5 miles forward. Buzz! More than 10 minutes later, an ordinary-looking small mountain peak suddenly flashed with runes. A few dazzling sword gleams condensed and slashed toward Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Nest, you've misjudged. Run! Dandan shouted and ran away, faster than anyone else. CK me. Lu Ming was cursing in his heart. He swept his spear across and retreated quickly. Xian Yanqing also cast the Sky Demon Force Field to block the sword radiance. Xian Yanqing's Sky Demon Force Field was split in half almost instantly. Be careful! Lu Ming shouted as the spear's radiance expanded and swept toward the 3 sword beams. At the same time, he pulled Xian Yanqing's hand and retreated frantically. Bang! Bang! With a few loud bangs, the spear ray exploded. Lu Ming was forced to retreat several miles by a huge force before he could stabilize himself. Lu Ming felt the qi and blood in his body churning and he almost vomited blood. His eyes were burning with fire as he looked at Dandan and gritted his teeth. This is the level of the top 10 war beasts? Are you trying to kill us? Cough cough. Lu Ming, calm down. Don't get too excited. I made a mistake and misjudged you. It won't happen next time. It definitely won't. Dandan also felt a little embarrassed and coughed a few times. Lu Ming was really speechless. This guy was really unreliable. However, he was the only one who could be relied on. Lu Ming secretly swore that he must increase his inscription level as soon as possible. Otherwise it would be too dangerous to keep relying on this thing. Dandan ran to the front again and observed carefully. After a while he ran back and said with confidence, "Don't worry. There won't be any mistakes this time. Go ahead boldly." "I'd be a fool to believe you," Lu Ming muttered in his heart. This time, he and Xian Yanqing were even more careful. Boom! A small lake suddenly stirred up, and a blade light burst out. Nest! Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing turned and ran. This time they were much more careful. If anything went wrong they would turn and run. They were safe. "You old turtle, are you trying to trick me?" Lu Ming was furious. Cough cough, my mistake, my mistake. Young man, calm down, calm down. It's not good to get angry at such a young age. Look at that girl, how calm is she? Dandan said awkwardly. Lu Ming, I want to braise this little turtle. Xian Yanqing said coldly. Dandan's whole body trembled and she ran forward. I'll observe for a while more. There's no mistake this time. Just like that he stumbled forward. The further they went, the closer they were to the palace, but the more inscription formations they saw. There were two figures hundreds of miles ahead of Lu Ming and the rest. One of them was Yun Luo, the old ancestor of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. The other was a middle-aged man who was only a peak-tier king. At this moment the middle-aged man's face was pale as he said, "Senior, it's too dangerous up ahead. If you let me scout the way, only death will await us. Oh, if you don't go and scout, you'll die now. It's your choice," Yun Luo said coldly. The middle-aged man's face turned even paler. He originally had 3 companions, but they were captured and scouted the way for him. The other 3 companions had all died because they scouted the way. Now it was his turn. Still not moving forward? If you go and explore the path, you still have a chance of survival. We'll soon reach the palace, and perhaps after passing through this section, there will be no more danger. You may still be able to live, but if you don't act, I'll kill you now. Yun Luo's voice was cold. The middle-aged man's expression changed. In the end, he gritted his teeth and flew forward carefully. The formation here was extremely wondrous. One would only be safe if they advanced through the gaps. Otherwise, even if they flew past, they could trigger the formation. Furthermore, there was even a formation in the air. The means of a rank 7 true inscription alchemist were already unfathomable. The middle-aged man focused his mind and walked left and right for more than 10 miles without any trouble. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, inscriptions glowed in the air and a battle sword formed, cutting the burly man in half. Damn it, useless trash! Yun Luo growled. Now that the last person to scout the way for him was dead, how was he supposed to enter? Even if his cultivation was strong and he could break through some formations directly, there were some formations that even he could be killed by. He didn't dare to take the risk. Just as he was hesitating, a few figures were coming over and appeared behind him. Yun Luo turned around, and after seeing the person clearly, his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. They were Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. When Yun Luo saw Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, they naturally saw her as well. Yun Luo, it's you, you old man. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. It was beyond his expectations. He had not seen Yun Luo's figure in the battle with the sea beasts before, but now he saw Yun Luo here. This guy had hidden in the middle of a great battle. When there were benefits, he had appeared. Killing Yun Luo. Ha ha ha, you 2 little bastards, you've come at the right time. Be good and help me find the way. Oh! Yun Luo laughed out loud, her face extremely ferocious. It was because of Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing that he was besieged by 4 powerful young men and lost an arm. Originally, he was already about to break through to the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier, but because he lost an arm, his vitality was greatly damaged. Not only was it difficult for his cultivation to break through, it even showed signs of declining. Right now, his cultivation could only barely maintain at the peak of the 1st level of the spiritual ocean tier, and after losing an arm, his battle power dropped a little compared to before. His hatred for Lu Ming and the rest could not be washed away even with the Yellow River. To scout the way for you, Yun Luo. You wish. Why don't you go and scout the way yourself? Lu Ming glanced at the middle-aged man's corpse and sneered. Compared to the time when they fought with Yun Luo, his and Xian Yanqing's combat strength had greatly improved. Why would they be afraid of Yun Luo now? However, Yun Luo did not know that he had been besieged by the 4 young masters before he was defeated. Now there were only Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. He was 100% confident that he could suppress them. You're not going to scout the way? If you don't, I'll kill you right now. Yun Luo said coldly. This sentence is exactly what I wanted to say to you. Last time you ran away. This time you can stay. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent as he strode forward. Xian Yanqing and Lu Ming walked side by side towards Yun Luo. You're looking for death. Yun Luo growled and waved her arm. 2 rings of fire appeared and shot towards Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Boom! Lu Ming's long spear expanded and the 3-colored concept revel levered around it. The spear shot out and collided with the 2 rings of fire. There was a loud bang and the 2 rings were blasted back by Lu Ming. Yun Luo's expression changed drastically as she exclaimed, "How can you be so strong?" Sky Demon Force Field, Destruction Cut. Kill! Xian Yanqing shouted and pushed with her hand. A powerful force field of the Sky Demon enveloped Yun Luo, and the destructive cutting force exploded. Not good. Yun Luo's expression changed again. She kept waving her hand and exploded with all her strength. Rings of flame appeared to resist the cutting power from all directions. The explosions continued and sparks flew everywhere. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming's long spear trembled and instantly, dozens of spear gleams shot towards Yun Luo. Under Xian Yanqing's intentional control, the demonic energy field did not affect Lu Ming's attack at all. Bang! Bang! Yun Luo was at a complete disadvantage against the combined forces of Xian Yanqing and Lu Ming. How is that possible? How is that possible? How did these 2 little bastards become so strong? You should die. Yun Luo was horrified and tried her best to resist. However, his combat strength was not as good as before. He was no match for Lu Ming and his partner and was completely suppressed. In a short while, 2 wounds appeared on his body, caused by the destructive cutting power. If he had not dodged in time, he would have been cut in half. Let's go, let's go. If this continues, I'll definitely die. Yun Luo frantically retreated, but he was enveloped by the Sky Demon Force Field and his speed was much slower. No matter how much he retreated, Xian Yanqing would move forward and keep him under his protection. Whoosh! His neck was cut by the spear ray, and a bloody mark appeared, almost piercing his throat. Ah! He roared. He was really afraid. He was afraid that he would die here. More and more wounds appeared on his body. Spare me, please spare me. I can give you supreme spiritual crystals. How about 10 million? Yun Luo shouted. However, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's attacks became even more violent. 20 million. I'll give you 20 million, please spare me. Yun Luo shouted. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming's footwork responded to him. Lu Ming strode forward and the distance between him and Yun Luo was getting closer and closer. His attacks became more and more violent. As long as we kill you, your wealth will be ours. Why do we need you to give it to us? A slightly mocking voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming turned into a spear ray and shot out. An extreme strike. Piu Qi. The spear light pierced through Yun Luo's heart. Yun Luo roared loudly, her voice filled with unwillingness. If he had known that he would end up like this, he would not have come to the Rainbow Island this time. The result of this was death. Bang! Lu Ming's long spear shook. Yun Luo was dead. He reached out and swallowed Yun Luo's blood essence. As soon as Yun Luo's blood essence entered the 9 dragons' bloodline, there was a violent boom. The energy was too terrifying. Lu Ming had to refine it immediately. Little Qing, I'm going to cultivate for a while. Please protect me. With that, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and focused on refining the blood essence. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming curiously. She did not understand why Lu Ming suddenly wanted to cultivate again. After refining for half a day, he finally refined all of Yun Luo's blood essence. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged and roared at the sky. Suddenly, another chakra emerged above the 8 bright chakra. The 9th Asilavira chakra was a 9th-level king-level bloodline. Xian Yanqing's eyes suddenly widened and his mouth was slightly open. He was in disbelief. Bloodline upgrade. This guy's bloodline can actually upgrade. No wonder this guy has always been so abnormal. Every time my strength has improved greatly, I can't surpass him. Xian Yanqing's eyes flickered. The light of the 9th chakra was dimmer than that of the other 8, which was because it had not reached its peak. After a while, the 9 dragons' bloodline disappeared into Lu Ming's body. He opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful face in front of him. Her eyes were wide open and she was staring at him without blinking. She was only a few inches away from his face. Lu Ming could even feel Xian Yanqing's breathing. Lu Ming was shocked and asked, "What are you doing? You want to take advantage of my cultivation and take advantage of me." "Taking advantage of you? You wish." Xian Yanqing pouted, then looked at Lu Ming curiously. "Your bloodline can actually be upgraded. How amazing!" Lu Ming's expression was calm. He was not surprised. He had no intention of hiding from Xian Yanqing when he was cultivating just now. In fact, even if he avoided it, Xian Yanqing would have guessed it. After all, he had known Xian Yanqing for a few years. Xian Yanqing was well aware of his bloodline level back then. Now that his bloodline level had increased, Xian Yanqing must have been suspicious. "My first bloodline has the ability to devour the blood essence of humans and demonic beasts to increase the level of my bloodline." Lu Ming did not hide anything and said. However, he didn't say the first bloodline's name. It wasn't that he didn't trust Xian Yanqing. On the contrary, he trusted Xian Yanqing. However, this matter was too important. If anything happened, not only him, but Xian Yanqing would be in danger as well. There's actually such a wondrous ability. How wondrous! Xian Yanqing's eyes lit up as he exclaimed. "You're the only one I've told about this. I hope you won't tell anyone else. Otherwise, I'm going to be taken away for research." Lu Ming said. "You really only told me one." Xian Yanqing blinked. "I'll choose something else. Of course, I didn't even tell my parents." "Oh," Lu Ming said. "Hee. I'm the only one you've told." Xian Yanqing's face revealed a bright smile, and his eyes were full of joy. "Then you'll have to listen to me obediently in the future. Otherwise he—" Xian Yanqing revealed a pair of beautiful tiger teeth and chuckled triumphantly. "Listen to you? That's good." Lu Ming walked toward Xian Yanqing with a smile. "Really?" Xian Yanqing's eyes lit up. "Buzz." Lu Ming suddenly picked Xian Yanqing up by the waist and slapped him on the butt. He smiled and said, "Fake. How dare you threaten me? I'll spank your butt." Xian Yanqing was stunned for a moment before his face turned red. He shouted, "Lu Ming, you dare to hit me? I'm not done with you." "Damn, it's not the first time I've tried it. The feel has gotten better. It's even more bouncy than before." Lu Ming muttered. "Lu Ming!" Xian Yanqing shrieked. Her vital essence burst forth and she escaped from Lu Ming's evil clutches. She gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Ming. However, her face and even her ears were red, adding to her shyness and making her even more beautiful. "Little Qing, you're so beautiful," Lu Ming said subconsciously. Xian Yanqing blinked her big eyes and blushed even more. Suddenly, a bright smile appeared on her face. "Humph, you have good taste. I'll let you off this time." "This works too." His expression changed way too quickly. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. "Nest, I can't stand it anymore. You're talking about love in front of me. Damn it. I must have 3,000 harem members. I'll anger you to death. Dandan mumbled and ran to the front to observe the array. Lu Ming found it funny. He then looked at Xian Yanqing and said, "Little Qing, what about you? You're hiding a lot of secrets from me, aren't you?" "What secret do I have?" Xian Yanqing blinked. "You don't have any? For example, I've seen your sister before." Lu Ming asked. At the mention of this, Xian Yanqing's face darkened and he didn't say anything. After a long while, Xian Yanqing finally spoke. It's not that I want to hide it from you, but now is not the time to tell you. It's not the time to say it yet? Why? Lu Ming had some doubts. It's very simple. It's because your cultivation base is too weak. When you're strong enough, I'll naturally tell you. After Xian Yanqing finished speaking, he stopped talking. Strength? It seems that little Qing's background is really not simple. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Since Xian Yanqing did not want to talk about it now, Lu Ming did not continue asking. She studied the inscriptions carefully. After a moment, she continued to guide Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing as they continued on their way. A few hours later, they finally passed through the layers of inscription formations and arrived in front of a mountain peak. On the mountain peak there was a palace. There shouldn't be any more inscription formations in front, so we can reach the peak directly, Dandan said. Although Dandan had said so, Lu Ming still did not dare to be careless. He headed to the mountain peak cautiously. At the peak of the mountain there was a huge palace with golden walls. In front of the palace there was a huge square. The square was completely paved with white jade and was extremely luxurious. As soon as Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing arrived at the peak, they stopped, their eyes solemn. Spiritual practitioner Han Dao, the crimson old monster, and that flood dragon. Lu Ming stared at the white jade square, his eyes filled with surprise. The spiritual warrior Han Dao, the crimson old monster, and the flood dragon were all in the square. However, both sides seemed to be in trouble. On the white jade square, inscriptions were densely packed in black, like small black snakes slithering, forming an inscription array. Spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the crimson old freak were covered with runes. The black runes kept drilling into their bodies. The two of them stood in the square and tried their best to resist. However, it was difficult for him to move his body. On the other side of the square, the flood dragon was facing the same situation. It had transformed into a human and was standing on the square. Countless inscriptions were also drilling into its body from all directions. What a wonderful inscription formation. The inscriptions seemed to be alive. Lu Ming stared at the inscription on the white jade square, his eyes filled with surprise. On the square, spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the rest also saw Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. The spiritual warrior Han Dao and the crimson old monster were both surprised. They didn't expect that there would be someone else who could make it here. Furthermore, it was a young man and a young woman. Judging from their cultivation, they were only peak king tiers. In the next moment, spirit warrior Han Dao's eyes flashed with ecstasy. In the depths of his ecstasy, there was a trace of cold light as he shouted, "You two, you've come at the right time. Now that the flood dragon is trapped by the inscription formation, it can't move. You two go kill it now. No, little brother, you go alone and leave the girl." Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. "Senior, that flood dragon is too powerful. I'm afraid I can't kill it." "Why can't you kill him? He's trapped and can't move at all. If he moves, he'll be killed by the inscription formation. How can you not kill him when you're attacking his vital parts?" Spiritual being Han Dao shouted. "How about this, the two of us will attack the flood dragon together, so we'll have a higher chance of winning." Lu Ming pointed at Xian Yanqing. "No, that girl has other things to do. Hurry up and do it. Don't miss this opportunity." Spiritual being Han Dao shouted. "Senior, I still don't think I can do it alone," Lu Ming said. "Of course. Kid, you should know who I am. I'm a spiritual practitioner with a cold saber. Now, I order you to kill that flood dragon immediately." Spiritual practitioner Han Dao's face darkened and he ordered. Lu Ming sneered. This old fellow finally could not hold back and revealed his true colors. Lu Ming sneered. "Although I'm not talented, I do have some understanding of inscriptions. This formation is extremely mysterious. If I attack the flood dragon, even if I can kill him, I will be trapped in the formation. With my cultivation, if I'm trapped in this formation, I will die. You want me to do it alone and leave my friend behind because you want her to help you crack the formation base around the square, right?" The spiritual practitioner Han Dao's face turned even gloomier. He did not expect that Lu Ming could see through his thoughts at such a young age. That's right, that was his plan. You're quite smart, kid, but do you have any other choice? If you don't do as I say when I come out, both of you will die. I advise you to do as I say, and that little girl may still live, and you can die a quick death." The spiritual being Handao sneered, revealing his ferocious face. "Oh really? Do we have no other choice? How could that be? We can just go around the side and enter the main hall, obtain the treasures inside and then swagger away. Isn't that a better choice?" Lu Ming said with a smile. "Junior, you dare? If you dare to do this, I swear I'll make you wish you were dead." The cold saber spiritual being's voice was extremely cold. The blood of a true dragon. Lu Ming sneered. This spiritual practitioner Han Dao was really shameless. Oh, previously when he was fighting the flood dragon in order to escape, he did not care about the life and death of others. He let others block the flood dragon for him while he escaped. In fact, with the spiritual practitioner Han Dao's strength, it should not be a problem for him to resist the flood dragon for a while and delay until the red monster and the others arrived. However, he would not do that. He would rather let others sacrifice their lives so that he could try his best to protect himself. Now, he actually wanted to do the same thing again. He wanted Lu Ming to risk his life to kill the flood dragon. After killing the dragon queen, he would ask Xian Yanqing to attack the array base. Did he think that the others were fools? If he didn't agree, he would threaten him. So what if he was at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier? "Old man, I have a weakness. I hate it when people threaten me. The more they threaten me, the more I'll go against them. As I said before, I happen to know some inscriptions. It's been too long since this formation was inscribed, and its power has been greatly reduced. The spiritual crystals in some places have been depleted. It seems that I need to replenish some spiritual crystals." Lu Ming said calmly. "Little bastard, you dare?" The spiritual being Han Dao's face was cold. "What's there to be afraid? You're nothing in my eyes." Lu Ming pursed his lips and flew to the side of the square. On the side of the square there were some potholes which were the array bases. On them there were many supreme-grade spirit crystals. However, some of the spiritual crystals had already cracked and lost their spirituality. They no longer had any energy. Lu Ming pointed at a pit and swiped his finger. The useless spiritual crystal in the pit flew out. A perfect supreme-grade spiritual crystal appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He waved his hand and the supreme-grade spiritual crystal was embedded in the pit. The inscriptions around the pit brightened up a little. "Stop, you stop!" The spiritual practitioner Han Dao roared. "Stop? Sure, but kneel down and beg me." Lu Ming turned his head and smiled at the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. "Kneel down and beg you? Little bastard, who do you think you are? How dare you tell me to kneel down and beg you?" The spiritual being Han Dao was stunned for a moment. Then he roared. "If you don't want to kneel, then forget it." Lu Ming's fingers kept moving, taking out pieces of useless top-grade spiritual crystals and embedding the intact ones. He was very fast and before long, he had embedded hundreds of top-grade spiritual crystals. The inscriptions of the formation became brighter and brighter, and its power became stronger and stronger. "Little bastard, if I don't kill you, I'm not a human." The spiritual practitioner Han Dao's killing intent was bone-chilling, and he hated Lu Ming to the bone. Roar! At this time the flood dragon let out an earth-shaking roar and actually stepped towards the side of the square. As soon as it moved, the inscription formation started to run crazily. Countless inscriptions seemed to come to life and turned into swords and sabers, slashing at the flood dragon. The flood dragon roared loudly, and a heavenly halberd appeared in his hand. He swung it wildly, trying his best to block the attacks from all directions. Clearly, the flood dragon was very decisive. It knew that if this continued, the situation would become more and more disadvantageous for it. It wanted to rush out of the formation with all its might. Boom! Boom! The sabers and swords formed by the inscription formation were terrifyingly powerful. There were so many of them that it seemed like there was no end to them as they continuously hacked at the flood dragon. Even though the flood dragon's defense was astonishing, it was still cut open by the sharp sword, and blood flowed out. However, the flood dragon didn't care and madly charged out. With every step it took, the white jade ground would rumble. Countless inscriptions enveloped the flood dragon, and even turned into flames that enveloped the flood dragon. Roar! With a deafening roar, the flood dragon returned to its original form, which was only a dozen meters long. Its body shot out beams of blue divine light as it slashed with the heavenly halberd. Even so, with every step the flood dragon took, a wound would appear on its body. At the same time, it had to face the burning of the flames. As expected of a flood dragon. What a strong body! Lu Ming was shocked. A human martialist would not have been able to withstand such an attack. However, the flood dragon held on and continued to charge out, getting closer and closer to the outside of the formation. Damn it! The spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the crimson old monster were burning with anxiety. If the flood dragon got out first, the treasures in the hall would fall into the flood dragon's hands. Little Qing, let's enter the main hall first. Lu Ming's expression changed. If the flood dragon came out, they would not be a match for it with their combat strength. The two of them walked along the side of the square, and were about to rush towards the main hall. Stop! The flood dragon roared as its two dragon horns glowed with a brilliant light. Two rays of blue divine light, like two extremely sharp swords, pierced through the inscription formation and shot toward Lu Ming and the other man. Lu Ming blocked the attack with his infinite dragon spear. The tremendous force sent Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing flying backward. Buzz! The infinite dragon spear kept vibrating in his hand. Fortunately, it was a superior 6th grade spiritual weapon. If it was a 5th grade spiritual weapon, it would have been shattered by the blow. The flood dragon let out a long roar. It didn't care about its injuries and madly charged out, its speed greatly increasing. In just a few breaths, the flood dragon actually rushed out of the inscription formation, but in exchange it was covered in wounds. There were at least dozens of wounds on the flood dragon's body. Its dragon scales were torn, and its blood and flesh were in a mess. Some of the wounds exposed its snow-white bones, and even the bones were cut open. However, the flood dragon's body was too strong, and its vitality was exuberant. Such a heavy injury only weakened its breath a little, but it did not fall down. It looked at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing but did not make a move. Instead, it rushed into the hall. This flood dragon is rushing towards the hall in such a hurry. There must be some incredible treasure inside. Let's go in and take a look. Lu Ming said to Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing also nodded. Although the flood dragon was powerful, it was too severely injured to maintain its peak combat strength. If the flood dragon attacked them, they were confident that they could escape together. That was why they dared to follow it. The two of them followed the flood dragon and rushed into the hall. Damn it! Damn you little bastard! The spiritual practitioner Han Dao roared. He didn't dare to charge in like the flood dragon, as he didn't have a strong body. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the flood dragon rushed into the hall one after another. The hall was very wide. As soon as he rushed into the hall, Lu Ming felt an immense pressure. Even his 9-dragon bloodline was agitated. A red light filled Lu Ming's spine. That's... Lu Ming looked at the center of the hall in shock. There was a ball of fresh blood floating there. On the surface of the ball of blood, there were tiny true dragons swimming around. A huge pressure spread out. This pressure was like the pressure of the ancestor of all beasts, the king of all kings. It was extremely terrifying and could make all living things submit. True dragon, the blood of a true dragon. Before Lu Ming could speak, Dandan, who was on his shoulder, cried out first. The blood of a true dragon. Yes, this ball of blood was the blood of a true dragon. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were both extremely shocked. They had never imagined that the 7-colored Taoist's palace would actually have a ball of true dragon's blood. Furthermore, this ball of true dragon's blood was clearly sentient, as if it had just flowed down from a true dragon. The value was high. The 7-colored Taoist. What was a true dragon? The supreme divine beast had been extinct for many years in the East Barren continent. Back then, Lu Ming had obtained a piece of the true dragon's finger bone. However, The bone had been around for many years and its spirituality had almost completely dissipated. There was not much essence left. However, the spiritual essence of this true dragon's blood had been completely preserved. Its value was incomparable. It was no wonder that the flood dragon was so desperate to rush into the hall. The temptation of a true dragon's blood to a flood dragon was too strong, so strong that it was beyond imagination. If a flood dragon swallowed this true dragon's blood, it would undergo an amazing transformation and have endless potential in the future. It seemed that the flood dragon had attacked the island because of the true dragon's blood. He wondered how the flood dragon knew that the seven-colored island had true dragon's blood. "I want to eat it. I want to eat this true dragon's blood." Dandan's eyes widened and she screamed loudly. She strode out with her two small legs and ran madly towards the true dragon's blood. At this moment, Lu Ming's 9-dragon bloodline emerged. He roared loudly, filled with an incomparable desire. Roar! The flood dragon roared and its body expanded rapidly. It whipped its tail and hit Dandan, sending her flying. "Ah, you little worm, you dare to slap this lord? This lord isn't done with you." Dandan shouted and then hit the wall of the hall, directly hitting a pit and embedding itself inside. "Little bug, you're dead, you're dead. I owe my old back." Dandan's cursing voice came out. Lu Ming was relieved. He knew that this guy had amazing defense and it would not be so easy for him to get into trouble. Roar! After the flood dragon sent Dandan flying, it directly pounced towards the blood of the true dragon. "Stop it!" Lu Ming strode forward, his long spear expanding rapidly as he charged at the flood dragon. Sky Devil Force Field. Xian Yanqing pressed his hand and the Sky Demon Force Field burst out, covering the dragon. "Get lost!" The flood dragon let out a loud roar as a huge halberd flew out and struck Lu Ming's spear radiance. The flood dragon's huge body trembled and Xian Yanqing's expression changed as he was forced back. The flood dragon was simply too powerful. Although it was only at the early stage of the second level of the spiritual ocean realm, it could suppress the spiritual practitioner Han Dao, who was at the peak of the third level of the spiritual ocean realm, and fight with 3 experts at the third level of the spiritual ocean realm. It was even possible that the old freak Lu Xian was killed by the flood dragon. Although the flood dragon was severely injured and its combat strength had been greatly reduced, its strength was definitely not weaker than the peak of the second level of the spiritual ocean realm. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were no match for it. After repelling Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, the flood dragon flew forward, opened its mouth and swallowed the dragon blood in one gulp. Roar! After the flood dragon swallowed the dragon's blood, it let out an excited roar that shook the sky. A layer of blood-red light covered the flood dragon's body. Its injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The effects of the dragon's blood were indeed astonishing, especially for the flood dragon. It had already taken effect so quickly. Not only that, but the aura on the flood dragon's body was also rising rapidly. "Let's go, we need to leave this place." Lu Ming's expression was grave. Since they could not get the true dragon's blood, they had to leave as soon as possible. If they waited for the flood dragon to recover, it would be too late for them to leave. Bang! Dandan flew out from the wall and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder, still cursing. "Oh, who is it? Who are you? Get out, get out!" At this moment, the flood dragon suddenly let out a crazed roar. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were a little stunned. Were these words directed at them? But it didn't look like it. "Lu Ming, look. There's something wrong with the flood dragon's eyes," Xian Yanqing said. Lu Ming looked into the flood dragon's eyes. Apart from excitement and ecstasy, there was also fear and horror in its eyes. "Get out! Get out! Get out of my body!" The flood dragon roared and its huge body actually rolled around in the hall. "Ha ha ha! I've waited for 800 years and finally found a flood dragon. You want me to get out? How is that possible? Let this old man borrow your body." An old voice came out of the flood dragon's body. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were extremely shocked. What was going on? It's fake. You deliberately left clues outside and left behind this true dragon's blood. It's all fake. The flood dragon roared madly. "Ha ha ha, I didn't wait for 800 years in vain. I'll finally return to this world. The old voice laughed again. A layer of blood mist spread out from the flood dragon's head, making it look very strange. 7-colored Taoist. That's a 7-colored Taoist. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he thought of a possibility. But how is that possible? The 7-colored Taoist was only at the spirit embryo realm. How could he have survived until now? Furthermore, it looked like he was going to possess the flood dragon. Good move, good move. The 7-colored Taoist is a rank 7 true inscription refiner. He fused his consciousness into the mental energy fire and sealed it with the true dragon's blood. This way it can be preserved for 800 years. As long as the flood dragon swallows the dragon's blood and the blood flows through its body, he can destroy the flood dragon's soul and occupy its body. Dandan's eyes flickered as she spoke. Ha ha ha. I didn't think that a little turtle would have so much knowledge. The ancient voice said. Get out, get out. The flood dragon kept shouting. What are you shouting for? It's your honor that your body is being used by this old man. In the future, this old man will let your name shake the world. The old voice sneered. Kill me now. As long as you kill me, it's useless for this old man to occupy my body. I'd rather die than have my body become a puppet. The flood dragon suddenly looked at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Juniors, if you dare to ruin this old man's plan, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. The 7-colored Taoist coldly shouted. Hurry up, I can't hold on much longer. If this old man takes over my body, he will definitely kill you all. He won't let anyone else know this secret. The flood dragon roared. His eyes flickered and his speech was no longer smooth. It seemed that he could not hold on any longer. His soul was about to be destroyed. The soul of a demonic beast was weaker than that of a human. Lu Ming, let's attack. The flood dragon is right. If the 7-colored Taoist succeeds, he won't let us off. Xian Yanqing said. All right, let's do it. Lu Ming's gaze was firm. He had made up his mind and was ready to take action. Roar. The flood dragon let out a shocking roar. It actually stretched out a sharp claw and clawed at its own chest. What are you doing? The 7-colored Taoist roared as if he was fighting for control of the flood dragon's body. This reduced the power of the claw, but the scales on the flood dragon's chest were still torn off, and blood flowed out. You guys attack here. This is the vital point. The flood dragon let out a deep voice. Chapter 678 Form Shifting Shadow Changing Talisman. Do it. Oh, die. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. He took a step forward and thrust his spear at the flood dragon's vital point. Don't even think about it. Now you can all die. A purple figure emerged from the dragon's head. This figure was formed by mental energy fire. The purple mental fire represented a level 7 alchemist. It was an old man, but his face was extremely gloomy. He waved his hand and runes flew out. Buzz. At this moment, inscriptions began to flash in the hall, giving off a bright light. Whoosh! A combat sword flew out and slashed at Lu Ming's long spear. Lu Ming's body trembled and he quickly retreated. In the hall, countless runes glowed and enveloped Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. The 7-colored Taoist had long since set up an inscription formation in the hall. It seemed like he had been prepared to kill anyone who entered the hall 800 years ago. Go to hell! The 7-colored Taoist shouted coldly. He waved his hands and countless inscriptions flew out. The inscriptions in the hall glowed more and more. The black inscriptions wriggled like little snakes. Sky Devil Force Field. Xian Yanqing cast the Sky Demon Force Field to cover himself and Lu Ming. He used the energy of the Sky Demon Force Field to resist the inscription array around them. Sure enough, under the influence of the Sky Demon Power Field, the runes slowed down. Let's retreat. Since he couldn't kill them, he could only retreat. You want to leave? This old man says that no one can leave today. The 7-colored Taoist sneered. He waved his hands and the inscriptions around him became even more terrifying. They formed swords and slashed at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. These arrays had been around for 800 years, but their power was still not terrifying. Although the two of them tried their best to resist, they were still completely suppressed. They were in extreme danger. Damn it! You really think I'm just a decoration? Watch me. Dandan opened its mouth and spat out 3 jade tokens. It kept one for itself while the other 2 flew towards Xian Yanqing and Lu Ming. What is this? Lu Ming asked. The form-shifting shadow-changing talisman can shift forms and shadows in any place, even in this inscription formation. I've spent a lot of time to refine this talisman. Quickly crush it and kill that flood dragon. Dandan shouted. In this situation he could only trust Dandan. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing took the jade talismans and crushed them. Instantly a light screen enveloped them. Dandan also crushed a piece, and a light screen also enveloped him. Whoosh! Dandan's figure darted out like a phantom, and those inscriptions had no effect on it. How wonderful! Lu Ming had an idea and he dashed out as well. As expected, when he walked past he was like a phantom. The runes passed through his body and did not have any effect. The form-shifting shadow-changing talisman, how do you have it? This ancient talisman has been lost for countless years. How do you have it? The 7-colored Taoist called out in disbelief. Haha, who am I? During this time I've been desperately refining a few. I originally wanted to save them for a few dangerous places, but I didn't expect to use them now. It's an honor for you to see this king's form-shifting shadow-changing talisman. Dandan laughed loudly, extremely proud. Kill! Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath. He thrust his spear at the flood dragon. The flood dragon did not resist at all. It pointed its chest at Lu Ming and allowed him to kill it. Damn it! The 7-colored Taoist roared repeatedly as he tried his best to control the flood dragon's body to attack. Don't even think about it. The flood dragon clearly hadn't been completely taken over by the 7-colored Taoist yet, and it was also doing its best to control its body. A force field enveloped the dragon. Xian Yanqing walked over and used the Sky Demon force field to help imprison the dragon. Poochie! Lu Ming's long spear pierced into the flood dragon's chest. Here, the flood dragon's scales had already been grabbed off by itself, and its defense was greatly reduced. The extremely sharp spear radiance pierced through the flood dragon's muscles and heart like a piece of rotten wood. No! The 7-colored Taoist roared. Oh! Ha ha ha, old freak, you want to take over my body? Dream on! The flood dragon laughed crazily. Boom! Lu Ming's long spear shook and a violent vital essence surged into it, blasting the flood dragon's heart into pieces. Buzz! An NBSP whoosh! Oh! At the same time, more than 10 combat swords formed by the inscription formation slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming pulled out his long spear and retreated. With a bang, the flood dragon's body fell heavily to the ground. Haha, old monster, your 800-year-old plan has finally failed. The flood dragon laughed carefreely. Slowly, his voice became softer and his life force slowly dissipated. Damn it, all of you will die today. The 7-colored Taoist let out a crazed roar. Before he died, he used a ball of true dragon blood to set up a trap and leave clues outside. He wanted to attract a flood dragon and then occupy its body. With the true dragon's blood as a medium, he was confident that he could succeed. The lifespan of demonic beasts was far longer than that of humans, especially for existences like flood dragons. With a long lifespan, the 7-colored Taoist would be able to explore even stronger realms. Unfortunately, now that the flood dragon was dead, it would be useless even if he took it. Refine. An NBSP, hoo. A layer of purple flames suddenly spread out from the flood dragon's body. The purple flames wrapped around the flood dragon and burned wildly. The flood dragon's body shriveled up as the flames burned, and the purple flames grew stronger and stronger. In the end, the purple flames gathered in the air and formed a human figure. It was the 7-colored Taoist. Retreat! For some reason, Lu Ming suddenly had a bad feeling. He pulled Xian Yanqing and quickly retreated out of the hall. You want to leave? Without the flood dragon, brat, your body is not bad. Let me use it. The 7-colored Taoist grinned hideously. The purple flames turned into a stream of light and flew toward Lu Ming. It was fast, too fast. He crossed the hall in an instant. He was several times faster than Lu Ming and the rest. He was really like a ray of light. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing had just retreated to the entrance of the hall when the purple flame caught up to them. It shot directly between Lu Ming's brows and disappeared. This is bad. He's trying to take over Lu Ming's body and destroy his soul. Xian Yanqing's expression changed and his eyes were filled with worry. It's over, it's over. Little beauty, Lu Ming is finished. Your little lover is finished. Dandan shouted. What do we do? What to do? Was there any way to save him? Dandan, aren't you an expert? Quickly think of something. Xian Yanqing was extremely anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. His eyes were misty and he almost shed tears. At this moment, Lu Ming's glabella was covered with a layer of purple light. He sat cross-legged and seemed to be resisting with all his might. I do have an idea, but I don't know if you're willing to do it. Dandan touched her chin with one of her front claws. What method? Hurry up and tell me, I'll definitely agree. Xian Yanqing said anxiously. Is that so? All right, I know of a way. I want you and Lu Ming to cultivate the dual cultivation technique and have sex. This way, your soul can be transferred to Lu Ming's side and help him fight against the seven-colored Taoist. This way, your chances of winning will be much higher. Dandan said. A great opportunity. What? 2 days off? Oh. Xian Yanqing was dumbfounded, and then his face turned red. What's wrong? You don't want to? Then forget it. Let's hurry and escape. Lu Ming's body will definitely be taken over by the old man. Sigh. Lu Ming sighed. Xian Yanqing bit his lips and his face turned red. He gritted his teeth and said, All right, I've agreed, so you can leave now. I'm leaving? No need, you guys can start. I'll stay here and watch over you. Dandan said, her eyes darting around. Where's the cultivation technique? Xian Yanqing said. Cultivation technique? What cultivation technique? Dandan answered subconsciously. That pair of cultivation technique. After that, Xian Yanqing's eyes flashed and he couldn't help but take a few more looks at Dandan. He saw Dandan's sneaky eyes rolling around and her mouth was grinning. She looked like she wanted to laugh, but she was holding it in. Dandan, are you lying to me? You're lying to me, aren't you? Xian Yanqing's eyes widened. Ha ha ha, little beauty, you've seen through me. Ha ha. I just wanted to see if you're concerned about Lu Ming. I didn't expect that I would be able to see through it with one try. Dandan finally couldn't hold it in and grinned. I'm going to eat you, you bastard. Xian Yanqing's face turned red and he gritted his teeth. He pounced over and grabbed Dandan, wanting to take a bite. Then he cast a worried glance at Lu Ming and said, Is Lu Ming really all right? Don't worry. That old man actually dared to set his eyes on Lu Ming. He's simply courting death. Moreover, Lu Ming is going to obtain a great fortune. This kid's luck is too good. Even I'm a little envious. Dandan said with a relaxed expression. Are you really fine? Xian Yanqing asked. Of course I'm fine, I'm absolutely fine. She was very confident. Then it saw Xian Yanqing's eyes glint fiercely as he stared at it with gritted teeth. Just now, he was actually fooled by Dandan. At the thought that she almost had a double break with Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing's heart raced and his face turned red. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. I wonder if that guy heard it? I don't think you heard it. At the thought that Lu Ming might have heard it, Xian Yanqing could not wait to braze Dandan. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm doing this for your own good, you know? In any case, you'll have to do it sooner or later, so it's better to do it as soon as possible. Young people like to procrastinate. This lord is anxious to see it. Dandan shouted. Who wants to do it with that fellow? Did that kind of thing? Old turtle, burn. A ball of flame appeared in Xian Yanqing's hand and enveloped Dandan. Nest, it's a murder. No, it's a turtle. Help! Dandan shouted, and her forehead shrank into the turtle shell. The turtle shell glowed and blocked the flames. At this moment, a huge battle was going on in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. How is that possible? Earth core flowing flame. Your mental energy fire was ignited by earth core flowing flame. The seven-colored Taoist shrieked in fear. At this moment, the seven-colored Taoist's mental energy fire was completely wrapped in yellow flames. Earlier, when the seven-colored Taoist entered, he wanted to extinguish Lu Ming's mental energy fire and then replace it. However, he would never have dreamed that the essence of Lu Ming's mental energy fire was the core flowing flame. The earth core flowing flame was an extremely powerful flame. It was one of the most powerful flames in the world. Not only did the seven-colored Taoist fail to extinguish Lu Ming's mental energy fire, but he was also surrounded by it. Damn it, damn it! The seven-colored Taoist shouted. His purple mental energy fire transformed back into his human form. He waved his hands and a purple combat sword appeared, trying to break through the encirclement of Lu Ming's mental energy fire. An NBSP, hoo. Lu Ming's mental energy fire suddenly transformed into a huge underworld god. It held a long spear and stabbed at the seven-colored Taoist. This was the underworld god formed by the underworld god meditation. At this moment, Lu Ming was using the underworld god meditation. Bang! The seven-colored Taoist combat sword was destroyed, but the spear didn't stop and continued to stab the seven-colored Taoist. The seven-colored Taoist let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was shattered, turning into a ball of purple flames that drifted backward before condensing back together. Mental Fire Cultivation Method. You've actually mastered the mental fire cultivation method. The seven-colored Taoist shrieked hysterically. His voice was filled with endless fear, and he seemed to be even more terrified than when he first heard about the earth core flowing flame. Die! The god of the underworld exuded a terrifying aura as he strode forward and thrust his spear forward. Run, run! The seven-colored Taoist turned into a stream of light and ran. Where do you think you're going in my knowledge sea? In the next moment, the god of the underworld appeared in front of the seven-colored Taoist and thrust his spear. With a puff, the seven-colored Taoist was shattered again, turning into a ball of flames. In Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, he was the master here. He had complete control over this place. How could the seven-colored Taoist escape? This time, the seven-colored Taoist took a longer time to recondense the drifting flames. Spare me, young hero, spare me! The seven-colored Taoist began to beg for mercy the moment he was formed. You wanted to kill me just now, and now you want me to spare you? Is that even possible? Lu Ming sneered. Young hero, as long as you spare me, I can teach you alchemy and the method of inscribing formations. I can grasp all my experience and teach you. The seven-colored Taoist called out. I'm not at ease facing an old monster like you. I'm more at ease when you're dead. Lu Ming was not moved at all. He continued to thrust his spear. Bang! The flames continued to be scattered. Then Lu Ming turned into a ball of flame again and surrounded the seven-colored Taoist's purple flame, burning it wildly. The seven-colored Taoist shrieked miserably. His soul and consciousness were being burned by the earth core flowing flame and were slowly dissipating. No matter how he begged for mercy and cursed, Lu Ming was unmoved. A moment later, the seven-colored Taoist's voice disappeared completely. His consciousness had been completely refined by Lu Ming, leaving only a ball of pure mental energy fire. An NBSP, hoo. At that moment, the seven-colored Taoist's mental energy fire was being burned and refined. Wisps of it actually drifted toward Lu Ming's mental energy lamp. Initially, Lu Ming had only lit up 8 yellow spirit lamps. However, at that moment, the first 8 lamps continued to burn while the 9th lamp suddenly emitted a flame. Although it was just a small flame, it meant that Lu Ming had lit the 9th lamp. A rank 3 alchemist would have 9 lamps. He was only 1 lamp away from perfect. Moreover, as the earth core flowing flame continued to burn and refine the seven-colored Taoist spirit fire, the flame of the 9th spirit lamp began to light up quickly and the flame became more and more intense. It was 108,000 times faster than when he was cultivating. Lu Ming was ecstatic and extremely excited. He could actually refine the seven-colored Taoist's mental energy fire and use it to improve his own. A blessing in disguise. This was simply a blessing in disguise. Chapter 680 General Jade. Moreover, as the seven-colored Taoist's mental energy fire was refined and fused with his, it also brought with it some scattered fragments. Oh, it was fragments of the seven-colored Taoist's experience in alchemy, pill-making, and inscription formations. This was the seven-colored Taoist's lifetime of experience in cultivating the path of inscriptions. It slowly merged with Lu Ming's mental energy fire and was mastered by him. Lu Ming simply wanted to laugh out loud. It was an opportunity, a supreme opportunity. After all, Lu Ming had only cultivated the inscription Tao for a short period of time. Although his mental energy fire was perfect at every level, he was still lacking in experience and knowledge. Although he had mastered millions of level 1, level 2, and level 3 inscriptions given to him by Dandan, he did not know how to combine them or how to use them. This was something that had to be explored slowly. This was experience. Now, however, he had refined the seven-colored Taoist's mental energy fire and integrated it with his experience. Although the experience points were still scattered, as long as Lu Ming refined more and more mental energy flames from the seven-colored Taoist, he would definitely gain more experience points. His knowledge of the Tao of inscription would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Although the true dragon's blood had already been burned dry by the seven-colored Taoist, it was enough for him to obtain such an opportunity. To Lu Ming, it was even more precious than a ball of true dragon's blood. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. In his sea of consciousness, refining the mental energy fire was not something that could be done in a short period of time. He was refining it at all times, and Lu Ming's mental energy fire was improving at all times. Haha, kid, you've earned big this time, haven't you? Dandan laughed when she saw Lu Ming opening his eyes. Not bad, we've indeed earned big. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Xian Yanqing's face was still blushing. He blinked his big eyes at Lu Ming and then looked in other directions, as if he did not dare to look at Lu Ming. Hey little Qing, we seem to have other things to do just now. Why don't we continue now? Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanqing with a smile. Xian Yanqing's face turned red. She knew that Lu Ming must have heard everything that had happened. Continue, my ass. A big pervert with a perverted turtle. They are indeed jackals of the same tribe. Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth and turned away, his face red with embarrassment. He did not want to look at Lu Ming. Little brat, I'm really kind this time, right? Hurry up and reward me with some spirit herbs. Dandan shouted. Not bad, not bad. You're a good friend this time. Here a reward for you. Lu Ming took out more than 10 stalks of level 5 spiritual herbs and threw them to Dandan. She was overjoyed. She opened her mouth and swallowed them all. Lu Ming. At the sight of this, Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and there was a raging fire in his eyes. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he pounced on Lu Ming. Let's see what other treasures are in the hall. Lu Ming quickly changed the topic and dashed into the hall in a flash. After walking around the hall, he realized that there was nothing there. It was completely empty. Where were the treasures left behind by the seven-colored Taoist after his death? What about the storage ring? Why wasn't there any? Lu Ming was a little depressed. If he had known earlier, he would have forced the seven-colored Taoist to tell him where the treasure was hidden before killing him. It turned around and returned to the flood dragon's side. Unfortunately, the seven-colored Taoist had burned the flood dragon's blood and essence. Otherwise, the flood dragon's blood essence would be a great supplement, and even the real dragon's blood could be refined. This flood dragon's corpse is full of treasures. Put it away. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the flood dragon's corpse into a storage ring. Xian Yanqing followed Lu Ming angrily. Little Qing, let's go out. Lu Ming said with a smile. Xian Yanqing snorted coldly. He ignored Lu Ming and walked out. Lu Ming smiled and followed him out. When he arrived at the square, he found that the spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the other man were still trapped there. Little bastard, stop right there. Where's the flood dragon? What treasure did you obtain? Hand it over. The spiritual practitioner called out as soon as he saw Lu Ming and the other man. Idiot, you're really an idiot. I think you've lived for so many years in vain. In this situation you're not kneeling down and begging me, but threatening me. Lu Ming shook his head and said in disdain. Little bastard, what did you just say? The spiritual practitioner Han Dao roared. Lu Ming shook his head. He could not be bothered to waste his breath. He replaced thousands of spiritual crystals around the formation, increasing the power of the formation. The two of you enjoy your time here. Lu Ming waved his hands and swaggered away with Xian Yanqing. Behind them, only the spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the red monster's angry roars could be heard. I say, Dandan, that form-shifting and shadow-changing talisman of yours is quite useful. Make a few more of them when you have time. On the way, Lu Ming looked at Dandan in anticipation. All right, give me the materials. The shape jade. Dandan stretched out a claw and said. Shape jade? What shape jade? Lu Ming was stunned. Of course it's the materials. How can I make it without the shape jade? I saw that you didn't have any either. I found the previous few when I saw you cleaning up other people's storage rings, so I went over to make a few form-shifting shadow-changing talismans. Dandan pouted and said. Lu Ming remembered that there was indeed a time when Dandan coaxed and pestered him and took a piece of jade from him. Initially, he thought that it was an ordinary jade. He did not expect it to be a shape jade. Lu Ming, let me tell you. The shape-shifting jade is very rare. With my current ability, I can only refine it and use it in a level 6 inscription formation. The formation that the 7-colored Taoists set up is only as powerful as a normal level 6 inscription formation after so many years. That's why it can be used. So, don't even think about using the shape-shifting shadow-changing talisman to walk through all kinds of formations. That's not realistic. Dandan ruthlessly attacked. Lu Ming was depressed. He initially had that idea to let Dandan refine a bunch of form-shifting and shadow-changing talismans. Then he would not have to fear any big arrays in the future. It seemed that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The 2 people and 1 turtle followed the original path and left the area full of inscription formations without any danger. Let's go to other places and search for spirit herbs, Lu Ming said. Following that, they chose another direction and went to search for spirit medicines. Although the Rainbow Island was huge, it was still limited. This place had already been turned over. In the next 3 days, although the 2 of them had some gains, it was not much. However, Lu Ming's mental energy fire had changed drastically. His mental energy fire was increasing rapidly at every moment. In just 3 days, not only had he lit 10 spirit lamps at the 3rd rank, but he had also become a 4th rank alchemist. Now he had already lit 8 green spirit lamps. A 4th level alchemist with 8 green lamps. In just 3 short days, Lu Ming's mental energy fire had advanced by a whole realm. However, he had only refined a small portion of the 7-colored Taoist's mental energy fire in his spiritual sea. There was still a large portion that had yet to be refined. Spirit Warrior of the Cold War Saber. The 7-colored Taoist was a 7th rank true inscription refiner. At every rank, he had at least 6 spirit lamps lit. How large was his spirit fire? Oh! Although Lu Ming lit up 10 spirit lamps at each level, he was only a 3rd level alchemist previously. He was still far from being a 7th level alchemist. For example, a martial grandmaster realm martial artist and a spirit embryo realm martial artist were worlds apart. Therefore, the spiritual fire of the 7-colored Taoist was still causing Lu Ming's spiritual fire to continue to grow rapidly. Moreover, it contained fragments of the 7-colored Taoist's experience. Lu Ming's experience in alchemy and inscription formations was becoming more and more abundant. Look, there's another palace up ahead. Xian Yanqing suddenly pointed to the front and said in surprise. Lu Ming looked over. Indeed, there was a mountain range in front of him. On one of the mountains there was a palace. Could it be that the 7-colored Taoist has more than one palace? Could it be that all his treasures are hidden in the palace in front? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Obviously, Xian Yanqing had the same guess. Kill. Kill our way over and snatch all the treasures. Dandan shouted. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming turned into 2 streaks of rainbow light and flew in that direction. But not long after they stopped. In front of them there were 2 rays of light, one in front and one behind, speeding towards them. In front of him was a golden sword light. In the sword light was a young man in his 20s. He was extremely handsome and exuded a powerful aura. Obviously, the young man was being chased by a light from behind. The ray of light behind him was an old man. Spiritual practitioner Han Dao. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were shocked to see the old man behind them. The person chasing after him was actually spiritual practitioner Han Dao. But wasn't he trapped in the big array in the square? He had actually escaped and even appeared here. However, looking at the spiritual practitioner Han Dao's aura, he should have been severely injured and was far from his peak state. He was at most at the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier. Kid, hand over the treasure and I'll spare your life. The spiritual being Han Dao shouted. However, the young man had no intention of paying attention to them. He flew forward at top speed and flew past Lu Ming and the others. What? The spiritual practitioner Han Dao was in hot pursuit. He glanced at Lu Ming and was stunned for a moment before he shouted, "Little bastard, it's you! You deserve to die!" With an angry roar, the spirit warrior Han Dao stopped chasing the young man and pounced on Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. His eyes were filled with deep hatred. From this, it could be seen how much he hated Lu Ming. He had directly abandoned the young man. Lu Ming's expression was grave and the infinite dragon spear appeared in his hands. Sky Devil Force Field. Xian Yanqing reached out his hand, and a huge Sky Demon power field covered the spirit warrior. However, the spiritual practitioner Han Dao was indeed powerful. Although he was injured, the vital essence in his body was still extremely powerful. His vital essence burst forth and broke through the Sky Demon force field, charging toward Lu Ming and the other man. Destruction cut! Cut! Xian Yanqing shouted again. Destructive cutting power burst out of the Sky Demon force field. The terrifying cutting power seemed to be able to cut open the space. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao shouted angrily. His body was covered in white ice, which looked like a suit of ice armor. He continued to rush forward. Kill! Lu Ming held the infinite dragon spear and rushed into the Sky Demon power field. The spear's gleam was aimed at the cold saber spiritual practitioner's throat. Lu Ming was not restricted in the slightest in the demonic power field, just like he was outside. The Sky Demon force field was completely under Xian Yanqing's control. Clang! The spiritual practitioner Han Dao slashed his saber and blocked Lu Ming's long spear. Lu Ming's body trembled and he retreated. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao's realm was too high. Even though he was injured, his combat strength was still terrifying. Little bastard, die. You will all die today. The killing intent in the eyes of the spiritual practitioner Han Dao was so strong that it couldn't be dispersed. 3 days ago, he and the red-haired old monster had been trapped in the formation for half a day and had almost died. Fortunately, there were other people who had arrived there and helped them to destroy the foundation of the formation. Although he had managed to escape, he had been severely injured and had yet to fully recover. One could imagine how much he hated Lu Ming and Lin Feng. Boom! Boom! The 9-dragon bloodline and his 2nd bloodline were activated at the same time, and Lu Ming's combat strength increased greatly. 9th level king. Both bloodlines are 9th level king. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao cried out in disbelief as he was almost scared to death. When one's bloodline was activated, it was inevitable that one's bloodline level would be exposed. It was simply unbelievable that both of his bloodlines were king-class 9th level. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. After his blood meridian exploded, his combat strength increased and he charged towards the spiritual practitioner with the frost saber. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao wanted to kill him, so why wouldn't he want to kill him too? Otherwise, it wouldn't feel good to be targeted by such a despicable old monster. Who knew if the other party would do something behind his back? Die! This brat is too terrifying. He must die. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao was even more determined to kill Lu Ming. His blade glowed as he fought with Lu Ming. However, under the influence of the demonic power field, he was greatly affected. It would not be easy for him to defeat Lu Ming. "I'll smash it." Dandan shrank back into the turtle shell and suddenly smashed towards the spirit warrior Han Dao's face. However, Sea of Soul Realm warriors who had comprehended the second-level intent could already control the nature's attributes to form armor that covered their entire body. They rushed over, but they only hit the ice armor on the face of the spirit warrior Han Dao. "Nest, I haven't recovered enough. Otherwise, I would have smashed through that old man's ice layer." Dandan flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder and mumbled, looking for another chance to launch a sneak attack. Whoosh! At this moment, a golden sword light flew over. The golden-robed young man from before had actually returned. Before he had even arrived, a golden sword chi, extremely sharp, cut through the void and slashed towards the spirit warrior Han Dao. "Brat, let's die together." The spiritual practitioner Han Dao shouted angrily, and waved his blade to block the sword light. Buzz! The golden-robed young man appeared in the air and swept his gaze across the room. His eyes finally landed on Lu Ming. "Shura? The king of hell," Lu Ming said. He could tell from this person's aura that he was the king of hell. The other party had obviously recognized him. "How about we join forces? Kill this old man." The king of hell spoke. "Just what I wanted." Lu Ming had a smile on his face. Hell King's combat strength was extremely terrifying. With him, they could fight against the injured spiritual practitioner Han Dao. Golden Light Vibration Sword. King Yama was straightforward and attacked directly. The dazzling golden sword chi emitted an extremely sharp intent, as if it could cut through everything. Hell King had comprehended the metal will, and had reached level 2. The metal will was known for its sharpness. Xian Yanqing's Sky Demon force field naturally did not hinder the King of Hell. At the same time, Lu Ming appeared and thrust his long spear forward. A three-colored true dragon flew out and pounced at the spirit warrior Han Dao. Facing the attacks of the three people, spiritual practitioner Han Dao slashed out blade lights towards the three people. With a loud boom, the two sides were evenly matched. Escaping into the void. Then the spear light, sword light, and saber light rose again and collided fiercely. Oh! Whoosh! Whoosh! Streaks of sword chi and saber chi shot in all directions. One could clearly see with the naked eye that there were traces in the nearby space. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao was injured and suppressed by the Sky Demon force field. On the other hand, Lu Ming and the King of Hell could unleash their full power. For a time, the battle between the four of them was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Boom! 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 At this moment, heaven and earth began to shake. The four of them could feel the Rainbow Island shaking violently, and the shaking was getting more and more intense. Not good. The seven-colored island is about to return to the void. Let's go. In the distance, a martial artist shouted. How do we leave? Fly to the sky. The seven-colored island is covered by the inscription formation. As long as you fly to the sky and break through the inscription formation, you can leave. Hurry. Buzz. An NBSP whoosh. Oh. One could see streaks of light appearing from the mountains and flying into the sky at high speed. The expressions of Lu Ming and the rest changed. However, everyone was in a state of anxiety and no one stopped. If one side stopped and the other side took advantage of the situation to attack, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, the four of them also consciously charged toward the sky, fighting as they flew. After flying for tens of thousands of meters, one could see that there was indeed a light screen above their heads, covering the seven-colored island. In the distance, rainbow lights kept bombarding the light screen, then breaking through it and disappearing. Boom! As the four of them fought, when they reached the edge of the light curtain was naturally pierced through, and the four of them rushed out. Lu Ming appeared outside and realized that he was floating in the air. Not far away, a part of the Rainbow Island had already escaped into the void. The remaining part was also constantly entering the void and would soon disappear. Around the seven-colored island, there were figures that kept flashing and appearing. They were the people who came from the seven-colored island. Clang! Not far away, a dazzling golden light flashed. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the king of hell were closer to each other. He made the first move, wanting to kill one of them first before dealing with Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. How could Lu Ming let him have his way? He took one step with the 9 dragon sky-treading steps and turned into a stream of light. He appeared behind the spiritual practitioner in an instant and directly greeted him with his long spear. Detestable! The king of hell had been on guard against him. His sudden attack did not severely injure the king of hell. On the other hand, Lu Ming's speed and reaction were terrifyingly fast. He arrived immediately, foiling his plan to severely injure the king of hell in one fell swoop. Boom! The next moment, a huge pressure pressed down on Han Dao's body, and Xian Yanqing followed closely behind. This made the spiritual being Han Dao so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Among the 3 of them, Xian Yanqing was the one who gave him the biggest headache. The suppression of the Sky Demon force field, and the sneak attack of the destructive cutting made it impossible for him to use all his strength. Lu Ming and the king of hell were in charge of the fierce attacks. He was confident that he could easily crush and kill any one of them alone, but it would be too difficult to deal with the 3 of them together. This area was boiling with excitement as the battle was extremely intense. The people nearby were all alarmed. That's the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. Who are those 3? He can actually fight with the spiritual practitioner Han Dao? What powerful battle strength. These 3 young men are all peak-tier kings. Unbelievable. Peak-tier kings can actually fight against spirit warrior Han Dao? Azura, Yama and Yaksha. That's right, it's the 3 of them. Their moves are exactly the same. They actually joined forces to fight against the spiritual practitioner with the cold saber. What's going on? Oh my god, it must be the 3 of them. I guess they had a conflict on the seven-colored island. Most of the people around were peak-tier kings, and there were a few Sea of Soul Realm experts. All of them were shocked by this scene. Spiritual warrior Han Dao was a powerful existence at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm. They could see that his aura was weak and he should be injured, but this was already shocking enough. Many people stood in the air and watched from afar. Boom! 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 The seven-colored island continued to sink into the void and soon disappeared. The commotion on the Rainbow Island shook the entire Golden Sand Island. Countless figures flew over and watched in shock as the Rainbow Island was about to disappear. At the same time, they were also shocked by the battle between Lu Ming and the others and the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. Fengchuan, come and help me kill these 3 little bastards. Spiritual warrior Han Dao called out. He called an expert at the 1st level of the spiritual ocean realm who was watching nearby. Fengchuan was an old acquaintance of the Cold Saber spiritual practitioner, but they were not close friends. At that moment, Fengchuan's expression changed. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the king of hell were too powerful. Even if he attacked, he might not be able to kill them in one blow. If they counterattacked, he might die here. Furthermore, the other party was still so young and had shocking potential. If he didn't kill them all, he would have to hide and not dare to appear when the other party broke through to the spirit ocean realm. Therefore, he hesitated and couldn't make a decision. Fengchuan, what are you waiting for? Do you want to die? The spiritual being Han Dao threatened. Fengchuan's expression turned ugly again. Kill! Xian Yanqing shouted and pressed his arm again. A beautiful arm formed. The arm was huge and the palm alone was 10 meters wide. It pressed towards the spirit warrior. This was Xian Yanqing's bloodline martial skill. Gakudopath attack. Golden light tear. Lu Ming and the king of hell also unleashed their strongest attacks. They had to end the battle as soon as possible. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao knew many people, but they were outsiders and didn't know many people. The 3 of them all used their strongest killing moves. The spirit warrior Han Dao's expression changed, and he used all his power to defend. Bang! The 3's power landed on the spiritual being Han Dao's body. The spiritual being Han Dao's blade light was destroyed, and the ice armor covering his body was also not cracked. He screamed and his body flew far away, spitting out a large amount of blood. Kill! Lu Ming and the other two pounced on the spiritual practitioner Han Dao crazily. Cold Blade Storm! An abnormal color flashed across the spiritual practitioner Han Dao's face. He slashed hundreds of times in an instant, aiming at Lu Ming and the other two. Break! The three of them joined hands to destroy the spiritual practitioner's cold blade storm with one strike, and then rushed towards him. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao's face turned pale. He was actually at a disadvantage. If this continued, he would be in danger. At this moment, a scarlet sword chi crossed the void and slashed at Lu Ming and the other two. The three of them were shocked and blocked the sword light, but their bodies could not help but stop. Buzz! An old man in a red robe appeared and stood in front of the spiritual practitioner. It was the red-haired old monster. Haha, ready, you're here. Good, let's kill these three little bastards together. Seeing the crimson old monster, the spiritual being Han Dao was overjoyed. However, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the King of Hell's faces turned grave. The three of them stood side by side, staring at the spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the crimson old monster. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao alone was already hard enough to deal with, and now there was the crimson old monster. The identity of the King of Hell. The red-haired old monster was the same as the spiritual practitioner with the frost saber. He had also been injured in the formation, but the severity of his injuries was unknown. If he had retained his combat strength, which was similar to or even stronger than the spiritual practitioner with the frost saber, they would be in trouble. Oh, but today it was impossible to kill the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the crimson old monster closed in on Lu Ming and the other two. In the surroundings, everyone was watching with rapt attention. They were all extremely curious in their hearts. Would the three geniuses who were like the sun at midday die at the hands of two old monsters? Buzz! At this moment, a golden pagoda appeared on King Yama's body. The golden pagoda emitted a dazzling golden light that was even more dazzling than the sun. The rays of golden light seemed to be extremely sharp sword chi. Golden Light Sword Pagoda. The spiritual warrior Han Dao and the crimson old monster couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the golden pagoda. It's the Golden Light Sword Pagoda. Around him, the others also exclaimed in shock. You're from the Gold Sword sect. The red-haired old monster said with a serious expression. To the west of the chaotic astral ocean, there is a large domain called the Golden Light Domain. In the eastern wastelands, the Golden Light Domain is extremely famous. It's not a small domain, but rather a large domain with extremely terrifying strength. The number one sect in the Golden Light region was the Golden Sword sect. Although the Golden Light region was also under the control of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, and the Golden Sword sect was also a subordinate force of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Golden Sword sect's authority in the Golden Light region was extremely great. It was almost on the same level as the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's branch palace in the Golden Light region. From this, one could see how powerful the Golden Sword sect was. As for the Golden Light Sword Pagoda, it was owned only by the true geniuses of the Golden Sword sect. It was extremely famous and had exposed the fact that the Starry Sea was close to the Golden Light region, so it was natural that he had heard of it. I'm Jian Filiu. The King of Hell slowly reported his name. What? You're Jian Filiu from the Golden Sword sect, the 788th on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. As soon as King Yama finished speaking, the red-haired old monster and the spiritual practitioner Han Dao's expressions changed. A series of exclamations rang out in the surroundings. Hell King was Jian Filiu, who was ranked 788th on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's gazes flickered as well. They had heard of Jian Filiu, who was on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. He was ranked 788th, much stronger than Li Xiaoyun. Old Ghost Cold Saber. Let's just forget about today's matter. The red-haired old monster's expression changed as he spoke to the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. He wasn't afraid of Jianfiliu, but he was afraid of the gold sword sect behind Jianfiliu. What are you afraid of? If we kill them today and find a small island to hide on, will the metal sword sect be able to find us? The spiritual practitioner Han Dao revealed a vicious look and said, moreover, these kids all have precious treasures. We'll split them evenly. Ready, don't be so gutless. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao's eyes were cold. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing entered the hall. When they went in to take a look, it was empty. Even the flood dragon was gone. He speculated that Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing must have obtained the treasure inside. Moreover, his hatred for Lu Ming was too strong. He would not be satisfied if he did not kill Lu Ming. Jianfiliu had gotten the treasure from the other palace, so he didn't want to let them go. The red-haired old monster's expression also changed. He was also very tempted by the treasure that could catch the attention of the spiritual practitioner. Han Bing, if you want to kill us, let's see if you have the ability. You think I don't have life-saving items on me when I'm out adventuring? From another perspective, if I control the Golden Sword Pagoda with all my might, do you think you can stop me? I'm confident that I can kill one of you. Which one of you is here to die? Jianfiliu sneered as he looked at the Ice Spirit Warrior and the Red Monster. The Ice Spirit Warrior and the Red Monster's faces turned ugly. They knew that Jianfiliu was right. Would a heaven's favorite like Jianfiliu not have any life-saving items? The Golden Sword Pagoda was also a famous treasure. With Jianfiliu's cultivation, it was difficult to control it. However, if he was forced to fight to the death, one of them might be killed. Brother Jian, there's no need to waste words with them. I also have something on me. If I use it with all my might, it'll be enough to kill one of them. Lu Ming said coldly. This caused the expressions of the icy spiritual being and the red monster to change again, and they could not help but retreat a distance. They had no choice but to believe that Lu Ming was telling the truth. Lu Ming was so young and his combat strength was not inferior to Jianfiliu's. He was definitely from a major force. It was very possible that he had a treasure on him to protect himself. Moreover, there was still Xian Yanqing. They began to hesitate. This was the advantage of being a powerful force. It was not something that these itinerant cultivators could compare to. Lu Ming looked at the spiritual practitioner Han Dao and the crimson old monster coldly. What he said just now was half true and half false. He did have a killer move, which was the Thunder Cauldron. However, if he used the Thunder Cauldron, he would be at the mercy of others. In such an environment, Lu Ming did not intend to use the Thunder Cauldron at all. He only said it to scare the Cold Saber spiritual practitioner and the crimson old monster. In my opinion, let's just forget about today's matter. After pondering for a while, the red-haired old monster spoke. Obviously, he didn't dare to gamble with his life. Spiritual practitioner Han Dao's expression was unsightly, and he was very unwilling. However, since the crimson old monster had retreated, he could not do anything to Lu Ming and the others. If he was not careful, he might even be killed by them. You little bastards, just wait until I recover from my injuries and see how I'll kill you. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao roared in his heart. If he was in his prime, he was absolutely confident that he could kill Lu Ming and Jianfiliu before they could use their secret treasures. Let's go. The spiritual practitioner Han Dao glanced at Lu Ming and the others. He and the crimson old monster turned into two streaks of light and flew into the distance, disappearing from this place. Boom! 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 At this moment, the seven-colored island had completely disappeared into the void. The void had returned to its calm state. How should I address you? I really admire your cultivation and battle strength. Jianfiliu kept the Golden Sword Pagoda and cupped his fists at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. I'm Lu Ming. Lu Ming also cupped his fists and smiled. Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing said coldly. Lu Ming? Xian Yanqing? Jianfiliu thought for a while. Apparently, he had never heard of these two people. Then he smiled bitterly and said, I've heard that many geniuses and proud sons of heaven have emerged in this golden age. It seems it's true. I've met geniuses who are on the same level as those on the list of top 1,000 talents along the way. There are more than 5 of them now. No wonder the Secret Chamber of Commerce didn't release a new list when it was time for the list to be updated. I guess there are too many new geniuses, and it's hard for the Chamber of Commerce to control all of them. Lu Ming nodded. He was puzzled too. The list of top 1,000 talents would be updated once every 2 years. According to the time, the 2 years should have passed. However, the new list of top 1,000 talents had not been updated. It was obviously related to the current era. The Great Era was coming, and the geniuses were rising. Although the Secret Chamber of Commerce was powerful, it was difficult to control all of them. If he wanted to know how many geniuses there were, he could only wait until the Battle of Providence began. Spirit Ring. Jian Filiu showed off his abilities in battle, but he was still very easygoing. Moreover, when they were on the Rainbow Island, he could have taken the opportunity to escape, but he turned around to help Lu Ming and the rest deal with the spiritual practitioner Han Dao. His character was not bad and Lu Ming had a good impression of him. Xian Yanqing stood at the side and did not say anything. Lu Ming chatted with Jian Filiu for a while before Jian Filiu bade him farewell. Brother Lu, Monsieur, we can't stay on the Golden Sand Island for long. If the spiritual practitioner Han Dao recovers, he will definitely not let you go. I plan to leave the Golden Sand Island. What about you? Jian Filiu said. Yes, we are too. Lu Ming nodded. All right then, see you again if we're fated. Jian Filiu cupped his fists and disappeared. Let's go. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing looked at each other and left the place. News of this battle was bound to spread, and it would spread even further. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were indeed planning to leave Golden Sand Island. During this period of time, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing had gained a lot. They needed to find a quiet place to digest their gains. Xian Yanqing's destruction in Tent Realm and Wind in Tent Realm were about to merge successfully. She needed to find a place to seclude herself and break through in one go. As for Lu Ming, he had yet to take a good look at the prison-suppressing heavenly art that he had obtained from the prison-suppressing steel. Also, the 7-colored Taoist's mental energy fire was constantly being refined. He needed to go into seclusion for a period of time to properly digest it. The two of them flew toward the west of the Golden Sand Island. Soon, they crossed the entire Golden Sand Island and arrived at the western seaside. Lu Ming's hand moved and a map appeared in his hand. This is the map of the chaotic astral ocean that he bought on Golden Sand Island. On the map, there is an ocean with countless stars in it. Those are islands. Golden Sand Island was relatively close to the east. After a while, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing rose into the air and flew west. They planned to find an uninhabited island and cultivate in seclusion for a while. After Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing left, Jian Filiu appeared on the other side of the sea. With a move of his hand, a metal box appeared. On the metal box, inscriptions circulated and sealed the metal box. I got this from the palace on the Rainbow Island. It's marked with the words, "Secret key to the Martial Emperor's treasure." I wonder if it's real? Jian Filiu murmured as his eyes glowed. The words "Martial Emperor's treasure" were too attractive. Regardless of whether it's real or fake, it must be extraordinary since it's in the 7-colored Taoist collection. Unfortunately, there's an inscription formation sealing it. It looks like I'll have to spend some time to open the seal. After saying that, Jian Filiu put away the iron box and flew out of the Great Sea, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were extremely fast. After flying for 2 days, they finally found a deserted island. The deserted island was not big, with a radius of less than 100 miles, and no one lived there. The two of them landed on the deserted island and sorted out the things they had obtained on the Rainbow Island. And NBSP. He had obtained quite a few things this time. Supreme-grade spirit crystals, cultivation techniques, and even intent crystals were quite abundant. Spirit herbs were the most abundant. The two of them split it evenly, then each found a place and began to cultivate in seclusion. Dandan, take advantage of this time to inscribe inscriptions above level 4. Also, give me some inscription arrays. I have time to study them. In Dandan's mind, who knew how many inscriptions and inscription formations she had mastered, so she naturally had to make good use of them. Exchange it with spirit herbs. Dandan took the opportunity to ask for spirit herbs. Take it. Lu Ming took out a handful of level 5 spiritual medicine and threw it to Dandan. On the Rainbow Island, Lu Ming had obtained a lot of spirit herbs and was rich. Dandan took the spirit herb and ran off to inscribe inscriptions. Lu Ming sat cross-legged, his mind sinking into his sea of consciousness. In his sea of consciousness, 10 green spirit lamps were burning. That's right. Lu Ming had lit up 10 green spirit lamps over the past few days, and had reached the perfect stage of a 4th-level alchemist. Next, he was going to break through to become a 5th-rank inscriber. Becoming a 5th-rank alchemist was a hurdle. Once crossed, there would be a qualitative change. A true alchemist would have terrifying combat power. Lu Ming activated the meditation of the Dark God. The core flowing flame in his sea of consciousness burned even more fiercely, continuously refining the mental fire of the 7-colored Taoist. The spiritual fire of the 7-colored Taoist had already shrunk, but there was still a lot left. In the near future, Lu Ming's mental energy would still advance by leaps and bounds. An NBSP, hoo. Wisps of mental energy fire floated down and fused with Lu Ming's own mental energy fire. His mental energy fire grew stronger and stronger. 3 hours later, the 10 green mind lamps suddenly went out. Then on the first mind lamp, a wisp of flame slowly appeared. It was a green flame. Green mental fire, a level 5 alchemist. Boom! The moment the green flame appeared, Lu Ming's mind shook and there was a loud rumble. Buzz! At this moment, 5 halos of 5 colors suddenly appeared above Lu Ming's head. At the bottom was a red ring of light. On the ring of light, there were 10 evenly distributed dots that emitted a bright light like the stars. Counting from the bottom to the top, the second halo was orange and also had 10 dots. It was extremely resplendent. The third halo was yellow and also had 10 dots. The fourth halo was green and also had 10 dots. Only the fifth light ring was different. It was green, but there was only 1 dot on it. Spirit ring. Lu Ming's heart stirred. As long as an inscriber reached level 5, they would have a spirit ring. Each color of the spirit ring represented the corresponding level. For example, the bottommost ring represented a 1st-level alchemist, and the 10 points on top represented the number of spirit lamps lit. In the first 4 levels, Lu Ming had lit up 10 mental lamps, hence there were 10 bright spots. If he only lit up 5 lamps at a certain level, there would only be 5 bright spots. The spiritual ring could clearly show the cultivation state of an inscriber. With a thought, he put away the spirit ring. Immediately, Lu Ming's mind sank into the green mental energy fire. Boom! In an instant, Lu Ming's mental energy extended out of his body and flew out, floating in the air. At this moment, the entire world was colorful in his eyes. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Lu Ming could clearly sense the various colors, heaven and earth attributes and energies. What a wonderful feeling! Lu Ming was extremely curious. His mental energy continued to extend out. However, the further it went, the weaker the energy Lu Ming felt. Let's test the power of the Great Inscription Formation. Lu Ming's mind returned and he stood up. Ta! Ta! He stomped on the ground and runes appeared on the ground. These runes intersected and gathered, forming an inscription formation. Bang! As Lu Ming took his last step, a combat sword flew out of the formation and slashed at a mound. Bang! The mound was split in half. As expected, an inscription formation can channel the power of heaven and earth to unleash a powerful attack. Is this what a true rank 5 inscriber is? It's indeed wonderful. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Comprehending the 4th force. He had just stepped into level 5 and had only lit 1 lamp of mind. Later on, the more lamps of mind he lit, the more powerful inscription arrays he would be able to master, and the more powerful his attack power would be. Oh, the big array that Lu Ming had just carved was only a level 3 array, and its attack power was limited. The combat strength of an inscription master was related to the strength of their mental energy fire, but it was also greatly related to the inscription formation they mastered. The stronger one's mental energy fire was, the more heaven and earth power one could control. The more powerful the formation was, the more terrifying its power would be. The seven-color Taoist's mental energy fire has some experience. He even has alchemy techniques and the Tao of array formations. However, it's too complicated now. I'll sort it out after I refine all of his mental energy fire. Now I'll just wait for the inscriptions and the array. Before that, I'll put the Tao of inscription aside. In any case, the earth core flowing flame was refining the seven-colored Taoist's mental energy fire at all times. His mental energy fire was becoming stronger at all times, so he didn't need to care about it now. Prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming planned to study the second bloodline prison-suppressing steel and the prison-suppressing heaven technique. With a thought, the prison-suppressing steel appeared. Prison-guarding steel, what is it suppressing? The nine hells? Lu Ming smiled faintly. The fog in front of the prison-suppressing steel had dispersed, but the other places were still shrouded in fog, looking very mysterious. What? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly realized that he could feel an extremely heavy feeling lingering in his heart. It was extremely clear. This is the earth? Yes, this is the earth force. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He stepped on the ground and slowly, he seemed to have become one with the earth. Earth force, yes, this is the earth force. The prison-suppressing steel is really amazing. It can actually let me feel the earth force so clearly. Lu Ming knew very well that this was all because of the prison-suppressing steel. In the past, he did not have such a feeling when he was standing on the ground. However, he had it now. It seemed that the prison-suppressing steel was very compatible with the earth. Lu Ming had a feeling that as long as he wanted to comprehend the earth force now, he would be able to do so very quickly and master it. Do I need to comprehend it? Lu Ming was a little hesitant. Once he comprehended earth force, the force he could control, and even the heaven-earth intent realm would become 4 types. His cultivation speed would definitely become slower. The more intense one comprehended, the greater the repelling force would be, and the harder it would be to cultivate. Lu Ming had to consider it. Let's take a look at the prison-suppressing heavenly art first before considering. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The information about the prison-suppressing heaven technique appeared in his mind. During this period of time, he had not properly looked at the prison-suppressing heaven technique. Instantly, all the information related to the prison-suppressing heaven technique reverberated in Lu Ming's mind. After more than an hour, Lu Ming opened his eyes. What a wondrous martial technique! Lu Ming's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Without a doubt, the prison-suppressing heaven art was a martial skill and a bloodline martial skill. However, it was very different from other martial skills. First of all, the prison-suppressing heavenly art did not have any fixed moves. It was more like a battle technique. After successfully cultivating it, one could use the power of the bloodline to suppress everything with the power of the prison-suppressing steel in every punch, palm, and even kick. The power was extremely terrifying. When one reached the highest level, not only could they use their hands and feet, but every part of their body could be used for battle. Their back and shoulders could contain the power of the prison-suppressing steel and release terrifying attacks, turning them into killing weapons. Also, the prison-suppressing heavenly art didn't have a specific grade, and it had a lot to do with bloodline power. The stronger the bloodline power, the more powerful the prison-suppressing steel would be. If a 9th-level king bloodline was awakened, the power of the prison suppression heavenly art could barely reach the power of the first level of a low-tier demigod martial technique. If a first-level divine bloodline was awakened, the power of the prison suppression heavenly art could even reach the power of the 6th level of a low-tier demigod martial technique. Demigod level. Lu Ming's eyes glowed brightly. For others, the level of the bloodline that they could awaken was fixed. However, Lu Ming could keep on advancing. This martial arts technique was simply too suitable for him. However, the prison-suppressing heaven technique had a requirement, which was to use the earth mentality as the main force to unleash the strongest power. This was because the earth mentality was the most compatible with the prison-suppressing steel. Looks like I still need to comprehend earth force. Lu Ming's lips curled into a bitter smile. However, Lu Ming made a decision very quickly. He would comprehend it. Comprehending the momentum of the earth and the will of the earth would greatly increase his combat strength. Moreover, if he were to integrate the will of the earth into the Dragon God's three absolutes in the future, the Dragon God's three absolutes would transform into a low-grade demigod martial technique. It could be said to be killing three birds with one stone. Lu Ming went through the details of the prison-suppressing heavenly technique in his mind in detail. Then the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline emerged. Lu Ming planned to start comprehending the force of the earth. When he had some mastery over it, he would combine it with the force of the earth and cultivate the prison-suppressing heavenly technique together. He took out the path-understanding ancient tree and placed it beside him. Lu Ming's mind became extremely clear. He seemed to have become one with the ground. He seemed to see the island going all the way down to the bottom of the ocean, merging with the endless earth. A feeling of heaviness, magnificence, vastness, and vicissitudes rippled in Lu Ming's heart. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming's body also exuded a heavy, grand, vast, and ancient feeling. Earth Force Elementary Level. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. He suddenly stood up and struck out with his palm. Boom! This palm seemed to be extremely heavy, as if it could crush space. There was an explosion and Lu Ming stopped. He frowned and muttered, "No again." At this moment, he was cultivating the prison-suppressing heaven technique. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming used his palm, his fist, and his fingers at times, slashing at the air continuously. Just like that, Lu Ming cultivated for 3 consecutive days. 3 days later, every time he struck out with his palm, it was as if his palm contained a huge mountain, causing the air to rumble and explode. After cultivating for more than 10 minutes, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. After 3 days of cultivation, the prison-suppressing heaven technique could be considered to be at the beginner level. However, Lu Ming could only use it with his hands now. There was still a long way to go before he could use it with his feet. As for using it with his entire body, the distance was even greater. For the past few days, Lu Ming did not continue to comprehend Earth Force. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the Earth Force was still at a low level to integrate it into the other 3 intents. Otherwise, when the Earth Force was at a high level, it would be even more difficult to integrate. The stronger the fire, the stronger the rejection. Let's go and see how Little Qing's cultivation is going. Lu Ming walked to the other side of the island. Xian Yanqing was cultivating on the other side of the island. When they arrived at the other side of the island, they saw Xian Yanqing standing by the shore, frowning in deep thought. Closed-door cultivation. Little Qing, have you encountered any problems in your cultivation? Oh. Lu Ming walked over and stood side by side with Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing's dress and black hair fluttered in the sea breeze. At this moment, Xian Yanqing looked like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. I don't know why. The destruction intent and the wind intent are always lacking a little and can't be combined. Xian Yanqing said. Could it be that the destruction intent is too strong so the rejection force is stronger? Lu Ming made a guess. Not bad. Xian Yanqing nodded. Indeed, it was as Lu Ming had guessed. The will of destruction was an extremely powerful and terrifying will. It could destroy everything and was even more powerful than the star will of the Saint Stars. As for the wind concept, it was one of the 9 commonly seen concepts. Compared to the destruction concept, there was still a gap. Hence, it was even more difficult to fuse them. This was like a poor man and a rich man trying to become friends. It was very difficult. However, it was much easier for 2 poor people or 2 rich people to become friends. The destruction intent realm was equivalent to the rich, while the wind intent realm was equivalent to the poor. They were on different levels, and to put it more accurately, it was the destruction intent realm which disdained to merge with the wind intent realm. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then said, Little Qing, try to use this to comprehend. He waved his hand, and the path-understanding ancient tree appeared on the ground. At first, Xian Yanqing was stunned, but after sensing it, her expression changed drastically. As she sensed it more carefully, her expression became more and more interesting. Could this be the legendary path understanding ancient tree? Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming, his voice trembling. His eyes were filled with disbelief. That's right. I'm lucky to have obtained a withered branch of the path understanding ancient tree. I didn't think that it would actually sprout. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You're showing me such a valuable thing. Aren't you afraid that I'll have evil thoughts and take it away? Xian Yanqing blinked his big eyes and looked at Lu Ming. Will you? Lu Ming smiled. Poochie. Xian Yanqing laughed out loud. At this moment, her smile was extremely bright and happy. Her beautiful eyes blinked as she stared at Lu Ming, as if she wanted to carve him into her heart. How is it? Are you very touched and are you going to devote your life to me? I'm not ready yet. Lu Ming said with a smile. Promise your head. Humph. Lend me this path understanding ancient tree for 2 days. Xian Yanqing's mouth twitched, and his eyes flashed. Since you're so sincere, I'll reward you. With that, Xian Yanqing suddenly stood on his tiptoes and kissed Lu Ming on the cheek. Then, with a flushed face, he hugged the pill furnace that was planted with the ancient tree of enlightenment and ran to the side to cultivate. Hee. Lu Ming touched the spot where Xian Yanqing had kissed him and smiled foolishly. Brat, why did you come here? You made this lord search for you. Dandan's voice was heard. It strode with its short legs and ran wildly in the air, flying toward Lu Ming. Have you finished carving the inscription and inscription formation? Lu Ming looked at Dandan. Yes, it's done. I'm so tired, but let me tell you, my cultivation is limited. The highest I can inscribe is level 5 inscriptions, and some level 5 inscription arrays. I can't do anything higher. I need to recover more first. Dandan spat out more than 10 jade tokens and handed them to Lu Ming. Only level 5. Lu Ming muttered. Little brat, I'm telling you, don't underestimate my inscription and inscription formation. I have mastered many inscriptions and inscription formations that you don't have here. They are all very rare and powerful. Many of the formations are not inferior to those level 6 formations. With your spiritual power, the power you can exert is definitely not weaker than ordinary level 6 formations. Dandan explained proudly. Oh, seeing that you've worked so hard, these spirit herbs are your reward. Lu Ming took out some level 5 spiritual herbs and threw them to Dandan. Dandan gritted her teeth. With its status, why did it need others to reward it? It was always the one who rewarded others. Now, Lu Ming, this young fellow, actually took out a few level 5 spiritual herbs and said that it was a reward. This made Dandan so angry that her turtle shell fluctuated. What's wrong? Don't. Lu Ming said. Yes, of course I want it. Dandan hurriedly put away the spirit herbs, warning herself in her heart that she had no choice but to lower her head when she was under the roof. Then he ran away happily. Lu Ming took out the jade card that Dandan gave him and started to read it. Some were level 4 and level 5 inscriptions, while some were all kinds of inscriptions and formations. After Lu Ming read it, he began to comprehend it. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Xian Yanqing returned the path understanding ancient tree to Lu Ming. How is it? Any gains? Lu Ming asked. I've gained something. Come, let's fight. I need strong pressure. Xian Yanqing said. That's exactly what I want. I was just looking for you to fight. Lu Ming smiled, and the earth's force emanated from his body. He also wanted to fight Xian Yanqing and combine the earth force with the other 3 intents. Xian Yanqing's eyes widened and he exclaimed, Earth force? You've actually comprehended earth force again. Yeah, there's no other way. Lu Ming sighed softly. What a freak. Xian Yanqing mumbled. Lu Ming was speechless. Boom! Boom! After a while, deafening rumbles sounded on the island. In the sky above the island, 2 figures kept clashing, and the sky kept shaking. After exchanging a few hundred moves, the 2 of them stopped and began to comprehend. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Every day, the 2 of them would take out a period of time to fight to promote the fusion of intent. In the rest of his time, Lu Ming would cultivate the prison-suppressing heaven technique, comprehend and cultivate various inscriptions, and fight with inscriptions. Lu Ming had gained a lot. He was improving every day. He was already able to inscribe many inscriptions and inscription formations that Dandan had given him. As for the prison-suppressing heaven technique, Lu Ming had already cultivated it to his feet. Every punch, palm and kick of Lu Ming seemed to contain a prison-suppressing steel that suppressed everything. However, using the prison-suppressing heavenly art really consumed too much true yuan. Lu Ming's essential core was much more vigorous than other martial artists of the same realm. However, it still consumed a lot of energy and he could not sustain many moves. He would use more than half of his primeval essence after a few moves. It should be known that even Sea of Soul Realm experts rarely had low-grade demigod-level martial skills. Many low-level Sea of Soul Realm experts had cultivated high-level heaven-level martial skills. Some unaffiliated cultivators who were poorer still cultivated heaven-level lower-class martial arts techniques. Normally, only high-level Sea of Soul Realm experts could fully unleash the power of low-grade demigod martial techniques. The prison-suppressing heavenly art can be my trump card. I'll try not to use it often. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. As for the Earth Force, its fusion with the other three intents was also progressing very quickly. It was only a little bit away. After all, Lu Ming had the experience from the previous 2 times. In addition, the Earth Force was still very weak. It would be faster to merge it. As for Xian Yanqing, after such a long period of cultivation, he finally managed to merge the destruction and wind concepts successfully. Xian Yanqing's combat strength increased rapidly. The power of the fusion of the destruction and wind concepts shocked Lu Ming. On this day, the key to the Martial Emperor's treasure finally changed. 9 keys appear at once. Lu Ming, the last key to the Martial Emperor's treasure has finally appeared. Oh! Xian Yanqing flew over with a small jade sword in his hand. Lu Ming's hand moved and a jade sword appeared. At this moment, the 9 patterns on the hilt all lit up. They flickered with a dazzling light. Lu Ming was also excited. The 9 keys had finally appeared. This meant that the Martial Emperor's treasure was about to be opened. Let's pour in our true qi and see what changes there are, Lu Ming said. Xian Yanqing nodded. Together with Lu Ming, they poured their vital essence into the jade sword. The jade sword trembled slightly. Then a map appeared in the air. There's a change. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The map started to change. Slowly the dot enlarged. Lu Ming and the rest realized that the map of the chaotic astral ocean was getting bigger and bigger in front of their eyes. On the map, there was still a point that pointed to a certain place. As the map changes, all the other regions on the edge of the map have disappeared. Only the chaotic astral ocean is left on the entire map. That point points to a sea region to the north of the chaotic astral ocean. Their eyes lit up. Apparently, that was where the treasures of Martial Emperor were. Everyone, can you hear me? At this moment, a voice came from the 2 jade swords. The voice was rough and sounded like a middle-aged man's. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were shocked. Why was there a sound? Could it be the artifact spirit of the jade sword, or the sound that was sealed inside when the jade sword was being refined? But at this moment, another voice was heard. Who are you? From the voice, it seemed to be a young man. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing looked at each other. It did not seem to be what they had thought. Everyone, you must have obtained the key to the Martial Emperor's treasure, right? I'm one of them. The rough voice began to speak again. What a magical formation. It can actually transmit messages to each other. It seems like the 9 keys already have an owner. At this moment, an old voice was heard. It seemed to be an old man, Yu Ming. That's right, the 9 jade swords can communicate with each other. Where are you now? We already know about the location of the treasure, so we should head over to open it. The rough voice continued. I've arrived in the chaotic astral ocean long ago. Old Oyu's voice sounded. I'm also in the chaotic astral ocean. The young voice rang out. I'm also in the chaotic astral ocean. At this moment, another voice was heard. It was a new voice, very young. Xian Yanqing and Lu Ming's expressions changed slightly when they heard the figure. They were familiar with the voice. Jian Filiu, that's right, it was Jian Filiu's voice. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He activated his essential core and poured it into the sword. The King of Hell? The voice from the jade sword went silent. After a while it said, Shura. His voice was filled with surprise. Not bad, Lu Ming said. This time he was sure that the other party was really Jian Filiu. They didn't call each other by their real names. The martial emperor's treasure was a matter of great importance. They couldn't reveal this information now. It seems that some of you know each other. What a coincidence. Is anyone still here? I'm also in the chaotic astral ocean. Where are the others? A rough voice sounded. After that, there was a moment of silence. A moment later, another voice was heard. I'm in the chaotic astral ocean. I'm here too. Two new voices rang out in succession. In this way, a total of 7 voices were heard. Xian Yanqing didn't speak. Other than him, there was only one other person. Everyone, I estimate that there's still half a month's journey left. Everyone, why don't you wait for me at the treasure trove first? At this moment, a clear and melodious voice was heard. It was a woman's voice. She sounded very young and a little timid. Half a month? All right, we'll go over and wait for you. A rough voice sounded. Wait a minute. Let's discuss this first. The martial emperor's treasure is of great importance. No matter if it's real or fake, we can't reveal it. You guys didn't leak it, did you? Old Oyu's voice sounded. No. It's about the martial emperor's treasure. How could I tell anyone? I'm the only one. The others chimed in. That's good. Let's meet at the location of the treasure. Old Oyu's voice was heard, and then there was no other sound. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing retracted their essential core, and the map disappeared. Lu Ming, what do you think? Xian Yanqing asked. We can't trust these people completely. Who knows if they've brought other people with them? We can go to the treasure ground first, but we can't show our slaviers. Lu Ming said. I think so too, Xian Yanqing nodded. Although he didn't know whether it was true or not, it was still a serious matter concerning the martial emperor's treasure. Therefore he had better be careful. Let's go. It's a long journey from here to our destination. Xian Yanqing said. Lu Ming nodded and called Dandan. The two of them rose into the air and flew in the direction indicated on the map. After flying for half a month, they finally got close to the sea. The two of them looked at the map and concealed their auras. They flew high in the sky and looked down. It should be that small island. Lu Ming pointed to a small island in front of him. That small island was the location indicated on the map. There were 9 huge stone pillars on the island. They were like mountain peaks, but not a blade of grass grew on them. Moreover, the 9 stone pillars were like 9 combat swords pointing straight up. Lu Ming, look. There's someone there. Xian Yanqing whispered. Lu Ming looked over. Indeed, there was a figure sitting cross-legged on one of the sword-like stone pillars. From a distance, he looked like a middle-aged man. He's alone. Let's find an island nearby to settle down and act according to the situation, Lu Ming said in a low voice. Xian Yanqing nodded. They had to be careful. Other than Jian Filiu, no one else knew who the other masters of the martial emperor's treasure were. They didn't know their cultivation or background. If a high-level spirit ocean or spirit embryo realm expert came, and they appeared rashly, the other party would attack and kill them. Then if they went out rashly, wouldn't that be courting death? The two of them retreated and found a small island 10,000 miles away. They landed on it. They planned to cultivate while waiting for an opportunity. During the half a month of travel, they did not neglect their cultivation. In their minds, they constantly comprehended various martial skills. Lu Ming, in particular, was more familiar with the use of various inscriptions and inscription arrays. Moreover, the 7-color Taoist mental energy fire was almost completely refined. Lu Ming had already lit 10 green mental energy lamps. Great circle of the 5th level alchemist. Every level was perfected. The amount of energy consumed was terrifying. The seven-colored Taoist's mental energy fire could only help him up to this point. He was almost done refining. Lu Ming could only rely on himself if he wanted to break through to level 6. Chapter 688, Falling into a Trap. However, Lu Ming was already very satisfied. Even Lu Ming himself did not know how powerful the complete level 5 mental fire, in addition to the inscription arrays given to him by Dandan, could be. However, it was definitely stronger than his martial arts battle prowess. The seven-colored Taoist experience and knowledge of the Tao of inscription were integrated into Lu Ming's mind along with the mental energy fire. These were precious treasures. They were the seven-colored Taoist's 1,000 years of experience in cultivating the Tao of inscription. However, Lu Ming still needed to spend some time to master it if he wanted to use it for himself. The two of them landed on the island and cultivated while waiting. 2 days later, Lu Ming secretly went to the small island to take a look and discovered that there was an additional person. A young man was sitting cross-legged on another stone pillar. Lu Ming did not show himself. He returned to the island. At this moment there was movement in the jade sword. Lu Ming took it out and injected his essential core into it. A sound was heard. "Everyone, I've arrived at my destination. Brother Lu is with me. When will you arrive?" A rough voice sounded. It should be the burly man. "I'm on my way, let's wait a few days." Oldo Yu's voice sounded. "Me too." Lu Ming replied in the same way. The other voices also gave similar answers. "Everyone, I've already arrived at the chaotic astral ocean, but it'll still take me 10 days to reach my destination. I'm really sorry." The timid voice sounded. "It's fine to wait for a few more days, but let's set a rule. Those who come to meet us should show their jade swords. This way, both sides can prove their identity to avoid any misunderstandings." The rough voice said. "All right, I have no objections." "That's good." A series of voices sounded. Xian Yanqing remained silent. One reason was that Xian Yanqing didn't like to talk. Another reason was that they didn't want to reveal one jade sword. It might be useful at a critical moment. Lu Ming kept the jade sword and continued cultivating. He was able to integrate the seven-colored Taoist experience very quickly, and his understanding and application of the Tao of inscriptions were advancing at a tremendous pace. Of course, all inscription masters lean towards different directions. Some lean towards forging, some lean towards refining pills, some lean towards creating talismans, and some lean towards formations. The seven-colored Taoist's focus was on alchemy, followed by formations. Lu Ming's knowledge and experience in refining pills increased rapidly. Of course, his array technique also improved very quickly. On the island, Lu Ming's footsteps were continuous. Without a sound, the ground was covered with inscriptions. At the same time, he waved his hands and inscriptions flashed in the air, flying into the surrounding trees and rocks. After a while, he stopped. "Boy, your luck is really enviable. A perfected level 5, the seven-colored Taoist's experience, and your abnormal talent in inscription. Now you're completely a qualified true inscription master." On the side, Dandan sighed endlessly. It was not easy to get Dandan's praise. After all, Lu Ming had only been in contact with the Tao of inscription for a short period of time, and his foundation was lacking. Although the cultivation of the mental energy fire was very fast, other things could not make up for it. A large amount of time was needed to accumulate. However, now that Lu Ming had integrated the seven-colored Taoist experience, he skipped this step. His experience, mental energy fire, and other aspects were on par. Of course, this was an opportunity that could not be replicated. The seven-colored Taoist had rushed into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness on his own in an attempt to occupy Lu Ming's body. Other inscriers would not do the same and rush into other people's sea of consciousness. Lu Ming happened to have the earth core flowing flame and the underworld god visualization method. With his achievements in the Tao of inscription, Lu Ming put more effort into the cultivation of martial arts. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Every 2 days, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing would go to the island to observe. There were more and more people on the island. There were already 5 people there. Even the timid woman had arrived. Everyone's almost here, let's go meet them, Lu Ming said. Those 5 people had been living together in peace these few days, so there shouldn't be any problems. All right, Xian Yanqing nodded. The 2 of them headed towards the island. Soon they were approaching the island. The 2 of them did not hide their whereabouts. When they arrived, the 5 people on the island naturally discovered them. Who are you? One of the burly men spoke in a rough voice. Lu Ming's hand moved and a crystal jade sword appeared. The other 5's eyes lit up, and a jade sword appeared in each of their hands. Sir, I've said before that you're not allowed to tell anyone else. What do you mean by bringing one person here? The burly man's face turned cold. The others' expressions turned cold as they looked at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. She's my wife. Why? I can't even bring my wife? Lu Ming held Xian Yanqing's hand and smiled. Xian Yanqing's face turned red and he gritted his teeth. This guy took advantage of him again. However, under such circumstances, she could not deny it and let Lu Ming hold her hand. Wife. The burly man's eyes flashed. Since she's my wife, I think she should be fine. A timid voice sounded. The owner of this voice was a young woman. She was very beautiful and looked very weak. However, from her aura she seemed to be a peak-tier king. All right, since that's the case, brother, please come to the island, the burly man said. Lu Ming nodded. He pulled Xian Yanqing along and landed on the island. Step by step, they walked towards a stone pillar in the center of the island. No one noticed that every time Lu Ming took a step, there would be a faint light flashing at the place where his feet touched the ground. Soon they were approaching the stone pillar, but at this moment something strange happened. The 5 people on the stone pillar moved in a flash and surrounded Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing from 5 different directions. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's expressions changed slightly. Everyone, what is the meaning of this? Lu Ming's gaze swept the surroundings. It's simple. Hand over your jade sword. The burly man sneered. So you want my jade sword? But even if I give it to you, it's not enough for you to share. Lu Ming said. Haha kid, you don't need to divide us. We're from the same force, so why do you need to divide us? Old Oyu sneered. However, Lu Ming's heart sank. This was because Old Oyu's voice was clearly not the same person as the voice he had heard from the jade sword. Have you noticed? During this period of time they all came and then they all died. The delicate woman spoke, but at this time she didn't feel timid, and her voice was very cold. Trap, everything was a trap. Lu Ming's mind was spinning rapidly. The others are all dead. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he said coldly. That's right. Kid, let me tell you. We already have 2 jade swords. That's why senior brother Zhong Mo and I put on an act. I've actually arrived a long time ago, but I said I wasn't. I just wanted to lower your guard. The delicate-looking woman sneered, as if she was very proud. The senior brother Zhong Mo he was referring to was the burly man with the rough voice. No wonder it was only the 2 of them who had been talking earlier. No one else had spoken. Once the others opened their mouths, they would have been exposed. Boom! Boom! The auras of the 5 of them exploded and locked onto Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Chapter 689, Breaking Out of the Encirclement. Apart from the weak woman who was a peak-tier king, the others were all at the spiritual ocean tier. Oh, the strongest was the burly man, who had reached the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. Bang! Bang! At this moment, 7 to 8 figures suddenly flew out from the surrounding soil. Why are you talking so much nonsense? There are only 2 jade swords left. Kill them directly and don't let the last one with the jade sword discover you. Finish the battle quickly and clean up the scene. One of the white-haired and white-bearded elders spoke. His body emitted a powerful cultivation, the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. This elder had a cultivation at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. These people were all from the same force. It was obvious that the people who had come here before had been killed by them in a thunderous manner. That was why Lu Ming had not noticed them even after coming here several times. Is Jin Filiu also dead? Lu Ming had an idea. It was a pity that such a genius had died in the hands of these people. Wait a minute. I can give you the jade sword, but you have to let us go. Lu Ming shouted, pulling Xian Yanqing and moving to the side. Every time he moved, a faint light would enter the ground under his feet. All right, hand over the jade swords of your own accord, and I can consider sparing your lives. The burly man sneered. The others revealed mocking smiles. This kid was really naive. How could they possibly go around them? Lu Ming scanned his surroundings. These people were all experts. Of the 7 that appeared later, 2 were peak king tiers, and the other 5 were all experts of the spiritual ocean tier. The strongest was naturally that white-haired elder, who was at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. He was definitely someone from a big force. This force was stronger than the entire Golden Sand Island. Lu Ming's mind was racing. He moved his hand and the jade sword appeared in his hand. Senior, I'll leave it to you. Lu Ming's essential core exploded and the jade sword in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning, shooting towards the white-haired elder at an extremely fast speed. The white-haired old man subconsciously reached out to take it. This was the moment that Lu Ming wanted. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming suddenly took 2 steps on the ground. Instantly, the ground glowed with a brilliant light. Countless inscriptions burst out and turned into 2 combat swords, slashing toward the south. There were only 2 first-level spiritual ocean tier martial artists in the south. Out of the 4 directions, that side was the weakest. Lu Ming wanted to break out of the encirclement to the south. Damn it, inscription formation. When did he inscribe the inscription formation? A furious roar rang out, and everyone exploded with a powerful aura. But he was still too late. Poochie! How could those 2 Sea of Soul Realm experts have thought that 2 mere peak tier kings would dare to attack and inscribe a large inscription formation without them knowing? He wanted to block it in a hurry, but he could only use 50% of his strength. It was cut in half by 2 combat swords. Let's go. Lu Ming hugged Xian Yanqing's waist and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps to rush south. In the blink of an eye, they were already 10 miles away. Damn it! Where do you think you're going? The white-haired elder caught the jade sword and let out an angry roar. He pointed his finger at Lu Ming. A finger force crossed the distance of 10 miles in an instant and was aimed at Lu Ming's heart. Fast, too fast and terrifyingly powerful. The 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier was simply too powerful. Sky Devil Force Field. Destroy. Xian Yanqing tried his best to block it with the Sky Demon Force Field. At the same time, Lu Ming's blood meridian burst out and his figure continued to dodge to the side. The powerful finger force pierced through Xian Yanqing and Lu Ming's defense. Although Lu Ming tried his best to dodge, he was still a little too slow. His arm was grazed by the wind of the finger force, and a large piece of flesh was torn off. Lu Ming's arm almost exploded. Buzz! Runes flickered on Lu Ming's body and entered his and Xian Yanqing's bodies. They were runes that sped up the process. At the same time, runes flashed on Lu Ming's body. This was the rune of a vital essence explosion. Now, Lu Ming could inscribe some of the inscriptions that Dandan used in the past in an instant. Buzz! Lu Ming cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, and his speed was unbelievably fast. In an instant he was far away. Behind him, the white-haired elder, the burly man, and the others quickly caught up. The killing intent on their bodies was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. They had miscalculated. This time they had miscalculated. They were merely 2 peak-tier kings. With their powerful battle power, they were already cautious enough to surround 2 peak-tier kings. This was simply a matter of certainty. Not even in their dreams did they think that the 2 of them would actually be able to rush out. Last time they had been careless and let a young man rush out. So this time they all moved out and surrounded the 2, but they still got out. The main thing was that Lu Ming's inscription formation was too powerful. It could actually kill 2 experts at the 1st level of the spiritual ocean tier in an instant. They chased after him with all their might but realized that Lu Ming's figure was getting further and further away. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps was unleashed at full force. With the help of various inscription arrays, Lu Ming's speed was unbelievably fast. Not long after, Lu Ming had already disappeared from the sight of the white-haired elder and the others. Damn it, damn it! The white-haired old man roared like a mad demon. The burly man and the others appeared behind the white-haired old man with gloomy faces. Sect leader, that kid's inscription Dao is too strong. He's definitely a true inscription refiner. A rank 6 true inscription refiner. Otherwise he can't be so strong. The muscular man said to the white-haired elder. Like I said, the younger you are, the more you have to go all out. The young geniuses these days are too strong. We were careless before and were pushed out by a kid. This time these two young people are even more terrifying. Although you said. The young man from before is fine. He was injured by you and my 5 poison palm, so he's definitely dead. However, it's a little troublesome if these two escape, the burly man said. All right. Although he has escaped, we have already obtained the jade sword. Now we are only missing the last jade sword. We have to get it as soon as possible. Before the news spreads, we have to open the Martial Emperor's treasure, get the treasure inside and leave this place. This is the opportunity for our blood poison sect to rise again. We can't let any accidents happen, the white-haired old man said in a deep voice. Sect master, although the owner of the last jade sword hasn't said anything, I think he will be here soon. This time we will definitely take him down, the burly man said. After that, everyone returned to the small island and continued to lay out their plans while waiting. Lu Ming brought Xian Yanqing along and flew for hundreds of thousands of miles before landing on a small island. Lu Ming, are you all right? Xian Yanqing was extremely worried and looked at Lu Ming with concern. I'm fine. That finger force was poisonous. However, poison is useless to me. Lu Ming smiled and controlled the 9-dragon bloodline to devour the poison on his arm. After the poison was removed, the wound on his arm began to recover at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. After half a day, Lu Ming's arm had completely recovered. Who? Lu Ming let out a breath of turbid air. How have you been? This time it was really dangerous. Oh, if not for Lu Ming's rapid progress in the Tao of inscription and his ability to inscribe powerful inscription formations, as well as his caution in secretly inscribing inscriptions when he stepped onto the island, they would have been in danger this time. Even if Lu Ming risked his life to use the lightning cauldron, even if Xian Yanqing had some life-saving methods, the difference between them and a 4th-level spiritual ocean tier cultivator was too great. They would most likely die. No matter how powerful the lightning cauldron was, with Lu Ming's current peak tier king cultivation, he would definitely not be able to kill a 4th-level spiritual ocean tier cultivator. He might not even be able to kill a 3rd-level spiritual ocean tier cultivator. It's a pity Jian Filiu. Lu Ming sighed softly. This was how the world of martial Tao worked. No matter how much of a genius you were, if you weren't careful you would fall. In the long river of history, who knew how many geniuses had fallen? Those who could truly rise up and reach the peak were few and far between. Little Qing, let's go. That group wants to monopolize it. How is that possible? Let's go and give them a big gift. Lu Ming sneered. You want to spread the news? Xian Yanqing said. That's right. Since they want to monopolize it, we can only muddy the waters. Only by muddling the waters can we fish in troubled waters. Lu Ming sneered. That's exactly what I want. It's best if a stronger expert appears and exterminate them. Xian Yanqing's eyes flashed coldly. Let's go to the Wind Moon Island first. This island is even bigger than the Golden Sand Island. We'll spread the news there. I believe that it'll quickly spread throughout the chaotic astral ocean. Lu Ming took out the map and took a look. Then, the two of them rose into the air and flew in the direction of the Wind Moon Island. There's someone down there. After flying for a short while, Xian Yanqing suddenly pointed to the sea. Lu Ming looked over and saw a figure floating on the surface of the sea. Golden light emerged from its body and the fish around it did not dare to approach. That looks like Jian Filiu. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The figure on the surface of the sea did look like Jian Filiu. The two of them landed on the surface of the sea. Lu Ming used his essential core and rolled them up. He was slightly shocked when he saw that this person was really Jianfiliu. Why was Jianfiliu here? Lu Ming had thought that Jianfiliu had been killed by that group of people. He's still breathing. He's not dead, but he's been deeply poisoned. Xian Yanqing frowned. Let's go back to the island and save the people first, Lu Ming said. The two of them returned to the small island. There was a golden light emitting from Jianfiliu's body. It should be the doing of the Golden Sword Pagoda. However, it did not stop Lu Ming from saving the person. He controlled the bloodline of the 9 dragons and devoured all the poison in Jianfiliu's body. This poison was very powerful. If it had been a few days later, Jianfiliu would have died. As soon as the poison was removed, the vital essence in Jianfiliu's body circulated automatically and began to heal. After 2 hours, Jianfiliu opened his eyes. Brother Lu, it's you. Jianfiliu was extremely surprised to see Lu Ming and the rest. Brother Jian, you're heavily injured. You should recuperate first, Lu Ming said. No, wait a minute. Brother Lu, Monsieur, you must not go to the Martial Emperor's treasure ground. The blood poison sect is setting up a trap there to seize all the jade swords. The others are all dead. Jianfiliu cried out anxiously. Brother Jian, it's too late now. We've already been there. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? Go. He's been there? Then, you guys. Jianfiliu was a little stunned. He had been there, but Lu Ming and the rest were fine. I did give my jade sword to them, but we seized the opportunity and escaped, Lu Ming said. You gave them the jade sword? Alas, it's a pity that the Martial Emperor's treasure is going to fall into the hands of those despicable people. Jianfiliu sighed unwillingly. They want to keep the Martial Emperor's treasure for themselves. It's not that easy. They won't be able to gather the last jade sword. Lu Ming smiled faintly. A jade sword appeared in Xian Yanqing's hand. Jianfiliu was stunned. Then he was overjoyed. Man proposes, God disposes. It turns out that Brother Lu and Miss Xie each have one. I wonder what the expressions of those people from the blood poison sect will be like when they find out. Oh right, Brother Lu, what do you plan to do next? Of course we're going to muddy the waters. The more muddy the better. Brother Jian, are you interested in joining us? Lu Ming said with a smile. Of course we'll go together, Jianfiliu said with excitement. At this moment, the jade sword in Xian Yanqing's hand glowed. Do you want to know their reaction? We'll know soon. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He took the jade sword from Xian Yanqing's hand and channeled his vital essence into it. Instantly, a rough voice was heard. Your good friend, the 8 of us are all here. Only one more is left. Friend, where are you? It was the voice of the burly man. Lu Ming and the other 2 did not make a sound. That's right, my friend. We're only short of you. As long as you come, we can open the Martial Emperor's treasure and take out the treasures inside. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid that there will be more problems. It was the timid voice of a woman. Cough, cough. Lu Ming coughed a few times. Instantly, the other side became excited. Where are you, brother? The burly man asked. Once you're here, we can immediately start opening the Martial Emperor's treasure. Hehe, this friend is finally speaking. May I ask where you are? Are you in the chaotic astral ocean? The timid voice sounded again. Everyone, I hope you're well. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. Then the jade sword immediately fell silent. There was no sound at all. After a while, a rough voice sounded. It's you. That's me. You guys are so forgetful. Lu Ming said with a smile. You actually have 2 jade swords? How is that possible? The rough voice was filled with disbelief. Brother, what do you want? A timid voice sounded. Your blood poison sect is very powerful. The few of us can't compete with you. Therefore, I plan to pull all the brothers and sisters in the chaotic astral ocean to share the Martial Emperor's treasure. Isn't this a good idea? Lu Ming said with a smile. You have to spread the news. No, you can't do this. Damn it, you can't do this. The rough voice roared. Idiot. Lu Ming said. Then he heard a rough voice and heavy breathing. It was obvious that he was angry. Little brother, let's talk this over. I promise you that as long as you come over, we won't touch you. After we enter the Martial Emperor's treasure, we'll split the keys equally. How about it? At this moment an old voice rang out. It was the voice of the blood poison sect leader. I'm not interested, Lu Ming said. Little brother, what do you want then? The blood poison sect master said. That's easy, I want your heads, Lu Ming sneered. Little brother, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go too far. Otherwise it won't do you any good. Seeing that the discussion was not going to work, the sect master of the Shui sect began to threaten. Muddling up the water. Old man, has your head been gnawed on by a dog? You're still threatening me? I believe that the news of the Martial Emperor's treasure will soon spread throughout the exposed Starry Sea. Oh, Lu Ming said with a smile. No brat, if you dare I will kill you. I promise. The blood poison sect master roared in anger. However, at this moment, Lu Ming stopped the infusion of essential qi and his voice disappeared. I really want to see the expressions of the blood poison sect's people. Jian Filiu laughed. He felt very comfortable. Their expressions will definitely be very interesting, Lu Ming said. Indeed, the expressions of the blood poison sect's people were truly fascinating. Damn it, that bastard, the next time I see him I'll skin him alive. The burly man roared continuously. His eyes were wide open as if they were about to spew fire. Everything was planned, but I didn't expect that guy to have 2 jade swords. Damn it. The weak woman gritted her teeth and her eyes were filled with hatred. The others were the same. Their faces were ashen, and the veins on their faces were twitching. The feeling of having nowhere to vent their anger was too uncomfortable. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They were just one step away from success, but they had failed at the last step. The next time I meet him, he'll definitely die. The sect master of the Shui sect gritted his teeth. Sect master, what do we do now? Someone asked. There are 9 keys. We can't open the Martial Emperor's treasure without one. We can only wait, the sect master said helplessly. One day later, Jian Filiu's injuries were healed. They went to the Wind Moon Island together. The Wind Moon Island was twice as large as the Golden Sand Island. It was very prosperous and had a lot of people. It was said that there were even experts at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier here. After the 3 of them entered the city, they bought a lot of paper and wrote down the news of the Martial Emperor's treasure as well as the specific address on the paper. At night they scattered the paper everywhere. As expected, the entire Wind Moon Island was in an uproar the next day. Lu Ming and the other 2 had scattered too many pieces of paper. They could not hide it even if they wanted to. Very quickly, the news spread throughout the Wind Moon Island and countless people were discussing this topic. In a restaurant, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and Jian Filiu were eating and drinking while listening to the news from nearby. You should have heard the news about the Martial Emperor's treasure, right? Nearby, the voices of the other tables could be heard. Of course I did. Now everyone on the Wind Moon Island knows about it, but we don't know if the Martial Emperor's treasure is real or fake. If it's real, why would someone spread the news everywhere? Could it be a prank? I don't know. A Martial Emperor's treasure. There are so many Martial Emperors in the entire East continent. Is there really a Martial Emperor's treasure? It's a little mysterious. No matter what, the Martial Emperor's treasure is too amazing. Even if there's only a 1 in a million chance that it's real, I still want to take a look. If it's real, I'll benefit endlessly as long as I can get even a little bit of benefit from it. That's right. I'm only afraid that it's real. I'm not afraid that it's fake. Lu Ming and the other 2 looked at each other and smiled when they heard the voices nearby. With such a widespread, many people would doubt the authenticity of the news. However, the Martial Emperor's treasure was too amazing and tempting. Even if they suspected it was fake, most people couldn't resist the temptation and would go to take a look. This was the effect they wanted. In the next few days, the news spread further and further. Some people had even set off. As for Lu Ming and the other 2, they hid in the Wind Moon Island and cultivated with all their might. If it was really a martial emperor's treasure, there would definitely be a fierce fight after it was opened. Therefore, the more powerful they were, the better. In a mountain range, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were fighting with all their might. Now that Xian Yanqing had successfully fused 2 intents, his main task was to help Lu Ming fuse Earth Force and the other 3 intents. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. After 7 days of bitter cultivation, Lu Ming had finally successfully integrated the force of the earth into the 3 concepts. 3 intents and 1 force had been successfully fused. In a hotel room, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and sat cross-legged. In front of him was a pile of profound meaning crystals and 22 middle-grade fire-type profound meaning crystals. Lu Ming planned to use the esoteric crystals to start breaking through to the 2nd level of the intent realm of heaven and earth. If his intent could break through to the 2nd level, his combat strength would definitely increase greatly. He picked up a piece of ultimacy crystal and crushed it. Next to the path understanding ancient tree, Lu Ming began to cultivate. Not long after, Lu Ming crushed another mid-grade fire attribute ultimacy crystal. Just like that, Lu Ming crushed the pieces one by one. He stopped after crushing a total of 12 pieces. Just a little bit more, but just that little bit. I just can't break through, Lu Ming muttered. Now, his fire concept was only a little bit away from level 2. It was not even half a step away, but it was stuck and couldn't be broken. It seems like the 2nd level intent realm of heaven and earth is indeed different from the 1st level. It can't be continuously improved just by relying on profound meaning crystals. It also needs comprehension. Only by using comprehension to break through the bottleneck, and then combining it with the profound meaning crystals can it continuously improve. Lu Ming pondered. It was obvious that he had reached a bottleneck in his fire attribute concept. Lu Ming did not continue to attack the fire element concept. Instead, he took out a middle-grade wind element profound meaning crystal and started to attack the wind concept. Just like the fire intent, after refining a dozen middle-grade wind element intent crystals, his wind intent had also reached the peak of the 1st level. It was only a bit away from the 2nd level, but it was still stuck. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was very difficult to break through to the 2nd level of the essence realm of heaven and earth. No wonder there were so many peak tier king tiers, but there were so few spiritual ocean tier ones. Take Tianxian region's Tianxian subpalace as an example. There were at least 50 or more peak tier kings among all the elders, traveling elders, and elders in seclusion. But as for spiritual ocean tier, there were only 2: the Shang family's head, Shangtsong and Mu Tian. The same was true for Golden Sand Island. They had sent over 500 peak tier king tiers to battle the sea beasts, and some of them had even died on the life battle platform. However, how many Sea of Soul realm experts did they have? As long as one's talent wasn't bad, and with the accumulation of resources, it wasn't hard to reach peak tier king tier with the passage of time. Some people could become peak tier kings after cultivating for a few hundred years. However, many people would be stuck at the peak tier king level, unable to break through in their entire lives. One could only imagine how difficult it was to break through the spirit sea. At this moment, Lu Ming stopped cultivating. It was almost time for them to set off. After a while, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and Jian Filiu flew toward the island where the martial emperor's treasure was. A few days later, they arrived at the island. There was a sea of people, a real sea of people. They were densely packed. At a glance, they were all human figures. There were at least hundreds of thousands of them, maybe even close to 1 million. These are the people from the nearby seas of the chaotic astral ocean. The people from the other seas have yet to arrive. The 3 of them squeezed through the crowd. He really had to squeeze. Opening of the Martial Emperor's treasure. Damn, is there really a Martial Emperor's treasure? Why isn't it open yet? Oh, I heard that there are a total of 9 keys to open the door. The blood poison sect has 8 of them. They're short of 1, and it's in the hands of a young man. He hasn't come yet. Some people speculate that the news was released by that young man. He's probably coming soon. Let's wait a little longer. Sounds of discussion could be heard from the surroundings. After much difficulty, they managed to squeeze to the front. Countless people surrounded the island in the air. Lu Ming's group squeezed to the front and saw the blood-poisoned sex people standing together with ashen faces. There were more than a dozen people around them, and each of them had an imposing aura and was extremely powerful. They were actually all experts at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Among them, there were even experts even stronger than the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Haha! Everyone from the blood-poison sect, how have you been? Lu Ming squeezed to the front and laughed heartily. Everyone from the blood-poison sect looked over. Little bastard, you finally appeared. You're looking for death. Kill that little bastard. When the blood-poison sect disciples saw Lu Ming, their eyes burned with a raging fire. They glared at Lu Ming, their killing intent incomparably thick. Lu Ming took a few steps back and squeezed into the crowd. He said, "What's wrong? You want to fight? There are so many experts here. Let's see how you guys are going to kill them." Everyone from the blood-poison sect roared in anger, but they could do nothing. There were too many people here and they were all experts. Lu Ming was in the crowd. How could they attack? Once they made a move, they would implicate others and cause public anger, and they would be the ones to die. They could only glare at Lu Ming, wishing they could skin him alive. The Martial Emperor's treasure was supposed to fall into the blood-poison sect's hands. They had been looking forward to the blood-poison sect's rapid rise. But what about now? There were so many people, more than a dozen at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and even stronger experts. Now that they had opened the Martial Emperor's treasure, they could at most drink a mouthful of the soup. Whether he could drink this mouthful of soup or not was still a problem. All of this was Lu Ming's fault. It was all Lu Ming's fault. How could they not hate him? As for the fact that they were the ones who made the first move and wanted to monopolize the Martial Emperor's treasure, they would never think about it. In their opinion, it was what they should do, and the others had to fulfill their wishes. The others also looked at Lu Ming. Could it be that the last key was in Lu Ming's hands? Lu Ming smiled and a jade sword appeared in his hand. He flung the jade sword at an elder in a green robe. "Senior, I'll give you this key," Lu Ming said. The green-robed elder's aura was unfathomable and even stronger than the Xuedu sect masters. The green-robed old man extended his hand and caught the jade sword. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "Not bad, little guy." Then, he looked at the blood-poison sect and the others. "Take out your keys and open the Martial Emperor's treasure together." Damn it! The sect master of the Xuedu sect roared in his heart. He was extremely unwilling, but so what? He had no choice but to take it out obediently and open the Martial Emperor's treasure. If they didn't take it out, the only outcome would be death. 8 jade swords appeared in the hands of the blood-poison sect disciples. Buzz! When the 9 jade swords appeared together, the 9 jade swords started to move. They trembled slightly, and complicated patterns appeared on their surface. Oh! What a wonderful inscription! What a brilliant inscription formation! Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Now, his Tao of inscription was already considered pretty good, so his vision was naturally different. He could tell at a glance that the inscription formation on the 9 jade swords was very profound, and could even be said to be mysterious. Buzz! Just at this moment, the 9 sword-like stone pillars on the island also started to shake. Inscriptions appeared on them and echoed with the 9 jade swords. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then the 9 jade swords left everyone's hands and flew towards the 9 stone pillars. Each jade sword corresponded to a stone pillar. In a flash of light, the 9 jade swords flew into the 9 stone pillars and disappeared. At this moment, the 9 stone pillars glowed brightly and 9 beams of light shot up into the sky like 9 divine swords. A terrifying scene appeared. The sky above the island was originally filled with people. At this time, when the 9 sword lights rushed out, those people exploded and turned into powder. They didn't even have the chance to scream. "Retreat, retreat!" Terrified screams rang out, and countless people frantically retreated. Lu Ming and the rest were not directly above the pillar of light. They had just avoided the disaster and were now retreating frantically. It was too terrifying. At least 10,000 people had died just now, and there were even Sea of Soul realm experts among them. However, under that light pillar they couldn't resist at all. Some people's eyes lit up. It seems that it might really be a Martial Emperor's treasure. Even if it's not a Martial Emperor's treasure, it's still a big deal. Boom! The 9 pillars of light converged into one in the air, and the power grew even stronger. Boom boom boom. At this moment the island started to shake violently. Then everyone saw the island split into 2. Moreover, the 2 holospheres of the island were separated by dozens of miles. In the middle of the island a whirlpool appeared. Endless sea water began to spin, turning into a hole. It was a huge sea whirlpool and no one knew where it led to. Boom! 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 The vortex spun and rumbled with astonishing power. Could it be that the Martial Emperor's treasure was under this vortex? Everyone hesitated. No one dared to go down first. After a long while, someone finally couldn't hold it in anymore. A white-haired old man stepped out and said, "Since I don't have much lifespan left, I might as well take a gamble." This elder was a peak-tier king, and his 1,000 years were up. If he couldn't break through to the spirit ocean realm, he would die of old age. This Martial Emperor's treasure was an opportunity for him. At the spiritual ocean tier, one's lifespan would be increased by another 1,000 years, and they would have a lifespan of 2,000 years. He rushed into the vortex and went down with it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "It's fine, there's no problem." Many people's eyes lit up. "Charge!" Then another group of people rushed down. "Ah!" This time someone screamed as his body was torn apart, and he died in the whirlpool. But some people rushed in. The person who died was a martial grandmaster and a martial king realm martial artist. Don't worry. A martial king realm martial artist can withstand the power of the vortex. That's right. A martial emperor's treasure. A martial grandmaster ant. You must be dreaming if you want to get your hands on it. Charge. Immediately more people rushed down. They were all martial artists above the martial king realm. As expected, they were fine and disappeared into the center of the vortex one by one. More people flew down. After a short moment, those Sea of Soul realm experts also couldn't hold back anymore, and flew towards the vortex. The people from the blood poison sect cast a cold glance at Lu Ming before they flew into the vortex and disappeared. As for the martial arts grandmasters, they were extremely unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. There were even some martial arts grandmasters who did not believe in heresy and rushed down, eventually dying tragically. Soon large groups of martial king and martial artists rushed into the vortex. There were roughly no less than 100,000 people. A strange place. Brother Jian, do you want to go? Oh, Lu Ming looked at Jian Filiu. Of course we're going. We can't miss the martial emperor's treasure, no matter if it's real or fake. Jian Filiu's eyes were extremely firm. A Heaven's Pride expert was a Heaven's Pride expert not only because of talent and perseverance, but also because one had to firmly grasp the opportunity. If there was an opportunity in front of them, but one did not dare to grasp it, then one could not be called a Heaven's Pride expert. Alright, let's go together. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and Jian Filiu rushed toward the vortex together. As soon as he entered the vortex, Lu Ming felt a strong tearing force from the surrounding seawater, acting on his body. However, this power could only pose a threat to martial arts grandmasters. It was nothing to them. The three of them followed the vortex and went down. Very soon they reached the bottom of the sea, but they did not stop. There seemed to be a huge cave at the bottom of the sea. It was pitch black inside the cave. From inside, there was a strong suction force that pulled Lu Ming and the others down. Lu Ming realized that he was extremely small under this attractive force. It was difficult for him to resist. The next moment, he, Xian Yanqing, and the others disappeared from the cave. It was pitch black all around him. There was no sound or movement. Lu Ming could only feel that his body was constantly descending. He had no idea where he was going to land. Could it be that the martial emperor's treasure is deep underground? Lu Ming pondered in his heart. He kept descending. He did not know how long he had been descending for. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt that the sky and earth were spinning. as if he had taken a cross-domain teleportation array. The next moment, he found himself in midair and his body was falling rapidly. He hurriedly circulated his essential core, and his expression changed slightly. He found that the circulation of true yuan here was much more obscure than before, as if it was facing a strong resistance. Even flying became more strenuous than before, and the speed of flying had slowed down a lot. Lu Ming controlled his body and floated in the air, sizing it up carefully. There was no moon or sun in the sky, but there seemed to be stars high up in the sky. However, these stars were all crimson and scattered with crimson light. This was where the light source was. Below him was an endless land. Where is this place? Is it some other region or deep underground? Lu Ming frowned. Previously, he felt that he was falling to the ground. Little Qing Jianfiliu is gone. Lu Ming muttered. Then with a thought, Dandan appeared on his shoulder. Before he came in, Lu Ming had already stuffed Dandan into the supreme shrine. Dandan, do you know what this place is? Lu Ming asked. Dandan's eyes scanned the surroundings. After pondering for a moment, she shook her head and said, I don't have any impression of this place. So strange. It doesn't seem to be on the ground. Since he did not know, Lu Ming did not ask further. He sized it up for a while and then landed on the ground. What? After landing on the ground, Lu Ming's gaze flickered. This piece of land was actually a cemetery. As far as the eye could see, there were huge tombs everywhere, one after another connected together. There's someone. Lu Ming saw a figure flash in front of him. It was a peak-tier king. Lu Ming moved and followed them. Slowly, he realized that there were more and more people in front. In the end, he found that there were about 1,000 people in front of him, scattered over there. Everyone, do any of you know what this place is? Someone asked. I don't know. Didn't they say it was the martial emperor's treasure? Why did it land here? There are tombs everywhere. Where is the treasure? Or the martial emperor's treasure is somewhere else? We need to find it ourselves. That's true. If it really is a martial emperor's treasure, it won't be so easy to get it. Everyone chimed in, expressing their own opinions. Little bastard. Suddenly a loud roar was heard. Lu Ming could feel a cold killing intent enveloping him. He turned around and saw a burly man with a murderous look in his eyes. The man was glaring at Lu Ming. It was the brawny man from the blood poison sect, Zhongemo. This person was an expert at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He did not expect to meet the burly man the moment he entered this place. The burly man's face revealed a ferocious smile. A powerful aura emanated from his body, like a vast ocean that enveloped Lu Ming. Nearby, the others couldn't help but make way. The attack of a 3rd-level spiritual ocean tier powerful being was extremely terrifying. They were afraid of being affected. Little bastard, this is your fate. You are destined to die in my hands. Let's see how you're going to run away today. Thump. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, the burly man strode toward Lu Ming like a wild beast trampling on the ground. Lu Ming retreated at top speed. With every step he took, he would stomp on the ground and a ray of light would flash. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the burly man rushed over, runes appeared on the ground, forming a long spear that pierced through the air. The power of the spear was extremely terrifying, and even a Sea of Soul Realm expert would be killed if he was not careful. However, the burly man threw a punch and shattered the spear's radiance. He continued to charge toward Lu Ming without stopping. Little bastard, although your Tao of inscription is strong, how can a formation you set up in a hurry do anything to me? I will definitely kill you today. Boom! Boom! The burly man shouted and punched out with both fists. 2 mighty fist auras were blasted toward Lu Ming. Heaven and earth shook violently, and the space seemed to be pierced through. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming, causing his muscles to tighten. Bang! Lu Ming stomped on the ground and runes appeared, forming 2 shields in front of him. His figure retreated rapidly. With 2 loud explosions, the 2 shields were shattered. The fist force did not stop and continued to blast toward Lu Ming. The third level of the spiritual ocean realm at its peak was too powerful. Lu Ming was no match for it. Even though Lu Ming's current Tao of Inscription was extremely powerful, it was still only at level 5. Let's go. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to avoid the fist radiance. He was about to use the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps again to leave this place when, whoosh, whoosh. All around them a sharp sound suddenly rang out. From all directions endless arrows shot towards them, covering the sky and the earth, enveloping everyone in it. Not good, there are people here. Many people's expressions changed. They used their cultivation to block the arrows from all directions. Boom! Boom! Just as they were about to knock the arrows away, the arrows suddenly exploded. The power was extremely terrifying, and many low-rank kings were instantly killed, screaming in pain. More than 10 arrows exploded around Lu Ming, causing him to take a few steps back. As for the burly man, he didn't know if it was because the strength he had just shown was too strong or because he was unlucky, but there were actually hundreds of arrows shooting at him. Although they didn't hurt him, they made him quite embarrassed. Fire! A loud shout came from the distance. Immediately, another wave of arrows came from all directions. They were so dense that they covered the sky. Encountering the puppet army. Who's that? Oh! Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted. He saw that there was a rune on each arrow. The rune was not even the size of a palm and was stuck to the arrow. As soon as the arrow hit its target, the runes on the arrow would explode and release a huge amount of energy. The explosion of the arrow was caused by these runes. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming's figure flashed rapidly, trying his best to avoid the arrow and not come into contact with it. Boom! Boom! Violent explosions rang out continuously, accompanied by waves of miserable screams. Many people were killed. However, most of the people who were killed were martial artists below the 4th level Martial King realm. Those above the 4th level Martial King realm had used their intent and powerful true origin to protect themselves and withstand the power of the explosion. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, the arrows continued to come, and the sky was filled with the violent sound of the air being torn. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. He realized that there were a few arrows that were terrifyingly fast. They were several times faster than the other arrows and reached him in an instant. He dodged quickly, but there was still an arrow that he could not avoid. It landed in front of Lu Ming, and Lu Ming's quintessential essence exploded, forming a quintessential essence shield. With a bang, the arrow exploded. What a powerful arrow! This arrow has astonishing penetrative power. Lu Ming's expression changed. Although he had shattered the arrow, he was fine because of his profound cultivation and rich essential core. But others were not so good. Even more screams were heard. Many martial artists at level 4 Martial King realm and above had their Zhanyuan shields pierced through. Their bodies were pierced by the arrows, and they died an unnatural death. Only the martial artists at the 7th level of the Martial King realm and above managed to block the arrows, but it also consumed a lot of their vital essence. Runes again. Lu Ming realized that there was a rune attached to the arrows with high penetrative power. The green rune could greatly increase the speed and penetrative power. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before one wave was over, another wave came. Just now, the burly man's combat strength was so strong that he was probably the focus of attention. Arrows were shot at him continuously, leaving him no time to chase after Lu Ming. Charge! Charge in one direction. Otherwise we'll all die. Someone shouted. Charge! Charge in one direction. Everyone joined forces and charged in the same direction. Just now they still had more than 1,000 people, but in this short while they only had 300 to 400 people left. More than half of them had been killed. Hundreds of people charged in one direction, instantly breaking through the arrows. Boom! 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 The earth rumbled and howls came from ahead. They were the howls of Wallevers. Smoke and dust filled the air, and giant waves appeared, rushing towards them. On each of the giant Wallevers there was a figure. These figures were dressed completely different from them. There were men and women. The women were covered in beast skins, revealing their slender legs. The men were bare-chested, wearing beast skins. Their skin was bronze in color, and they carried longbows on their backs. Kill! These people have trespassed the forbidden area. Kill them all! A brawny man shouted. The giant wolf howled and stomped on the ground, charging toward Lu Ming and the rest. On Lu Ming's side, attacks of sword chi, saber radiance, and the like burst out, slashing at the huge waves. Clang! Clang! When their attacks landed on the giant wallevers, there was a sound of metal clashing. The giant wallevers were not afraid of the attack and rushed over, their claws as sharp as blades. A Lever 7 Martial King Realm martial artist's protective genuine vitality was torn apart by the wolf's claws, and then his body was also torn apart. It wasn't just one person who ended up like this, but many. A puppet, this is a puppet. Lu Ming's spear swept out and sent a giant wolf flying. His pupils shrank slightly. These giant wallevers were not made of flesh and blood, but were puppets made of various metals. His body was as strong as Vajra and indestructible. Most importantly, there were too many puppets. There were at least 1,000 of them, and this was only one direction. There were still more in the other directions. Lu Ming waved his long spear and the huge waves were sent flying. Some giant wallevers exploded directly. Kill that brat! A burly man riding an exceptionally large wolf charged toward Lu Ming. His huge wolf claws were aimed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the spear and swept it across. With a loud boom, the giant wolf was pushed back. But Lu Ming's body also trembled and he took a few steps back. It was equivalent to a spiritual ocean tier puppet wolf. Kill! The burly man was pushed back. He then controlled the puppet wolf to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming fired his spear and forced the giant wolf back. He did not linger in the battle and rushed over. The brawny man from the blood poison sect was the most miserable. He was surrounded by 3 powerful and terrifying giant wallevers. Of the 3 giant wolf puppets, one was equivalent to the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier, and the other 2 were equivalent to the peak of the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier. Their bodies were indestructible, and they suppressed the burly man. Boom! 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 In the other 4 directions, the earth also let out violent rumbles and wolf howls. It was unknown how many puppet armies were charging toward them. Charge! Charge! Many martial artists charged forward without any regard for their own safety, displaying all of their trump cards. The situation was too dangerous. If they didn't rush out, they would be surrounded by the puppet armies from the other 3 directions, and only death awaited them. Those who trespass the forbidden area will be killed without mercy. Kill! The battle cries shook the sky, and the attacks were like a tide. Lu Ming held the long spear and charged forward. Along the way, he repelled a few puppets at the Spirit Sea realm. He continued to charge forward. Brat, die! A huge figure at least 2 meters tall slashed at him with a saber in his hand. The blade cut through the air, creating a terrifying sonic boom. Lu Ming blocked it with his infinite dragon spear. A terrifying force surged over and Lu Ming's body floated backward. It's equivalent to a puppet at the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier. Furthermore, it's a humanoid. Lu Ming's gaze turned serious. Then he moved and dashed to the right. The human-shaped puppet's entire body was metallic in color. Its eyes were extremely cold as it stomped on the ground. A huge pit reappeared on the ground as it charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming stomped on the ground and runes appeared. At the same time, he waved his hands and runes sank into the ground. An inscription master. The human-shaped puppet was surprised to be able to speak the human language. I'm sleepy. Lu Ming waved his hands and runes filled the ground, turning into a large net that covered the humanoid puppet. The humanoid puppet swung its sword, but it could not break through it at the moment. Lu Ming soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Let's go by air. The others followed suit and tried to escape through the air. However, what made them despair was that the giant wolf puppets actually extended a pair of wings from both sides, and could also fly into the sky to pursue them. This was a bloody battle, and no one could care about each other. Everyone desperately tried to break out. Lu Ming had no idea how many giant wolf puppets he had repelled before he rushed out of the cemetery and into a forest. In this place, the speed of flight was greatly suppressed. Lu Ming had flown for more than an hour and he had only flown more than 10,000 miles. Moreover, the consumption of his essential core was extremely terrifying. The underground world. Lu Ming landed in a forest. The trees here were extremely strange. They were dark red in color and were completely different from the trees that Lu Ming had seen before. Oh! Lu Ming did not have the time to think. He took out a pile of top-grade spirit crystals and started to recover his essential core after devouring them. Half an hour later, Lu Ming's essential core had recovered. Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked at the sky. More than 20 people have flown over here and landed. They are all from the chaotic astral ocean like him. These people were basically all peak-tier kings. They had only managed to break out of the encirclement and come here. However, each of them had suffered injuries of varying degrees. They naturally saw Lu Ming. Seeing that Lu Ming was dressed the same as them, Funfin heaved a huge sigh of relief. A few of them stood guard while the rest recuperated. Lu Ming did not speak. He sat cross-legged not far away, but his mind was constantly thinking. What was this place? And who were the people who attacked them? He seemed to be dressed in ancient clothes and was actually wearing animal skin. In the Divine Wilderness continent, Lu Ming had heard that only tribes in extremely remote areas would wear animal skins. Most importantly, those people could actually refine runes and make puppets. This was strange. Runes and puppets were both branches of the Tao of inscription. Just like inscription runes scroll, only true inscription blacksmiths could create them. There were actually many true inscription refiners among these humans who were dressed like primitive tribes. An hour or two later, the 20-odd people had almost recovered. Everyone, do you know who those people are? And what is this place? Lu Ming asked. During the battle just now, I thought I heard someone call us extraterrestrials. Is this place really underground? A rather refined middle-aged man muttered. Underground? Can't really be underground, right? There's a world underground? Some people were very surprised. The others didn't make a sound, but they knew in their hearts that it was most likely true. When they came in earlier, they had kept falling, and they didn't know how far they had fallen. If it's really underground, then we're in trouble. How do we get out? Someone said worriedly. Since we came in through the entrance of the Martial Emperor's treasure, we can definitely get out. But first, we have to figure out the situation here. Lu Ming said. That's right, this little brother is right. The middle-aged man nodded. What? At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He looked at the sky and his expression changed. Not good, those people are chasing us. Let's go. With that, Lu Ming rose into the air and flew into the distance. The others were slightly stunned and turned their heads to look. Sure enough, they saw hundreds of giant wallivers in the distant sky. They spread their wings and flew over at high speed. Go quickly, go. Their expressions changed drastically, and they rose into the air one after another, flying forward wildly. Lu Ming's speed was very fast. He shook off the puppet wallivers and landed 10,000 miles away. This time he landed in a valley. As for the middle-aged man and the others, they had already separated from him. However, a few hours later, the giant wolf puppet actually caught up with them again. What's going on? Why do those people know where I am and can accurately find me every time? Lu Ming furrowed his brows as he pondered. He flew forward at high speed and soon, he shook off the giant wallivers and landed in a forest. Lu Ming scanned his surroundings carefully. Suddenly, his eyes flickered and he drew in the air. Runes appeared and landed on an ancient tree. Inscriptions appeared on the ancient tree, forming a mysterious inscription formation. As expected, there are arrays everywhere in the forest. These arrays should be used for surveillance. They can detect the aura of people nearby and lock their position. Lu Ming nodded and had an answer in his heart. Since that's the case, let's break these formations. Lu Ming waved his hands and the inscription formation on the ancient tree trembled before it collapsed and disappeared. Following that, Lu Ming wandered around the area and found many of such inscription arrays. All of them were destroyed. After breaking the array in this area, Lu Ming took a rest in this area. As expected, after a long time, no one came after him. Where should I go next? Could it be that the martial emperor's treasure is only used to lure people in and has no other purpose? Lu Ming was very puzzled. He felt that this matter was very strange. That's because the entrance to the chaotic astral ocean was definitely set up by someone outside. Therefore, there's definitely a purpose for it. Perhaps the real martial emperor's treasure is hidden in this underground world. I'd better figure out a way to understand the distribution of the underground world first. It'd be best if I could blend in. Only then will I know what to do next. Lu Ming pondered. Just as Lu Ming was making conjectures, there was a huge ancient city more than 100,000 miles away. This ancient city was basically built with stones. The city walls were made of stone, and so were the buildings in the city. In the middle of the ancient city there was a huge stone hall. At this moment, a group of people was discussing something. Most of them were old men, and they were all wearing animal skins. At this moment, a burly man was reporting to the old men. A person from the outer world? Could he really be a person from the outer world? A chubby old man muttered to himself as he frowned. Could it be that the ancient legend is true? When the people from the outer realm descend, there will definitely be a son of heaven's will who can revive the ancient ancestor and once again teach the great Tao to the major tribes. Legends don't come from nowhere. Every tribe has such a legend. Whoever can find the chosen one and revive the ancient ancestor will be highly valued by the ancient ancestor and be taught supreme techniques. One by one, the elders expressed their opinions. This is a chance for us, the Heavenly Wolf tribe. Pass down my order. We can only capture the extraterrestrials alive. If it is not necessary, we cannot kill them. We must capture more extraterrestrials than the other tribes. The oldest man said. Yes, clan elder. The burly man accepted the order and left. The chosen one must be in the hands of the Heavenly Wolf tribe. The celestial wolf elder's murky eyes shone with a light that was brighter than the stars. After resting for a while, Lu Ming continued to move. He randomly chose a direction and continued to fly. Boom! After Lu Ming had flown a few thousand miles away, two fist gleams suddenly shot toward him from below. The power was terrifying. Zhongemo! Lu Ming's pupils constricted. He took 4 consecutive steps with the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, and the world rumbled. He blocked the 2 fist radiance, but Lu Ming's body was sent flying into the sky by the huge force. Lu Ming flew up for 1,000 meters before he stopped. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and his legs were trembling. Die! The burly man from the blood poison sect followed closely behind the fist radiance. With a roar and a tidal wave of killing intent, he threw 2 more punches at Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming at lightning speed so that he would not have time to escape. Exploding Star Fist. Lu Ming threw dozens of punches in a row. Dozens of fist gleams collided in front of him. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's exploding Star Fist had reached the 6th level. At the same time, Lu Ming's blood meridian burst out and he thrust his spear forward with greater power. Killing Zhongemo. The 3-colored true dragon let out a deafening roar as it pounced downward. However, Zhongemo was at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm and was simply too powerful. The 2 fist radiances shattered all of Lu Ming's exploding Star Fist's fist radiances, and the 3-colored true dragon was also dispersed. However, he still managed to block it for a moment. Just this one moment was enough. Lu Ming waved his hands continuously. In an instant, dense runes appeared on his body. In an instant, Lu Ming inscribed 7 inscription arrays on himself. Among them, there were inscription formations for Zhanyuan explosion, inscription formations to increase speed, inscription formations to increase physical strength, inscription formations to increase defense. With the inscription array, Lu Ming's combat strength increased again. Kill. Below, Zhongemo was unforgiving and his killing intent was like a tide. Little bastard. Let's see how you're going to carve the inscription in the air. Zhong Yimou sneered, and his mountain-like fist radiance struck toward Lu Ming. It was impossible for an ordinary inscription master to inscribe a large inscription formation in the void. Only a rank 7 true inscription alchemist could inscribe an inscription formation in the void and exert its effect. This could only be done with a terrifyingly powerful spiritual power. Lu Ming could not do it now. He was inscribing inscriptions in the void, and the inscriptions would disappear very soon. Back on the 7-colored island, the 7-colored Taoist had once carved a large formation in the void, and his methods were unfathomable. Boom! Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. He struck down with his spear. The huge spear's gleam was as big as a mountain, and it pressed down on the space, causing it to tremble. Lu Ming had added 7 types of inscription arrays to this spear attack. Furthermore, he had used all his strength. Even an expert at the peak of the first level of the spiritual ocean realm would be crushed to death by this spear attack. Boom! The spear radiance collided with the fist force, and a huge force exploded. Now, Lu Ming pressed on the long spear. With the help of the recoil, Lu Ming's body drifted backward, retreating thousands of meters in an instant. He felt his qi and blood roiling in his body. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth, but he couldn't care less. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the distance. Damn it, don't run! Zhong Yimou roared and chased after him. However, the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps was extremely fast, and with the help of the formation his speed was even faster. It did not take long for him to leave Zhong Yimou in the dust. Lu Ming flew more than 10,000 miles in one breath and landed in a forest. Then, he waved his hands and destroyed all the surveillance arrays in the forest. After Lu Ming devoured some top-grade spirit crystals, he stood up immediately with a cold glint in his eyes. This guy must die. A murderous glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He waved his hands and started to inscribe runes and arrays on the ground. The inscriptions continued to sink into the ground. It took Lu Ming half an hour before he stopped. Kid, you're really vicious. You carved 36 killing formations in one go, and added an illusory formation to cover it up. Even if that guy is a 3rd-level spiritual ocean realm martial artist, once he steps in here, he will definitely die. Dandan grinned. Isn't this even more satisfying? Lu Ming smiled. Cool, of course it's cool. Kaka, let's go and lure that guy here. I can't wait to see him. Dandan sneered, her eyes shining. Lu Ming rose into the air and went back the way he came. He did not conceal his aura at all. There were no surveillance runes in the air, so he was not afraid of being discovered by the underground humans. After flying for a few thousand miles, a burly figure flew over at high speed. It was Zhong Yimou, but his clothes were in a mess and he looked a little disheveled. It was obvious that he had encountered the underground humans along the way. Little bastard! Zhong Mo's eyes turned red the moment he saw Lu Ming. He chased after Lu Ming with a murderous look. Lu Ming pretended to be shocked. He turned and ran. Zhong Yimou chased after him. In the process of escaping, Lu Ming pretended to vomit blood again. Little bastard, you're already injured. You can't run away. Instead of dying in the hands of the underground people, I'd rather kill you. Zhong Yimou sneered. Lu Ming did not say a word. He ran with his head down. The two of them, one in front and one behind, soon crossed thousands of miles and arrived at the place where Lu Ming had set up the array. Lu Ming flew down and started running in the forest. Haha, you're running out of true qi, right? This time you're dead. Overjoyed, Zhong Yimou also descended and chased after Lu Ming. However, after running for a while, Lu Ming suddenly stopped and turned around. A strange smile appeared on his face as he looked at Zhong Yimou. For some reason, when Zhong Yimou saw Lu Ming's smile, his heart suddenly tightened and he felt a little scared. He could not help but stop. Little bastard, why are you not running anymore? You know you can't run now, right? Zhong Yimou took a deep breath and shook off the inexplicable feeling. He sneered at Lu Ming. Run? Why are you running? I'll stay behind and send you on your way. Lu Ming smiled. What big words! Die! Zhong Yimou shouted coldly as his true yuan exploded, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. Bang! At this moment Lu Ming suddenly took a step forward. As he did so, dazzling inscriptions appeared where Zhong Yimou was standing. The densely packed inscriptions interweaved and were filled with a dazzling beauty. However, Zhong Yimou wasn't in the mood to appreciate this beauty. His heart sank as he roared and rushed forward madly. Buzz! With a whooshing sound, a huge sword was formed and slashed at Zhong Yimou with a terrifying aura. Then huge swords formed in all directions and slashed at Zhong Yimou. And this was only one formation. Following that, inscriptions kept flashing and 36 inscription formations were activated one after another with shocking power. You little bastard! How dare you set up an inscription formation here? You're despicable! Zhong Yimou roared. Ha ha ha, I'm despicable. I'm an inscription master, and inscription masters use inscriptions to fight. Also, you're only at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier, and you're going against me, a Peking tier. You still have the face to call me despicable? Lu Ming sneered. He took a few steps and countless inscriptions appeared. All sorts of attacks erupted. Flame storms, ice swords, sabers. All kinds of attacks instantly drowned Zhong Yimou. In the formation, Zhong Yimou roared repeatedly, but after a while the roars disappeared, leaving only the sound of inscriptions raging. A moment later, the formation fell silent and the light disappeared. Zhong Yimou was no longer in the formation. Zhong Yimou had completely disappeared from this world. All that was left was a storage ring. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and the storage ring was absorbed into his hand. Then he turned around, rose into the air and left the place. His expression was calm. He knew that Zhong Yimou was dead the moment he stepped into the formation. The scariest thing about an inscriber was that they could set up a terrifying formation with enough time. If they had enough time and materials, it was even possible for them to kill an enemy one realm higher than them. Of course, the formation you set up must first be undiscovered by the enemy, and the enemy must step into the formation to be useful. Moreover, in a real battle, the enemy would not give you that much time to set up an array. In a real battle, an inscription master would rely on an inscription array that could be cast instantly. Chapter 697 Destined Person. The formation that could be cast instantly determined the combat power of an alchemist. Oh! Right now, Lu Ming's instantaneous attack formation could kill a first-level spiritual ocean tier martial artist. Therefore, it was normal for Lu Ming to spend half an hour to set up the chain formation and kill Zhong Yimou, who was at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. If he was given more time, he could even set up an even stronger formation and kill even stronger Sea of Soul realm experts. Of course, that would be if the other party stepped into the formation. Lu Ming continued to fly forward. On the way, he encountered a few underground humans riding on giant wolf puppets. Lu Ming had to use the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to shake them off. Every team has a puppet equivalent to the 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Lu Ming was in deep thought. The 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier was much stronger than him. If he encountered them, he could only run. This won't do. We can't continue blindly like this. We have to catch an underground human and find out what's going on with the underground world. Lu Ming pondered. Of course, he could not fight it head-on. He still had to rely on inscriptions. Lu Ming chose a place and began to inscribe runes. This time Lu Ming spent 3 hours setting up 81 level 5 rune arrays. There were also 3 illusionary arrays that covered up the traces of the inscription array. Then he rose into the air and randomly chose a direction to fly in. Soon he saw a group of underground humans riding on giant wolf puppets. People from outside the earth, stop! With a loud roar, the group of people charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned around and ran. Soon he arrived at the place where the array was set up. He landed on the ground and ran forward. The underground humans also landed and chased after them on their giant wall levers. After chasing for a while, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. Die! Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. He took a step forward and the array was activated. Countless inscriptions intertwined and enveloped more than 100 underground humans. Damn it, this person knows inscriptions. We've fallen into his trap. Break out, break out. A burly man riding on a giant wolf puppet at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier roared repeatedly as he charged to the side. However, what he was greeted with was endless attacks. Damn it! The burly man's hand moved and a picture scroll appeared. After he unfurled it, a light screen enveloped the burly man. Inscription scroll. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Other than the Great Khan, there were also some other people who took out inscription scrolls, defensive scrolls, offensive scrolls, and various other scrolls. They controlled the puppets and kept attacking. However, Lu Ming had spent 3 hours to inscribe the array here. There were a total of 81 of them. How could it be so easy to break through? For a time there were constant rumbles, and the underground humans could not rush out at all. These underground humans also practice martial arts, but their martial arts cultivation is much lower than their inscription cultivation. It seems that their martial arts cultivation is only to assist their inscription cultivation. Lu Ming controlled the attacks while observing. Among them, a few underground humans with high cultivation bases were drawing with their hands. They were actually inscribing a large inscription array to resist Lu Ming's array. True Ming Refinement Master. Among the 100 people, Lu Ming saw at least 5 true inscription refiners. There were even 2 6 extreme true inscription refiners. Amazing! The subterranean humans are so advanced in the Tao of inscription. The number of true inscription masters is really high. Those puppets are too hard. Let's kill the subterranean humans first. Lu Ming waved his hands and controlled the inscription array to attack the underground humans on the puppet. Miserable shrieks rang out continuously as more and more underground humans were killed. My friend from beyond the earth, we have no ill intentions. We just want to invite you to the Heavenly Wolf Tribe for a chat. You don't have to be so ruthless. The strongest man shouted. Lu Ming sneered. He had no ill intentions. There were more than 1,000 of them, and less than 200 of them had escaped. The rest had all died. How could they have no ill intentions? How could Lu Ming believe it? He focused on controlling the formation. The beautiful inscriptions glowed and turned into a terrifying killing weapon. One by one, the underground humans were killed. Of course, he controlled even more attacks, aiming at the strongest underground human. The 81 great formations revolted, and their power was terrifying. Not long after, only 2 of the more than 100 subterranean humans were left. The others were all dead, including the strongest man. Even those lower-grade puppets had been shattered, and only 5 spiritual ocean tier puppets remained. Lu Ming controlled the array to calm down. He looked at the 2 survivors with a cold gaze. The 2 men's faces were pale, and their eyes revealed endless fear. Of course, Lu Ming had deliberately left the 2 of them behind. What should I ask next? What are you going to answer? Or else die? Lu Ming looked at the 2 of them. Outsider, don't even think about it. One of them roared. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. With a wave of his hand, a ray of spear light shot out and nailed the man to the ground. Then, he looked at the last man and said, "How about you?" I'll tell you everything, please let me go." The man shouted. This person was a middle-aged man. He was tall and thin, and he looked quite shrewd. "I'll let you go as long as you can give me a satisfactory explanation." With that, Lu Ming walked to the few puppets that had not been destroyed. With a wave of his hand, he put away the 5 giant wolf puppets. Then, he grabbed the tall and thin man and left the place. As they flew, Lu Ming asked the expert some questions. The tall and thin man naturally told Lu Ming everything he knew and explained to the best of his ability. He was afraid that Lu Ming would be dissatisfied and kill him. A day later, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a green rock on a mountain peak. As for the tall and thin man, Lu Ming let him go. It didn't matter if he let him go, since the other party didn't know where he was. So this really is the underground world, and it's divided into so many tribes. Lu Ming muttered and recalled the words of the tall and thin burly man. The underground world was divided into many human tribes. The one that Lu Ming and the rest had encountered before was called the Heavenly Wolf Tribe. It was just one of many tribes. Thousands of years ago, The humans here only knew some shallow martial arts cultivation methods. But thousands of years ago, the ancient ancestor of the underground humans descended and passed down the Tao of inscription, greatly increasing the battle strength of the underground humans. However, after the ancient ancestor passed down some inscription techniques, he fell into a deep sleep on the holy mountain. This sleep lasted for thousands of years. After the ancient ancestor fell into a deep sleep, the various tribes fought one after another. The underground world fell into chaos and thousands of years passed. However, there was a legend in each tribe in the underground world. That was, one day, someone from the outer world would descend, and one of them would be the chosen one to awaken the ancient ancestor. If a tribe obtained this chosen one, they would receive a great reward from the ancient ancestor. Therefore, they went around to capture Lu Ming and the rest. So that was the case. Lu Ming's mind became clear. Ancient ancestor? Holy mountain? The chosen one? What's all this about? Lu Ming frowned and pondered. He had asked the tall and thin man, but he did not know either. Most of the information was just legends. He only knew where the holy mountain was and had even given Lu Ming a map. The Red Leopard Tribe. Lu Ming took out the map and looked at it. Oh, the underground world was very vast and was divided into hundreds of tribes. The Heavenly Wolf Tribe was located in the south. The Holy Mountain was in the center of this land. We've come here for the Martial Emperor's treasure. The entrance to the chaotic astral ocean must have been set up by someone. The ancient ancestor of this world suddenly descended several thousand years ago. Could that ancient ancestor be the one who set up that entrance? Or perhaps the ancient ancestor was a martial emperor? At the thought of this, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, if he was really a martial emperor, why was he hiding in this place? And it had been sleeping for thousands of years without waking up. Lu Ming realized that the martial emperor's treasure was not as simple as it seemed. According to the tall and thin man, all the tribes were trying to capture the extraterrestrials, hoping to find the destined one. In more than a month, the Underdark humans would hold an ancestral worship ceremony. All the tribes would bring the extraterrestrials to the holy mountain. Only the destined one could pass all the tests and finally awaken the ancient ancestor. It seems like I can only go to that holy mountain if I want to know the secret. However, Lu Ming looked at the map and frowned. There were dozens of tribes between the holy mountain and the Heavenly Wolf Tribe. If he were to rush there, he would have to avoid the pursuit of the various tribes along the way. He didn't know when he would reach the holy mountain. Also, where is Xian Yanqing now? How was it? Lu Ming was very worried. Let's rush to the holy mountain first. Lu Ming kept the map and waved his hand. A giant wolf puppet appeared on the mountain peak. This was the giant wave puppet that was equivalent to the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Dandan, how do I use this puppet? Lu Ming asked. Although puppets were a branch of the Tao of inscription, Lu Ming had not come into contact with them. It's simple. Puppets are actually very similar to spirit weapons. They can be called a different type of spirit weapon, but there are still some differences. To control a puppet, it's very simple. You just have to erase the imprint of its previous owner on the puppet, then inject your mental energy into it to control the inscription on the puppet. Then you'll naturally be able to control it. Dandan answered. Oh. Lu Ming placed his palm on the giant wolf puppet's head. A wisp of green mental energy fire seeped into the giant wolf puppet's head. Lu Ming discovered that the inside of the puppet was engraved with dense inscriptions. These inscriptions interweaved with each other and were extremely profound. Lu Ming sighed. The path of puppets was extremely wonderful. He had even heard that there were powerful puppet masters who could even create puppets with consciousness. They could learn and think like humans. That would be amazing. Lu Ming used his mental energy fire to erase the imprint of the puppet's previous owner. Then he spread his own mental energy fire into a large inscription array in the puppet's mind. Immediately, a wonderful feeling welled up in his heart. He felt that he could control the puppet at will. With a thought, the puppet roared and spread its wings. It soared into the air and circled around before returning to the mountain peak. The rate at which mental fire is being consumed is truly shocking. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Controlling a puppet consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Without enough spiritual energy, it was difficult to control it. The higher the level of the puppet, the more mind power it would consume. However, at every level, Lu Ming had lit up 10 mental lamps, all of which had reached perfection. The strength of his mental energy was very shocking. He was much stronger and much thicker than many rank 6 true inscription refiners. It should be enough to control this puppet at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Lu Ming flew up and sat cross-legged on the back of the giant wolf puppet. The giant wolf puppet rose up and flew into the distance, towards the holy mountain. He only needed to consume his spiritual power to ride on the puppet. The puppet's speed was greatly increased. Soon he had flown for tens of thousands of miles. From the map, he had already left the territory of the heavenly wolf tribe and entered another tribe, the red leopard tribe. Roar! Roar! Just as Lu Ming was flying over a mountain range, roars came from all around the mountain range. Hundreds of figures flew up into the sky and surrounded Lu Ming. These people were dressed like those from the heavenly wolf tribe. They wore animal skins, but the puppets they rode were different. The puppets they were riding on were crimson cheetahs. It also had wings and could soar in the sky. The heavenly wolf tribe? No, it's an outsider. At the forefront was a young man in his late 20s. He was burly and muscular, exuding an explosive aura. He was staring coldly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned. He did not notice that there was someone below. The other party must have used an array to cover up their aura. This person is actually riding on a divine-level puppet from the heavenly wolf tribe. It seems like he definitely knows the Tao of inscriptions. We have to be careful. Beside the young man was a red-haired old man. He's alone. What's there to be afraid of? The young man snorted. Chi Feng, the clan elder has instructed us not to attack these outsiders if possible. We still need their help. The old man said. I really don't understand why the clan elder is so polite to these outsiders. He could have just captured them and forced them to go to the holy mountain. There's no need to go through so much trouble. The young man said coldly, appearing extremely overbearing. The old man laughed bitterly and did not say much. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "Little brother, you must be an outsider. We have no ill intentions. We just want to ask you to return to the red leopard tribe with us. We need your help." Lu Ming frowned. He had heard the conversation between the other party. However, how could he trust the other party? "Get out of the way, I don't want to start a pointless killing," Lu Ming said coldly. "Slaughter? What big words. Let's see how you're going to kill them all by yourself." The young man's face darkened. "Charge." Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath. He controlled the giant wolf puppet and charged towards the first test. Roar! The giant wolf puppet howled and its claws were as sharp as blades as it slashed forward. The terrifying power tore apart a few cheetah puppets. "It's a 4th-rank divine puppet. Elder Crimson, you go and delay it. The others will surround it. If it continues to resist, just kill it," the young man coldly shouted. The elder was helpless. He could only control the puppet to charge forward and fight Lu Ming. The old man's cheetah puppet was equivalent to the 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and was extremely powerful. Sparks flew as it fought with Lu Ming's giant wolf puppet. The others used all sorts of arrows and runes to attack Lu Ming. "Little brother, you're only a heaven-grade alchemist. You won't be able to control a 4th-grade divine-grade puppet for long. I advise you to surrender. I promise I won't hurt you," the old man said. However, Lu Ming did not say a word. He continued to punch out with both fists. The fist radiance of the exploding star fist rumbled the air and blasted forward. Some of the weaker puppets were killed by Lu Ming along with the humans. However, it wasn't just the old man who had a Sea of Soul Realm puppet. There were 7 or 8 other people who had one, and those who could control them were all 6th-rank inscription masters with all kinds of inscription scrolls on them. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference. as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.